I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Day one, I think it was a good toss for them to win. We would have bowled as well, and the ball went around quite a bit. I think they're also a confident side. They're playing good cricket, so we knew we were going to be up against it these 4 days, and that's going to be a good challenge, really. Thought we actually battled really well. I think there was a stage there where it looked like they could have bowled us out for under 200. I think what was disappointing is then I felt we got into a position where we could have batted out the day yesterday and actually put on over 300, and there were a couple of dismissals that were not really good balls with batters that were in, and I think so we didn't capitalise on fighting really hard, getting in a position where we could have maybe ended up with 300 and not had as many overs to bowl overnight. Obviously a beautiful day today to bat, so some positives, Tommy Hartley bowling so many overs and bowling well, I think is a real plus for us, and seeing Saki back actually getting through 20 odd overs are, there's some positives there, but obviously we want performances as well. Don't want to take too much credit away from them. I think they're playing very well. And I think, to come out, you've got 8 overs to bowl, been sitting in the change room all day, they were up for it, they're front runners in the game. But from from a championship point of view, I still think this is a very good side we put out. I don't think we've played as well as we could, but we've also had the back end of the wicket really. And you hold on for a good draw. You know, the championship is a marathon. It's not a sprint. So we've still got a lot to play for tomorrow and get through the game with as many points as we can, and then we just keep building on that.
How concerned are you though that this is the second game on the spin where you're going into the last day having to scrap it out for a draw here?
Yeah, I think I don't mind scrapping it out for a draw, but I do think that we probably got the decision wrong on the first game, so I think we've had the bad end of the wicket, and I think you want to get ahead of the game. I think at the end of tomorrow, I think I'll comment on that, because I think if we fight through and you do get another draw, if there's a bit of weather around as well, which it seems there might be, then you still come out of the game having really fought hard. I thought on day one, if we were 180 all out, which we could have been, then that would be even more of a commanding position in sort of 2.5 days. So yeah, there's obviously concern. I think the reality is that there's some very good teams out there as well, but I do think that we're showing some really good signs, and it's just about turning a couple of 40s into 100s, and I think getting our bowling attack to just be a little bit more consistent in what we're doing on good wickets, so there is obviously things to work on, but I still feel that we can, after this game, still be in a good position after 3 matches.
Is there a belief amongst your bowling unit in particular that you can bowl sides out here? Northamptonshire took 19 wickets, they've taken 13 so far in the game. Is there a belief that from your bowlers that they can do it here, or is there a bit of a mental block trying to bowl sides out here?
Yeah, we obviously got 20 wickets against Middlesex in the first game, and I think there's also a balance between playing your best bowling side and also trying to get our bowlers through 14 matches. So there's a rest and trying to get bowlers like Saki back on the park and an option, and that takes a bit of time. He hasn't played a full 4-day game in nearly 2 years. So you are trying to balance playing your best players, but also keeping a stock of bowlers. Obviously having John playing as well gives us opportunity to keep other bowlers fresh. And also there's a really good bowler, an international quality bowler in John, yet he hasn't played a lot of 4-day cricket. So I do believe that we can. I think with our spin options as well, what would be nice is just to be on the right side of the game. For us to be 500 in the first innings, bowling with pressure on the opposition, and I think that is the challenge, for us to make sure that we turn opportunities when we do get into big hundreds and actually start getting on the front foot of games rather than being on the back foot. And we felt, obviously against Middlesex, we were 100 ahead, and we really felt that we were in a good position to win, and they fought back. So we're having to fight a bit now, but it's just making sure when we do get those opportunities to be in front of the game that we actually take them, and then I think you'll see there's a different feeling when you're bowling to win a match than when you're feeling like you've got the wickets flat or they've got the upper hand. So it'll be nice to be in those positions as well. And we have got still a few bowlers that are coming right. Jimmy's looking good, and it'll be a couple of weeks until he may be ready. And I think that's the positives for me, is that throughout the whole 6 months of the season we're going to have a good attack, rather than just you sort of throw everything in the beginning and then a lot of guys fall short when the middle of the summer comes, when there's quite a lot of cricket. So the positives are that attack should be strong right the way through the season.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
a club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the Red Rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the Red Rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the Red Rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red Ball, White Ball, Lightning and Thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to our coverage of the fourth and final day of this Rothesay County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Leicestershire. And I'm afraid the forecasters were right. The predictions for rain, which were pretty solid through the course of yesterday and didn't really change, have materialised, and we're in for a delayed start. In fact, I think we're in for quite a lengthy delayed start. I'm not sure just how much play we'll get today. The forecast is suggesting that this rain is going to sweep through for the next couple of hours and take us pretty much deep into the afternoon. There is a slim possibility maybe of a little window opening, but that's way after kind of 2:30, 3 o'clock. So whether we're going to have any play on this fourth and final day, I'm not sure. That will come, I think, as a relief to one dressing room and a frustration to the other. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester is alongside me. I think Lancashire's dressing room will be pretty pleased to see the forecast being accurate, and Leicestershire, well, the absolute contrast.
Yeah, there's only two possible results, aren't there? Either the draw or Leicestershire win. The Foxes all over Lancashire yesterday. It's traditional, obviously, for the captain in these circumstances to take the positives, and there are plenty of positives for Leicestershire. Not so many, obviously, for Lancashire, but they will be frustrated. You know, they lost a certain win against Derbyshire last season that sort of ruled them out of the promotion race by the end of the season, and these are important points that could be available. It looks like they're going to take 15 points from the game, which is a decent return, but 23 on the table, losing 8 could be very important at the end of the season.
16 for 3 was the score. Lancashire's second innings at the close of play last night, 212 runs behind. The close of play, in truth, couldn't really come quick enough for Lancashire. They were struggling. They were rocking last night, weren't they?
They were, and it was extraordinary how much more the Leicestershire bowlers got out of what had looked like a pretty benign pitch when they were batting on it throughout most of the day, and also with the new ball. What the new ball has done during this game hasn't done too much for 8 or 10 overs until the lacquers come off. But Ian Holland and to a certain extent Logan van Beek as well got it to move around markedly straight away. And it was a torrid sort of 8 overs for the Lancashire batters. But as Peter Hanscom, the Leicestershire captain, said to me, he said, look, Ian Holland can seam it off glass. And he's full of confidence at the moment, the former Hampshire all-rounder. He's batting well and he's bowling beautifully, and he was a real handful last night.
The truth of this is that Lancashire have been outplayed for the 3 days so far. They, even with if it was a clear day today, and they showed last week against Northamptonshire that they could bat through the final day and they could earn a draw and they could scrap it out. Truth is, they've been outplayed for three days, haven't they? In terms of how Leicestershire have gone about it, what has impressed you the most, Richard, about their performance here this week?
I think once again this season it's been about the contributions coming from everybody in the side. Everybody's in form. We were talking about it downstairs in the press room, actually, how confidence infects, if that's the right word, a dressing room. Everybody sort of grows from that and takes the real positives from it. And the way that they've played in this game, contributions up and down the order. And the pleasing thing particularly was that having scored a lot of half-centuries coming into this game, but no centuries, 2 batsmen stood up and converted 50s into centuries. Rehan Ahmed in spectacular style at the top of the order, and then Peter Hanscom, a more measured and unbeaten big century later on in the game. But also the bowlers as well. Everybody has chipped in. Tom Scriven picking up a 5 in the first innings. Hasn't been the sort of main man with the ball so far this season, but he was he was on day 2. So I think it's the fact that everybody is contributing. They look a confident side at the moment, and they're playing that way. They're almost bullying a side like Lancashire at the moment.
Dale Benkenstein said in his close of play interview last night that the toss was pivotal, and it was, wasn't it? The toss was pivotal, and that morning session on the first day was particularly difficult to bat. So there's an element that maybe Leicestershire have had good fortune with the conditions.
No question, they've had the best of the conditions, yeah, absolutely.
But still making the absolute most of it, to their credit. So we look like we're going to be waiting for play to start. Whether we see anything, I'm not so certain. The suggestions around the country is that most games are going to be affected. If they're not already, then they will be at some point during the course of this 4th and final day. Leicestershire won't be keen just to call it quits just yet, though. They want to try and hang on as long as they can.
They will. I mean, because this is an absolutely key partnership. If Lancashire are going to save the game, Josh Bohannon and Marcus Harris, formerly a Leicestershire player, of course, class acts, both of them. And Bohannon, if any Lancashire player is in form, he's in form. So if they can part these two early, they'll be thinking, look, we might only need another 25, 30 overs to finish this game off. I'm sure the Lancashire middle and lower order will look to dig in and say the pitch is basically a pretty good one. And Leicestershire don't have a sort of front-line finger spinner. It was turning a little bit for Tom Hartley, but it's been the seamers who've done the damage, and that's how Peter Hanscom likes to play it, and they would continue to bowl. But yes, they will hang on. If there's a chance of an hour and a half, they will hang on and hope.
Well, Josh Bohannon and Marcus Harris will be hoping that the rain continues for a little while longer and they don't have to get out there and bat, albeit, as I'm sure, as they showed last week against Northamptonshire, I'm sure they'll bat themselves to survive today if we do get any play. Just to kind of round it up, Richard, just to broaden it out a little bit in terms of the start to the Division 2 season. Dale Benkenstein saying in his interview last night, look, there's some good sides in this division, some really competitive cricket. Leicestershire made a good start. There's been wins for Kent as well. You look at some of the squads elsewhere, where that Northamptonshire played here last weekend. Just how competitive will this division be, do you reckon?
I think probably any Lancashire members, supporters who thought it might be reasonably straightforward to come straight back up have been disillusioned of that by now. But I was talking to Zach Chappell, the Derbyshire bowler. Derbyshire also much strengthened, and he was making the point that he thought there are now 4 or 5 sides who look very competitive in this division, who haven't been in the past, particularly, actually, as you said, the East Midlands sides, the Leicestershire, the Derbyshire and Northamptonshire in particular, have strengthened. Games are going to take a fair bit of winning in this division. 8 points for a draw. We've spoken about that. Is a little bit too many sides at the beginning of the season sort of settling for high-scoring draws and taking 15, 16 points from games. But I think a lot of sides are going to be involved come the second half of the season who you might surprise a few people. So I think it's going to be a tough and interesting and absorbing Second Division County Championship this season.
Whether we see a tough and interesting, absorbing 4th and final day, I'm not so certain, because conditions probably not going to suit it. So should we get any play, we'll keep you posted. The suggestion is this rain is going to push through for most of the morning into the afternoon. Might might just clear a little bit later on, but whether there's any realistic possibility of a significant window in the day to get some cricket in and play some cricket remains to be seen. Lancashire in their second innings, 16 for 3. They still trail by 212 runs, so it'll be a little bit of relief in Lancashire's dressing room and a degree of frustration in the Leicestershire one. So no play here at Emirates Old Trafford. Delayed start. I wouldn't expect anything certainly until the afternoon at the earliest. We'll keep you posted.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
I think the pace of the women's game and how far it's moved and how quickly it's moved is absolutely phenomenal. And I think not many people would have ever envisaged that it could have moved the way that it has done.
So you would never imagine seeing that type of crowd for a women's match when I used to go and watch Thunder play Blackpool in the KSL.
Just to see the growth of the game, it's a super exciting time.
been here at Emirates Old Trafford in the indoor school over the winter. The first time ever as a women's team we've been able to have a really good training block here.
Today there's huge misogyny in cricket. There's huge casual sexism every single day.
I guess it's pretty entrenched. Women's cricket wasn't really on the agenda. Problems in cricket have been dominated by a very sort of small pool of white men, basically.
I think it's pretty clear there's a huge funding gap. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
As females, we don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity, and that's what we're getting now at Lancashire.
Okay, I'm recording, so nice. 3, 2. The Charlotte Edwards Cup begins on Sunday, and it's going to be a very exciting competition.
It's a massive competition, you know, especially for our Thunder girls as well. After, you know, a relatively quiet showing in the 50-over competition, I think the coaches will be really pinpointing this competition to do something.
So the Charlotte Edwards Cup is our T20 domestic competition for our regional team.
Obviously named after the great Charlotte Edwards, who's strangely a coach in the tournament, so she's playing for her own name.
It's a round-robin competition, so each team plays each other once.
Then the top 3 get through to a finals day, where top of the group go straight through to a final, and second and third play off in a semi-final.
I think, in a way, this season coming up could be quite pivotal for Thunder. I think they're at a point where they're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The pressure's there at the end of the day. You know, we're putting in significant investment from the likes of Hilton and Sports Breaks, and the club are over-investing over and above what the ECB are putting in as a regional programme, and which to a level more than any other team. I mean, we're trying to develop a professional elite environment.
The fact that it is so much more visible, that people know they can make good careers from it now, will engage the teenagers and even younger women than that to really get involved in the sport and drive it forward, which is an exciting thing for all of us involved.
A lot of teams were looking at us going, wow, they've been on this amazing pre-season tour, what are they going to be like?
Emma Lamb on strike.
You'll need 2 or 3 individuals to step up, and you need the team to function effectively as a unit.
Deandra Dottin tries to sweep, but completely misses, and the stumps are rattled.
With that investment and with that support comes increasing expectations.
Should be a catch here, straight to extra cover.
Maybe there's an element of trying to run before you can walk a little bit with it.
A big swing here, and this time she does connect. 1 bounce, and it's gone for 4. There's a fielder underneath, put down.
Actually, that motivation going into a new season is always really exciting and can set you up as a group to really start performing.
Prendergast will go for the single, shot at the stumps, and miss. And Western Storm are home.
And a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. Thunder team against the Blaze here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Kirsty Godden balls down the pitch, comes leap out and chipped right up towards mid-off, and Emma Lamb's got.
What do we think is going wrong? Why aren't we winning these early games, you know? And there wasn't any one thing that we could put our finger on.
Ball, and she's looking to ramp that. It could be LBW. It is LBW. Threlkelder's gone. She's gone for 22.
Returns for her 4th and final over. And Eccleston chips the ball back over her head, and Kelly takes the catch.
But ultimately, when you're playing at an elite level, then that pressure exists. You know, whether the additional funding is there or not. The reality dawns that that is what professional sport is.
Over crossing and balls. That's chipped up towards mid-on. But not Thunder's day in the second match. This will be the winning runs.
But I think there's an element of you put that support in, you put that investment in, right, start winning games. It just doesn't work like that, does it?
The better team, the stronger team across the piece won the match.
Good for you, Scott.
Okay. Well, Paul, what's your thoughts on today?
Yeah, it's we're disappointed, obviously, to lose the game.
Paul Holton with me on commentary for a bit today, and he said that it looked like a team that's not won all season against a team that's actually played quite well this season. Would that be a fair summary?
I think that's fair, yeah. I mean, we probably lacking a little bit of confidence at this point in time.
Yeah, you're winless, obviously, so far this season in the Rachel and in, obviously, 2 matches in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. How disappointing is that? There was kind of a lot of optimism coming into this season, I think.
Yeah, look, we're disappointed. There's no doubt about that. That's the game, isn't it? And what we've got to do is we've got to keep building belief in the players and be ready to work hard and work smart and be ready come Saturday.
We always joke about Crosby having its own climate as well. Like every time we come, the weather's nice. First thing on a Sunday morning, it's like so quiet. Like it's early, but there's like nobody here. The first time we brought Maisie here, she thought the statues were real people, and then I was like, yeah, so did Charlie. Don't live far from here and grew up playing at Rainford Cricket Club in Liverpool Comp, which is all because of my brother, really. So, brother played both cricket and football, and I did the same because of him, really. So, opportunities-wise, I always just played boys and men's stuff, really. Yeah, it was brilliant, and Rainford gave me all the opportunities that they could, and played a little bit at school as well. And then obviously got picked up in the Lanc setup from sort of nine onwards. So yeah, played for many years, coming through the age groups, which was all women's stuff. I'm Ellie Threlkeld, wicketkeeper, batter and Thunder captain.
Oh, Ellie Threlkeld, an amazing skipper, fastest hands in the Northwest, in the whole country, I'd say. So I think behind the sticks as a wicketkeeper, she's a phenomenal talent.
You can't look past the skipper, Ellie Threlkeld. I think she's been brilliant over the last few years, taking on the reins as skipper. It's never an easy job, especially with a young group like we've got.
She's, a formidable individual. She's still so young and she's got such incredible leadership skills.
Ellie's great. Ellie is what we're about at Thunder. And it's challenging for her in terms of the pressure of keeping, captaining, batting in top middle order as well. So she's got a lot of pressure on her shoulders as well.
Played for Lancashire since the age of 9, I think, so a very long time. I've been part of the Thunder setup for 3 years now when it first was created. One of the first to receive a professional contract in 2020. And yeah, I've been part of the setup ever since, and became captain 2 years ago. So yeah, would be my second season in charge. It's something I've always wanted to do. I think I've done it a lot at age group cricket. When we found out Alex Hartley was stepping down, it was not really talked about a lot for a long period of time, and it was sort of myself, Georgie Boyce, a couple of other players were getting opportunities to do the leadership roles on the pitch, and it was mentioned to me that it might be possible, and I sort of gave it everything from my end and said I really want to do it. But yeah, I remember the moment Shawsey told me, and I just couldn't really believe it, to be honest. I think obviously I was only 23, and yeah, it's pretty young to be able to do it, and I think since then I've done everything I can to sort of get better and to try and impact the group as much as I can.
I think a captain in cricket does have a lot of responsibilities. There's decision making, obviously there's a lot of input from a coaching team beforehand, but on-field decision making of if the game plan's not going quite how you wanted it, who's coming on to bowl next. You've got a foot in both camps in a way that you're working with the coaches around selection, and then you're also part of the team like everyone else.
All the support we're getting from Lancashire is absolutely brilliant. Hilton have been amazing, and yeah, likewise other sponsors have as well, and I don't think we'd be able to be going on pre-season tours and funding extra professional players without their help, but there becomes a point where, yeah, we've got to give back as a team, and all the support we're getting, it's got to translate to results on the pitch. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Very well, how are you? I know.
The women's game, the growth has been
magnificent, really. I think it's been a rapid pace of change, but it's also on a journey where you kind of just know it's still got so much further to go.
The game will only get better in quality if women can be given the opportunity to have 12-month contracts, to train in the way that the men do, to completely focus on cricket, and that it's the money. Exactly.
We needed to do more, we wanted to do more. I think one of the things that we've always been guilty of is wanting to run before everybody else wanted to walk. You know, we can go and drive additional commercial sponsorship, but we need some more from the governing body. The governing body can achieve that if it actually recognises that by going and doing a broadcast deal or getting a big title domestic sponsor for the Charlotte Edwards Cup trophy, that would be game-changing, because that would fill that gap that would enable the women's pro structure to pay what it needs to pay and do what it needs to do to really compete and grow.
I think in terms of where the women's game is right now, I think we're only scratching the surface of the potential actually, and I think it's going to take a real collaborative effort across the whole of the professional game network. So that's all of our partners, so that's whether it's the first class counties, the national counties, commercial partners. It really does have to work together in a cohesive way to sort of rise the whole tide.
We are, as the ECB, over-investing in the women's game at the moment relative to the direct commercial returns that we create from it. That's partly because we believe it's just the right thing to do, because ultimately where we're trying to get to is a self-sustaining economy where we build the audience, we create the value, we're able to pay players what we'd like to be paying them.
Stop treating the domestic game as a performance sport. It is a commercial elite sport. There will be a way of doing that if there's a will.
In terms of women's domestic cricket, we are very much in our infancy, I guess, in terms of establishing that as a broadcast product. I think it's something that I am optimistic about in the future as to where that will sit.
I genuinely have always just wanted what's best for our women's professional squad and what's right for our women's professional squad. You know, it isn't our job to make the life easy for the ECB and others. It's our job to be on a journey and do what's right by our women's professional squad.
I think for me, the most important thing about cricket and my love for it came from the friendships that I developed. You know, started playing cricket with Kate Cross at an incredibly young age, at 12 years old, and she's been my ride or die ever since. And, you know, friends that I've made throughout the game have obviously been my rock through my darkest times, but cricket for me is just the most incredible sport. For me, nothing in my life will ever beat the 2017 World Cup final at Lord's, and we won it. And then you almost think, how does it get better than that? That's the high. Your dreams have come true. And then you lose your England contract and you go, who am I? Who have I become?
Right, so Alex, we'll start with the intro questions, so they're some nice and easy ones for you. So first is your name and your role.
I'm Alex Hartley, former Thunder.
Straight into the hands of deep mid-wicket. Kate Cross with the catch.
Ragadoosh, baby. Time for a batting clinic now. Oh, I don't like that one.
Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, just an absolute firecracker of a player, really good fun.
Is Oda having sex? Oh no, it's not, it's dead.
The moment she came back to training again, it was fantastic. She just brought an energy, a keenness, a directness about her as well.
Alex, left arm spinner, enthusiastic player, absolute cricket nut, loves getting involved in everything cricket.
Alex Hartley, one of my oldest and longest friends, the heartbeat of many teams and one of the reasons that I fell back in love with the game.
I was pulling my hair out, my eyelashes out. I had a breakdown on my mum. Couldn't remember the last time I laughed, couldn't remember the last time I smiled. And I was coming back from cricket training, I was miserable, I cried every single day. And had to start therapy because I didn't know what else to do, and I really had hit rock bottom of just going back to that dark place that I was in 2019. Therapy for me got me through the summer of my last summer of playing cricket, and I'm really glad I did that, really glad that I got through that, because if I'd have retired at the lowest of lows that I was at and in a really dark place, I think I would have hated cricket forever. But through therapy, I got to play another season with the Thunder Girls, I got to play in the 100, and I retired quite proud of what I've achieved in my life.
Beautiful day here at Emirates Old Trafford, and we are starting, of course, with the Thunder against the Sunrisers. Delighted to say that I'm joined by Lancashire's Sophie Eccleston. Great to have you with us. As you say, it's not quite gone according to plan so far. Have you been able to really sort of put your finger on where things are going wrong for you?
I think we just need to be a bit clearer on bowling plans, man. I think we should bowl a bit straighter. I think we've been a bit wayward with our lines recently. Get a few, have someone like Lammy to go big today and get some runs on the board.
Ellie, thanks very much for speaking to us. You've just had the toss. What's the verdict?
We're going to have a bowl today. Yeah, lost the toss, so we're in the field.
Hey girls, all I ask is we sit here after this innings and we've given everything, okay? Energy for 20 overs, do the basics really well, all straight. Come on, team.
After the tough start, I had concern, definitely. You know, I've kind of staked my team's name on really supporting and getting behind this group.
The consequence of people not performing is, you know, those opportunities aren't there anymore.
I think there was pressure, maybe that played a part.
Kate Cross to bowl the first. Cross strikes, wicket with the second ball of the match.
But I know we are good enough, but we're just not showing it on the pitch.
Here's Cross bowls. As she cleared extra cover, Lamb running backwards. Norris coming into the attack.
Villiers sliced away and caught. Second wicket to fall, 28 for 2.
That's gone high, more height than distance, I reckon. Should be gone. Is gone. Straight to Deandra Dottin. Gardner, the new batter. There's Lamb in and balls. That's driven for 4. 2 balls left. Oh, and bowls. This is excellent by Datani. Really good couple of overs at the death here for Thunder. And that will be, I think, a really, really happy Thunder dressing room. It's all about the batters now. Job done.
That game really felt like it was the first time that everything was coming together. We bowled really well, and you could see the confidence of the girls was through the roof as well. And it felt like if we could nail the second innings, then we were really onto something.
There's pressure there, but the team went in believing. You really backed us. You know, the team walked out and you thought, yeah, we can do this.
So here we go. Liberty Heap and Emma Lamb heading out to bat. A lot of pressure on Emma Lamb if she can get off to a good start.
Kopak to open up the bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. It's flashed away to mid-wicket. Nicely played by Emma Lamb. Well, it's a ferocious looking shot. This to me to be a marked improvement in running between the wickets. Oh, that's a skyer. Could be caught. Probably should be caught. Oh no, put down. 49 without loss. A run away from a 50 partnership for the first wicket between Emma Lamb and Liberty Heap.
And drives down the ground, and that's going to bring up a half-century partnership.
Kelly Castle coming into the attack.
Lamb looks to sweep, and she's gone. LBW, big blow. First wicket to fall. That's the first breakthrough for the Sunrisers. Emma Lamb out.
Side in the air, caught, out, and that is the end of Morris. She's gone for 7.
for 46. Frustration for Liberty Heap. Fine effort with the bat. Dottin comes down the pitch. It's another monster hit for 6 for Deandra Dottin. Just need 2 more to win. Yeah, here she comes down the pitch. Heaved away into the onside. They're up and running, their first victory of the season. They've beaten the Sunrisers here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Happy captain.
Happy captain. Girls, I just want to say I'm really proud of us. I think we talked about creating our own energy, and I thought that's the best I've seen us out there. I thought the bowlers were outstanding, and I think to turn around what we've done to that today, it's a great effort. And sitting in now, it feels good, doesn't it? So I think hang on to that, and we go again the next game.
The defeat the other day, that we've got to stick together, and that's what you did. It was absolutely brilliant. I would have thought you'd won every game you'd played so far. So, fucking well done. You deserve this. You deserve it.
It means so much. It means so much. It means so much to me, the staff, and everyone in here. So, cheers to you all. Thanks. Let's have many, many more beers that taste like this. Well done.
I think still when people think of cricket in this country, they think of the men's game. We're still working to get the women's game up to that level in the public consciousness.
The men's game has too much cricket at the moment. We all know the schedule is congested and it impacts performance. The women's game is entirely different. The women's game is in a different phase and it's hungry. It needs as much cricket as possible.
Women have been put on small club grounds with not great facilities. We're obviously a long way off gender pay parity, and that has to be the ambition, that women's cricket can bring in enough revenue and stand on its own 2 feet that women can get paid what they're worth.
And I will always fight for the cricket girls. You know, I want them to be paid more. I think they should be paid more. You shouldn't have people having to live with friends just so they can try and save money for a house. I think they should be paid enough to be able to save money.
In terms of equal pay, the ambition is obvious. We want to end up there. Things like the 100 and domestic cricket, 100 is, both teams are doing exactly the same thing. They're playing a 100-ball match. The sponsors are massively interested in the women's game. We've got to close that gap.
We absolutely want to get to a position where salaries for male and female cricketers are equal. Now, we could put all of that investment in salaries. That might give you equal pay. But what that wouldn't make is equal pay a sustainable outcome from a system that you've built. It would just be something that you've chosen to prioritise at that moment in time.
Funding is always going to talk, money always talks, but if you have these investments from organisations, you know, such as Hilton, such as Sports Breaks, then it does mean that you can just do that bit more, and every 1%, 2%, 3% is going to help develop a side and give them that sort of confidence and the ability to go forth and be the best team they can be. We are in catch-up mode, so I think it's unrealistic to say, right, we're going to equalise everything tomorrow just like that. There are things that need to be built in, and there's changes both in terms of, there are procedural things that we need to change as well around that. So it's investment, it's mindset, it's culture. But look, I think fundamentally the biggest thing within all of this is leadership. We need strong leaders in the game at every level, both at ECB and within our regions, within our first-class counties, within our national counties, that believe in presenting men and women, boys and girls, and with equal opportunities moving forwards.
We're possibly getting closer to it than we would have been a couple of years ago. I think it's a conversation that is in the public domain, certainly more than it ever was. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
When I wasn't at school or playing netball or doing any other activity, I was always down here playing. I'm Kate Cross and I'm a Thunder bowler.
Do you see yourself as a trailblazer?
No, yes, but no, it's not. You know, you don't sign up to... I wasn't playing cricket down here to be a trailblazer. I think naturally, just the way that my journey has been, it's had to be that way.
Kate Cross, England bowler, really smart and engaging, and a great follow on social media. And she has a podcast with Alex Hartley, which is essential listening for a cricket fan, I'd say.
Kate, opening bowler, definitely getting up there in the batting stakes. Real leader on the field and off the field, and has broken down a lot of boundaries.
She's got a very good impact on the players. They can see her professionalism, and that's probably the word I'd use a lot, is her professionalism.
She definitely has been a role model, I think, and future players have followed, and in the main, the vast majority have gone on to be international players.
Kate, it's Lancashire Thunder's first training session today. How excited are you to get started?
Oh, massively excited. I always get a real buzz when I come through the gates at Old Trafford, and I think it's making it very real now. It's really nice to be here, and I'm looking forward to get going now.
Kate and the whole Cross family are fundamental to Haywood Cricket Club. I'd actually finished playing for the first team when Kate made her debut, but was at the ground when she did it. And you know, I think the whole club is just proud of what Kate's done. She's a great role model for the club. You know, there's a lot more females and girls wanting to play cricket at Haywood and the surrounding clubs just because of Kate and what she's achieved.
I think Kate paints or embodies that vision of women's cricket, how it's moved on from those real amateur days of how you have to fight and earn your place in an academy and then in England. Her journey now would be easier, and that's the brilliant thing. And I think the legacy of someone like a Kate is that these changes come in. So nowadays they'd be coming into a county age group set up at Lancashire, set up into one of our emerging player programmes, and then into the academy, and then into the Thunder setup.
Kate was a 15-year-old girl bowling in the nets, and this coach said, Stanley, just come have a look at this girl. And I went there without any sort of preconceived ideas, went and looked at a ball over the balcony, and straight away I could tell that there was a player there of some real quality. She had this just late swing and delivered the ball in such a way that was really quite a powerful indication of her future potential. So I made up my mind there and then that she would be part of the academy, and I've had no regrets. My only regret is that I was just so blinkered.
Yeah, I mean, there was always comments. It was just such an easy thing for people to talk about. I wasn't put off by it, and I know that some girls could be and have been. And I think that's what is so brilliant about the stage that we're in at the minute with the women's game. I think the fact that there's now a real pathway for girls, a lot more women's cricket clubs as well, or cricket clubs that have women's teams as part of it. I think that's really powerful, that girls know that there's a definitive pathway to make it to Lancashire or to Thunder, and which I was just playing cricket. I just wanted to play as much as possible, and the opportunities kind of fell at my feet without me really realising that it would be kind of life-changing.
So success for Thunder. So there'll be a great sense of relief, I'm sure, amongst the Thunder players. That will be a much happier dressing room now.
That first win, I just remember being so happy and relieved that we'd got that under our belts. People talk so much about how important momentum is in cricket, and I knew that this would be brilliant for us to then kick on and hopefully go further.
From where we'd come from, with confidence felt really low. You just didn't know where a win was going to come from.
I think it was belief more than anything. I think once you get that first win, or you have that performance personally, that can change the whole dynamic of the group.
We want them to be as successful as they can be. We're on this journey with them because we want them to realise their full potential.
The whole development has been brilliant for us to watch from the sidelines and, you know, support as best we can.
That's the kind of game and performance and result that can just really turn things around.
Welcome along, looking forward to this. So here we go, Liberty Heap on strike.
That's in the air, and she gets one.
And that is 50 for Emma Lamb.
Bang, have a bit of that, Deandra Dottin.
This should be a run out, and it is.
And caught.
Like in any sport, if you can find a way to win, it just improves everyone's mood. And all of a sudden, potentially, you see a little bit of confidence rise, you see a little bit of belief come back into the players.
The first wicket of the Thunder innings. The wicket was much needed now. They might get it here. It's gone high in the air, and it has been taken. It's 4 more to the total. Roll away for 4 runs, just bouncing up over the rope.
This is where we are in the hard world of professional elite sport. There are no hiding places. It does matter. This is very important to everybody at the club.
If they can get a good win here, they can go past the finals. 4 runs, perfect start for the Thunder. A ramp shot, that goes away for 4 runs. Strong contributions with the bat from the Thunder. What can they produce with the ball? Brilliant from Trelkeld. Bowled off stump. Olivia Bell. Another crucial wicket for Thunder. Let's hit back at it. What a catch that is from Tara Norris.
Something special could happen here because just a little bit of momentum, a few wins put together, and you start to think, you know what, maybe they could actually go on and reach finals day.
So here we go, we're at Blackpool Cricket Club. It's a do or die in the Charlotte Edwards Cup for Thunder. Need a victory here against the Diamonds to reach finals day.
Keep it really, really simple. Enjoy the moments, enjoy the pressure. When the pressure gets hot on them or us, enjoy both teams going through it and learn in the moment. Okay? Make smart decisions and keep it simple. Good luck.
Go well.
Let's have a quick word with Ellie.
Yeah, lost the toss and yeah, we're going to have a bowl.
Equation is simple, isn't it? You've got to win here, and ideally you've got to win well this afternoon.
I'm actually really proud of the girls, the way they've turned the comp around. I think losing the first 2 and then to be in this position today, then we've got a bit of momentum now, so hopefully that'll help us out today.
Must-win game, but every game's been a must-win game, okay? Nothing changes. These are the days where we do all that hard work in that indoor centre form, okay? Smile, enjoy it, relax, do the basics well, yeah? Start fast, give everything for 20 overs, right?
Thunder are going to bowl first, and here we go with a slip in place. If they win the match, they give themselves a chance of reaching Saturday's final. Strike rate of 122. Early breakthroughs for the Thunder could be important with that in mind. It's just glanced away off the pads out towards mid-wicket. Thompson waits, drives up towards mid-on and caught. It's driven and caught. Second wicket in the over for Tara Norris. Mahika Gore to bowl the third over. Gets another wicket. Heath has gone. Morris strikes. Oh, it's a beauty from Bell. It's down towards long on. It is out. Tatani takes the catch. Next batter out. And she's going for another big hit. Plenty of height, not much distance. Might be caught. Is.
Fantastic with the ball, Lancashire. Terrific work, wasn't it, Ellie? You must be absolutely delighted with that.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. I think the bowlers were outstanding. Kept the stumps in play for as long as possible, and yeah, got through their top order. And but yeah, half a job's done. We just got to do the second half even better now.
They're going to need a little bit of luck in this afternoon in making sure that they chase this down now.
There's a bonus point up for grabs.
Yeah,
we'll know that they'll have to win it inside the certain number of overs left, and if they can do that, then Saturday becomes a fantastic afternoon for them. So here we go. So they've got 97 to get inside 16 overs. The ball's hit firmly away. Heap comes down the pitch, hammers the ball away. Could be caught. Is. Sophie Morris takes guard from the umpire. It's a good-looking shot. Driven, and it's been caught. Gone behind square, and it's 4 runs. Dotting waits, Levick in, balls. Oh, the stumping chance, she's gone. She has been stumped. Threlkeld, the skipper. Levick balls. Threlkeld waiting. Levick in. Can't find a run here.
scores level, so just one more run now for Thunder. Run away behind square by Threlkeld. Thunder win the game. They do it inside 16 overs to get themselves that precious extra point as well. Job done for Thunder. Lovely, actually. But the Thunder skipper, Ellie Threlkeld, is there to hit the winning runs.
Everyone in. I need everyone in. Grab your attention for a minute or so. That's absolutely fantastic. What a performance that is here. They've got all their top players. We didn't have our England players, but that performance is absolutely outstanding. The power play, the job we did in the power play, brilliant. The way we fielded, the catches we took, but how we calmly went around the run chase and played as well as we did, fantastic. But before I finish and hand over to Ellie, I want us to remember how it felt when we lost those first 2 games. Because the character that you've shown, the environment that you've created, the sticking together from everybody, has enabled us to perform like that and come out like that. That's absolutely fantastic, but we must remember that, because those moments make us much, much stronger. The character, the determination and the fight, and then the quality has come out in the last 4 or 5 games. Absolutely outstanding. Brilliant stuff.
I think, girls, I'm fucking proud of us. I think if we'd have been sat here, if you said we'd been sat here a few weeks ago, no one would have believed it, would they? So I think, like Shawsey said, it's testament to the people in this room and sticking together. And look, we're going to a finals day, and I think now let's take what we've done today into that. There's so many positives to come out from today. I think the bowlers were outstanding. Meeks up top, Tara, brilliant. I think Liv and Soph to come in and play under a pressure game like that, and to execute your skills like that was fantastic. It's brilliant to see. And then I think sometimes when you're chasing a low total, it's easy to go out there and just try and knock it around. I think the way we approached that batting innings is exactly what we want. I thought Dats, Fee in particular, you're outstanding today. And yeah, let's keep doing what we're doing, and we'll come home with the trophy.
A real highlight, I think, for both myself, all the staff, all the players. Fee Morris as a signing, how she's developed and then excelled in these games. Olivia Bell come through the academy and just taken straight into the system and performing admirably well. But it was just looking at the squad of like, we can do it. So I think it was really, really good thinking, right, this is your reward now. You've worked hard all winter, you've performed in these games, you've got finals day to look forward to.
I remember talking to people on social media, talking to my friends who are also Thunder fans. Everybody was buzzing about that.
I think it just goes to show that, you know, when people really put their mind to investing in something, then you really can make environments shift. And I actually think Thunder have really paved the way with how professionalism looks in the UK for women's cricket.
It's absolutely, it's a legitimate career path, and that wasn't the case even a few years ago.
I have a daughter, she's 5, she's just started playing All-Stars. The fact that I know that she has the same opportunity as the little boys that she's playing with one day is hugely important. I'm very proud and privileged to have the chance to change the future for women and inspire a generation of girls.
The reason for us supporting the women is because we felt compelled to, and we want to make sure that the women have the same opportunities as the men.
Young girls now understand that cricket is a game that can provide them with a proper career. We're talking hundreds of girls, more than 100 girls right now, but hundreds in the future in the country at any one time can earn a living from professional cricket just as they can in the men's game.
I started playing when I was about 5 or 6, Stockport Georgians, and so just went down on Friday, just gave it a go, and like I thought it was great, I loved it, and sort of ever since I've played there, like club cricket, so when I was about 5, and that's how it went for me. When I was 12 or 13, I joined the Cheshire setup. That pathway had sort of merged with Lancashire and became the North West Thunder. That was very good, like very beneficial to me. I think, you know, there's pictures of me from 5-6 years ago with like a Lauren Winfield Hill or like a Kate Cross at a game, and I would have been like, you know, these are the best in the game, like these are the players that we all aspire to be. And I think how actually in the last couple of years, like, it's so much more doable. Definitely watching those players like growing up and stuff, like it almost felt a little bit like they were the trailblazers. Like, it's great, like now it's absolutely great. To be where I am now is something I would never expected, and it's only something that seemed doable since joining the Lancs. I think that's been, you know, credit to them for a lot of it.
So, name Olivia Bell, and my role is a spinner.
Liv, feisty character, off-spin bowler, right-handed batter, really gets stuck in the field and has progressed the cricket unbelievably in the last 12 to 18 months.
Liv Bell's been fantastic, real breath of fresh air. You never quite expect a teenager to come in their debut season and have the impact she did.
Through Liv Bell, what an absolute superstar she's been. For her to come in and step up as such a youngster, you know, just shows the depth and strength that we have in our squad.
For me, I don't think the career element came until about 18 or 19, so only about a year or two ago. I definitely feel lucky. I think for me, like, the career path has been simply easier than an Ellie or a Kate in terms of having that much cricket on with that high standard and backing behind us. I think that's something they didn't get. It's clear that we have very good support here, the best in the circuit potentially, and I think that's something that can never be taken away from Hilton and from Lancs, and the way that they've supported us has been beyond what any other region is capable of. I'd hope people can see what I've done and see the support that I've had, and I think if anything it's just shown that there is a path, like there is a career. You can go from playing under 13s minor county to be a professional cricketer in less than 7-8 years. For me, there's nothing better than being able to show that that's possible and have as many girls try and follow and do the same thing and hopefully, you know, overtake me and do better. Firstly, I think the belief that we can get there now will be there, and I think that's something we've never had before. Now that tournament and that trophy's there for the taking, and anyone can go and win it, and I think we've got to use sort of that disappointment in that finals day to fuel our training for the winter and to fuel our motivation to go and do one better next year.
I think the 2023 season was just a huge part of what this journey is for Thunder, and the belief in the group now to know that Thunder could be the team next year.
There is a broader network involved in this. There's a support group that surrounds the players. There's people at the club, there's the sponsors, there's the players. So that would have been a very special day to have got to New Road, to have played in that finals day would have been great, and fingers crossed with more.
We've supported the team for a long time. The fact that they get into finals day, semi-final, big showcase matches is fantastic for us to see.
You know, the first time you're in a final, I think they'll always remember that. They'll remember that feeling, and that feeling is something that you can kind of take with you and put it into future appearances, future campaigns as well.
Girls are going to be confident next year going into the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
What an experience like that does is it starts to build your inner belief system. The fact that the team have now got to a playoff and know that they're capable of doing that should give them a lot more confidence going into this next season.
We couldn't be proud. I mean, it was an incredible achievement for them to make finals day and to be part of that journey and to have played some role in that. We were extremely proud to see that happen.
We are this year, 2024, at an inflection point where things are going to change, things are being handed back to the counties, and therefore more is going to be asked of them. But every county should sit up and realise that there's an opportunity there and one to grasp.
It's so exciting where the women's game is. People are excited by cricket, not just men's cricket, women's cricket. It's that as a whole. There are so many exciting landmark things coming in the future for the women's game that it's a very exciting time to be involved in it.
It's been great to see so many young players who've come through the academy system in the first team this summer. You look at your Mahika Gores, who made their debut in April, and just a few months later making a debut for England against Sri Lanka.
Seen what great strides have been made already in, and I still say, a pretty short period of time to where we are now from where we were just a few years ago is a huge improvement.
Genuinely, I think for women's cricket, the sky is the limit. We have seen a lot of progress in terms of women's sport, and I think, absolutely cricket can get there. We've got some way to go, but we're making significant steps.
Particularly in cricket, it just seems to have evolved so quickly. It's quite tangible, you can feel it. There's a hell of a lot of momentum behind women's sport.
It will be fascinating when we put out broadcast rights to the market, just to see kind of where we're at and how much they're worth. And I think we'll probably be surprised at worth more than we think.
I think where we are now, I think the landscape has shifted. I am impatient and I want to move as quickly as possible, as I'm sure the whole game does, but it's just making sure that we've got the right strategy at the right time, that we're up and running, and now's the time to fly.
I think the key thing for me is that the ECB take the Charlotte Edwards Cup seriously commercially for the first time and get behind it, get a broadcast partner, get a standalone domestic partner, and then challenge the clubs to go out and drive significant commercial sponsorship.
Across sponsorship, across media, what we're navigating towards is a world where we've created sort of sufficient value in women's cricket for it to be self-sustaining.
I think the next 5 years is going to be a defining moment in the future of women's cricket. The direction that we're moving in is fast, it's positive. If anything, we all need to be a little bit more restless, actually, because this is a massive opportunity. The time is now, but it means that we need to put our foot down.
The squad are really excited with Chris Reed's appointment. High quality individual, high quality ex-international player, and I think he'll bring something different. He's got to move this team from being every loves Thunder to this team has a hard edge and can win. The expectation on Chris is we want trophies. We're taking Thunder out on pre-season tour to India and Dubai, which will be the third time we've taken our women out on pre-season tour with our men, and with additional on top Hilton funding for 2024. We are the only squad that has 15 full-time pros. That gives us a full winter with a full professional squad, and we're really excited about what's to come.
The team that you're trying to break into, you had to be not just good, you had to be outstanding.
You played any number of one-day internationals for Australia, but only ever one test match.
I remember coming out taking guard, Heggy's up to the stumps. I said, "Here, you're looking for a number 4 batsman." And he goes, "Yeah, we are, mate, but it's not you." We had standards. If we didn't maintain our standards, our level of play disappeared. But we sat in the dressing room at the end of that game, and I reckon we sat in a huddle around each other for 45 minutes before anyone got up and said anything. When I took over the captaincy of Queensland, I was very, very young, very naive, and a couple of senior players pulled me in the line and said, "It's not your team, this is our team. What can I do to leave my legacy on Australian cricket?" And that was to make Queensland the strongest, most feared cricket team in the world.
Hello and welcome back to Beyond the Boundary. This is the first edition of 2025, and I'm delighted to say that I've got a former Lancashire stalwart with us from the early 2000s. Fantastic player who began as an overseas player, became a British citizen, and then obviously had qualified for England, but made his name basically in Queensland in Australia, and then for Essex before he signed for Lancashire. It's a delight to say that Stuart Law's alongside me. Stuart, welcome to Beyond the Boundary.
Cheers, Paul. Thanks for having me.
No, that's good. Let's just start at the very beginning, because Queensland was your home. Brisbane, you went to school in Brisbane, and you dreamt of playing for Queensland, and basically it worked out as well as it could do. You became the most successful domestic captain in Australia. You scored more runs for Queensland than anybody else. Just take us back to the beginning. How did all that start?
Oh, yeah, it's pleasant memories, to be honest. 16 seasons I had with Queensland, and you know, to break into a team that had Test players in there. Alan Border was, you know, a Queensland stalwart as well. Yeah, guys like Greg Ritchie, Craig McDermott, Ian Healy. The list goes on. John Maguire. So to break into that side, Kepler Wessels is another one actually, who came over for World Series cricket before he went back to South Africa. And to share a club dressing room with some of those guys as well was something else. And you know, breaking into that A-grade cricket team at Valleys, first of all, at the age of 15 was, you know, I was the youngest player at the time to have played A-grade cricket. And then to break into that Queensland team, and you know, I tell a story to a lot of the young kids who they don't understand it and they don't get it. I, as a 17, 18-year-old, I scored 600s in 7 games in Brisbane grade cricket.
So first grade.
First grade, which is the premier grade. Against, you know, Test in those days, the Test players still came back and played, and the Shield players came back and played first grade cricket. So I got 600s in 7 games, and that was over just before Christmas to just after Christmas, that period. And in March, I'll get invited down to practice with Queensland. This day and age, you get 60, and you're automatically in the side for the next week. So it seemed, but they couldn't quite understand. They said, "Well, you know, why weren't you into that?" But that was the strength of the competition at the time, and that was the strength of the team that you're trying to break into. You had to be not just good; you had to be outstanding to even get recognised, and that's where it began. And you know, the first 2 years in and around that Shield group. I had the pleasure of Ian Botham came over as an overseas player in the late 80s, and I was 12th man. I was an 18-year-old on 12th man. He took me under his wing. He looked after me, which
that'd have been an education.
Well, it was. Yeah, it was definitely. Probably things we can't really go into on air as well. But to be around a man of his quality, his class, and I've got nothing but great memories from hanging around Beefy. And to be around with those players, to learn your cricket from them was something outstanding.
You mentioned Alan Border initially, and he must have been your prime mentor, I suppose. In Queensland, and with his pedigree for Australia as well. Yeah. There's a lovely little tale about you scoring your first 100 for Queensland, and AB being in the press conference with you. Yeah. And he was asked, you know, just how good is Stuart Law?
I remember that like it was yesterday. You said mentor. I could say tall mentor as well at times.
Yeah, well, he was a bit like that, AB.
And that time...
But that was good, wasn't it?
It was great. I loved it. I loved being told forthrightly, right or wrong, you know, what I was doing. And AB wasn't shy in coming forward. And don't forget, it was a time where Australia needed a captain like Alan Border to take them out of the hole they were in and drag them forward. And he didn't stand for any messing. And he brought that back to club cricket. He brought that into Shield cricket. And as you say, he was captain of the team. I made the second game. I made 179 against Tasmania. I got out with, you know, 5 runs before we passed it was a rain-affected game, the Tasmanian first innings total to get 2 points. I got out with 5 runs to get. And at the end of the game, you know, sitting in the press room, I think I've done a pretty good job here. His interviewer, or one of the journalists asked, you know, have we unearthed the new talent? You know, he's shown a lot. What do you think, AB? Put his hand on my head and said, he's done it once. Let's see if he can do it again. I went, okay.
And you did.
Well, I did, not
immediately,
season, but I learned what he meant. I felt deflated for a little bit, but then I understood. It took a long time to get AB's respect.
It's interesting because going forward, you captained Queensland, obviously. You went on to captain Lancashire as well later on. When did Alan Border's resilience and fortitude come to a head? Because he played for Australia in the 80s when, I mean, England beat them in the Ashes in 81 and 85, with Border playing in that team. So when did it click? Were you aware of when Border changed? Because we saw it here as opponents, but I'm not quite sure when it actually happened.
It was quite evident when, because you wouldn't have seen a lot of the series that Australia played against the West Indies as well, and Alan Border, the stories go in the West Indies, you know, the big fast bowling ranks they had, you know, the Holdings, the Garners, Marshalls, etc.
Yeah.
That's when he stood up AB, and there was a test match where Australia lost the game comfortably, but he got 98 and 103 not out in the same test, and all of a sudden everyone said, right, this is our leader, we must follow what this guy does and what he says, and from that, AB didn't like the media, didn't like the limelight, he just liked getting in, getting his hands dirty and doing his job, and once he started doing that and people followed him, he thought he still didn't like the limelight, and beggars belief how he went into TV after, you know, his playing career finished. But you know, he grew as a leader, but he grew from doing. You know, he led from the front on the field. He had such high standards, and he expected you to maintain those standards.
Did that rub off on you, that approach?
I tell you, when we
because
really
you were a man who spoke his mind, and you were uncompromising, I think, in the way you approached the game, both from a personal point of view.
Yeah, you take bits and pieces from people you've been around, and you see the guys who've done it really well and the guys who haven't, and you try not to do what the guys who haven't done well. You try not to do what they do a lot of. You're always going to make mistakes and tend to go down that way, but you also pick pieces out of the guys who are really successful. Now, Alan Border was just one. He just, as I said before, he had standards. And you've got to pick a standard, you've got to create standards as well, and you've got to maintain them. And there's only one person who can really maintain that standard. It's not the coach, it's not the manager, it's not the CEO, it's the captain.
Yeah.
You know, the captain's got to be, you know, forthright in what he says. I was nicknamed Captain Grumpy as well as Alan Border was, but it wasn't because I was grumpy. It's just we had standards. If we didn't maintain our standards, our level of play disappeared, and we didn't want that. You know, we wanted to be, when I took over the captaincy of Queensland, I was very, very young, very naive, and a couple of the senior players pulled me in the line and said, it's not your team, this is our team, so don't forget that, because I always said my team is doing this. So lesson one learned. But we created these standards, and I was the one who maintained it. If it wasn't done, you know, we might not have been as successful.
Well, you were successful. 5 Sheffield Shields you won, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Which was phenomenal.
Still to this day, I don't think there's not been a team who's been as dominant in a period of time in modern day Sheffield Shield history. New South Wales will always say that back in the day they used to win it for fun, but it was first past the post. But since the inception of finals and whatever, Queensland have been probably one of the most dominant of the modern day era.
So you were captain. There were some phenomenal years scoring runs as well. You played any number of one-day internationals for Australia, but only ever one Test match. I mean, does that rankle? You 54 not out against Sri Lanka in Perth, and that's it. That was the end of it.
Thanks for coming. Yeah.
Yeah. Were you just? Were you a victim of time and of the time, the fact that the wars were there and Boone and Border to a degree, whatever.
What I've come to. It took me a while to, but what I've come to realise now is that I wasn't knocking out a player if I got into that Australian team. I was knocking out a legend. And to knock out legends, you've got to be exceptionally good. At times, you know, reflecting back now, when the opportunity was to get selected, I probably wasn't scoring as heavily as I had been. And that's down to me. That's on my shoulders. But the one thing, Trevor Holmes was the chairman of selectors, good friend. He was my first ever Queensland captain, so he and I were, you know, pretty close mates. And I'll never forget when he picked me from the first test. He said, "Congratulations, you're going to play. You're going to bat at 6. You know, make it very difficult for us to drop you." I said, "Okay, no problem." You know, Australia, we won the Test match inside 5 days, inside 4 days. I took a catch. I didn't drop any. Didn't misfield any. Made 54 not out with a bat and never picked again. And I remember picking up the phone to Trevor and saying, hey, the first response was, what do you want?
Huh.
Well, this is what you told me. And David Boone was always going to retire at the end of that series.
Yeah.
So Trevor came out and said, right, you're going to be the next cab off the rank. Boone's retiring at the end of the summer, so be prepared to take over. And here I am still waiting for the phone call.
Well, what happened in the interim? I can't remember who would have
Greg
come
Blewett
in.
was around.
Bluey, yeah.
You know,
well, he didn't establish himself, did he? And
no, he didn't.
Bluey, he played a fair bit, but
yeah, but it was well liked within the group, you know, and that's part of it as well.
Matty Elliott, left-hander, wasn't he?
Yeah,
left-hander.
Great player, you know. And then you had guys who, like Jamie Siddons, who never played. Jamie Cox never played for Australia. So, you know, I got to the stage where I thought, okay, it's not going to happen. What can I do to leave my legacy on Australian cricket? And that was to make Queensland the strongest, most feared cricket team in the world. And we took on back in those days, we played the touring international team before the first test, and we always played them either at the Gabba or at Allan Border Field. And the instructions were, don't give them any practice. So win the toss and try and bat for 4 days. And I said, no, we're going to beat them. Which Trevor Hone said to me, no, you're disrespecting Australian cricket. No, mate, we're going to beat them. And we often did beat the touring team. And I'd cop a phone call or hauled over the coals for not following, you know, the Australian team's protocol and whatever. And I said, mate, how do you think they feel? They've just been beaten by little Queensland. They're about to face Australia. They're feeling this big. I'm going to keep doing what we're doing. I think we're going all right.
I'd like to think you were right, to be perfectly honest. Inflict a defeat on a touring team in those days, you know, in those days when defeats still matter, obviously, but it in the build-up to a test series,
and particularly the first test,
good attitude, dead right, So you had a wonderful time playing for Queensland. When did the urge come around to come to England and play county cricket, or was it more a sort of a well-trodden path in those days?
It was.
As long as you could be available, basically.
Yeah, and we grew up. I as a kid growing up, watching the Ashes series from England. You know, so you'd sneak down and watch it on the TV, and you know, sometimes your old man would come down and say, "What are you doing down here?" I'm just watching the cricket. And he'd sit down for you for a couple of hours, and that's really triggered the love of English cricket, and listening to the stories of guys who've gone over to play league cricket, county cricket.
AB played at
Allan
Essex,
Border
of
played
course.
at Essex, yeah.
So I was wondering where the Essex connection came.
He and Graham Gooch are, you know, good mates. And Goochie just, you know, on the off chance spoke to AB and said, look, we're looking for an overseas player. Mark Ward announced he wasn't going to go back. Gooch asked AB who he thought. AB put my name forward. And I'll never forget the phone call he gave me. He goes, right, mate, expect a call from the Essex captain. Graham Gooch has called me. I've put your name forward. I said, oh, mate, that's brilliant. Thanks very much. He goes, don't let me down. That's all he said. And I went, right, okay. So I went into Essex, and it came about. It came down to me and Brian McMillan from South Africa. Right, they were looking for an all-rounder. I said, well, you're looking for barking up the wrong tree here, mate. I'm nowhere near Brian McMillan's standard as a bowler.
Oh, you bowled a bit, but not quite like...
Well, put it this way.
No.
If I had to face me for a living, I would have been happy. So I remember talking to Paul Pritchard, and Paul Pritchard and I are still very close. And he just said, we want you to consider coming and play for Essex. I said, it'd be an honour. That's all I said. You know, I don't know what Brian McMillan said, but it'd be an honour. I'd love to come and play. And Pritch, do you want to talk about money? He said, no, doesn't matter, mate. I just want to come and play for Essex. I want to play for Essex, knowing that AB is still barking in my ear. It's ringing loud and clear. And I turned up, and for the first month and a half, I never realised how tough county cricket was. You go to bed with your pads on, you know, every day rolls into the next one. You know? So it was a great learning curve for me. And moments, I spent 6 years down at Essex. Moments I cherished down there. We had some great times on the field, great times off the field. Still really close with a lot of the players that we played with. And it was just...
You won a couple of one-day
B&H
we won NatWest.
We got to three finals, won 2 of them. Won the NatWest the second year and the Benson Hedges the following year. So we've had some success, and they were great fun those days.
During your early time at Essex, were you still... did you still have the thoughts of playing international cricket? In Test cricket, I mean?
Yeah.
And did that drive you, the way you performed for Essex in first-class cricket here? Did that continue to drive you?
It did. And remember in those days, we're talking mid-90s, same thing. If the England players weren't playing international cricket, they were playing county cricket.
Yeah.
So if you're turning up against Yorkshire, you've got 4 high-quality fast bowlers steaming in at you in county cricket. Remember coming in, you got the likes of Peter Martin, Glenn Chappell, Mike Watkinson. They had a few overseas bowlers as well. Wasn't Akram and
Murali. Yeah.
So every time you came up against the county in those days, you're playing against a Test lineup basically, and that drove me. That was my Test match.
Yeah.
And going back, I remember. Having a couple of seasons at Essex where I'd score, 1,800 championship runs and, 1,200 in the white ball formats, etc. And going back to Trevor Haynes no, it doesn't matter. County cricket doesn't count. And I've gone, okay, well, I'm doing it in England.
Yeah.
Where Australia are touring very soon. Can you please keep an eye on it? He goes, yeah. And that didn't work for me. It worked for Justin Langer.
Is he not your best mate, Trevor Haynes?
Well, he was the agent for Kookaburra as well, my sponsor. So right. I spent a lot of time with him. Maybe that was the problem.
So you say you had 6 years at Essex. You loved it. You won a couple of trophies. Was there a bit of a falling out, or did you just come to Lancashire because you fancied a change?
Well, having married a girl from Lancashire as well, she was coming home. I played league cricket up here for Littleborough in the Central Lancashire League back in the early 90s. And I remember every opportunity coming down to here, whether it be a championship match, a Sunday league game, a Test match. And I just loved the fact that Old Trafford, it was special. The ground was something special. I remember watching it from back home in Australia in the Ashes. And I thought one day it'd be nice. Be nice to play there, and I had the opportunity. I remember doing my my interview out in the cricket ground against Murali Durham was playing, and Warren Hegg was the captain, and it was just when John Crawley was going to move to Hampshire.
Oh yeah.
And I remember coming out taking guard. Heggy's up to the stumps. I said, "Hey, you're looking for a number 4 batsman?" And he goes, "Yeah, we are, mate, but it's not you." And I went, "Okay, no problem." Just joking.
Well, he would say that, wouldn't
he? Yeah. And then, 300s later, he goes, "Okay, we might need to have a chat."
You got 200s in the first class game and 100 in the was it a Sunday game?
Sunday league game, yeah.
Oh.
2 not out hundreds.
But yeah, that might have just tipped the balance a little bit. Then.
It did, particularly the Fossers after the second 100 was quite nice in the dressing room. But
wasn't there an irony there that Bob Simpson was coach, was he at the time? For Lancashire, and he didn't rate you. He didn't rate you as a player of spin.
Didn't rate me a player. I was from Queensland. He was from New South Wales, and he did. He came up towards. He goes, "Oh, you got really good footwork against spin." I never noticed. I said, "You never watched." So it was. There was nice. It was quite ironic. But you mentioned a fallout at Essex. I to this day, I didn't. I didn't. Fall out.
I don't know whether there was,
but people have said this in the past as well. You fell out with everyone. I said, I never fell out with anyone, really. People wanted me to go. And that's not falling out.
No.
That's just a rite of passage. People...
You move on, don't you?
The membership wanted me to be captain down there. I didn't want to be captain. I only wanted to play cricket, enjoy myself, to get away from the stress.
Were you still captain at Queensland?
I was, yeah.
So you to do it 12 months a year, it's tough.
I wanted a break and just come and play cricket and try and score as many runs as I can. Take the young kids under my wing and make them as good as they can be. That's all I wanted to do. And some people didn't like me getting too big in the membership. The membership loved me. They wanted me to take over, and I thought, geez, I don't need this. And that's where it all came about. They wanted me to move. I had the opportunity. I grabbed it.
Yeah, and Lancashire in the early 2000s, that period you were with the Red Rose County, 7 years you had a pretty good side, and yet we didn't win anything.
No, crazy, wasn't it?
I mean, how?
Well, my biggest bugbear of county cricket, never won a championship. To me, the 4-day game, like Test cricket, is probably the toughest format to win. Never won a championship, but here I remember we came second a number of times to Sussex, and they'd beaten us. One year was by 5 points, another year was by 15 points, and throughout the year we'd lost 1,000 overs here, and they'd lost 200 down by the sea. And I remember mentioning this, and Chris Adams got really upset. Saying, "Oh, we're just a better team than you." I said, "Yeah, no problem, mate. But I reckon in 1,000 overs we could have picked up 5 or 10 points, mate. We were pretty good." So we can sit here and blame the weather. I'll never forget the last game of the season against Surrey, where we had to chase 484 in the last.
I was commentating on that for Sky, and that was. He was so close. What did he lose? 25 runs.
24 short 24. We were, yeah. And that was heartbreaking. To get that close. I remember we were into Mark Butcher as well before the declaration. Come on, mate. You don't want the Sussex team to win. He goes, "Yeah, but I don't want you to chase down 400 plus. That'd look bad on me." But yeah, losing by 24. I remember I played a dumb shot in the second innings to get out to Jade Dernbeck, and that just left Corky to try and do the job at the back end, and just too much. But what a game of cricket. VVS Laxman played in that game.
VVS he got a big 100, didn't he?
He got 100 in the second innings.
Yeah.
He got 70 in the first, he got 100 in the second. And after the first innings, chasing the big total, he said, "I must bat 3 and I'll get 100. So he batted 3 and got 100. And I just thought, well, it was a moment where you batted with him and he made you feel about that big. It was just so good. It was just a shame. That was probably the best game of cricket that I've ever played in, with coming out on the wrong side and with so much at stake. Was just heartbreaking.
I remember interviewing Chile at the end, and he was in tears. I mean, the emotion that was coursing through everybody at that time. Me as a former Lancashire player and then commentating, I was choked as well.
But we sat in the dressing room at the end of that game, and I reckon we sat in a huddle around each other in the away dressing room for 45 minutes before anyone got up and said anything. You just couldn't. No. You couldn't move, and heads were only looking at floors. And eventually, you got up and said, "Look, boys, that's one of the best games we've ever played. Yes, we didn't win, but don't walk out of here feeling down." Up. No one
couldn't have done any more. Could you?
There's a reason. There's a reason that no one chases 400 in last innings of a game. It's difficult. Not many people do it. It's difficult. So.
Some fantastic players alongside you in Lancashire history, but you had Warren Hegg as captain for a time. You had Glenn Chappell, Andrew Flintoff.
Yep.
Who of those really stands out for you, or is it all of them really?
Well, look, they're all special in their own right. Glenn Chappell, probably the best fast medium seamer of England.
How did he never play?
To never played. I know he got opportunities towards the back end, but. Probably not enough opportunities. No. He deserved something. He was quick.
Yeah.
On his day, he was very sneaky fast.
Slippery. Did stuff, knew exactly what he was doing.
High skill, repetitive, beautiful action, what have you. Freddie stands out because of his exploits with England.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, he came back and he gave 1,000% for Lancashire every time he played as well, which you really sit up and you take notice of. And there's the unsung heroes of like the young kids coming through, the Tom Smiths, the Kyle Hoggs,
Gary Keady got a load of wickets, didn't he?
Keady there's another one, should have played for England, could have played for England. Yeah. You got Stephen Croft, who's just finished now, who came at the start.
Jimmy, you were around when Jimmy started.
I played in his debut, Jimmy, and he bowled to Jamie Cox. I don't know if it was his first game or early on in his career, and Cox he faced the fastest bowlers in Australia week in, week out, and he just said, "Geez, you've got something special here."
He was slippery.
He was quick in his young days.
He was.
He nearly got ruined by the system, but thank goodness he listened to his body and his mind.
Yeah, he did. He had a year and a bit out, didn't he, with that back that. Yeah. And then came back to do what he's done. The great, fantastic. I was looking through. Some of your scoring feats were phenomenal. 2003 especially. You got 700s, you got 1,800 runs, average 90 odd.
Yep.
And I was looking through the scorecards. I couldn't believe the batting lineup because he coming in after you was Carl Hooper, for goodness' sake, and he scored runs for a laugh as well, didn't he?
There was 2 games in a row where we played Warwickshire, and then we came here and played Middlesex. Both times we scored over 500, maybe 600.
Yeah, 700 in one game.
700 in one game, okay. And the top 4 of the top 6 got hundreds.
Chile got 100 a couple of times.
Yeah, Chile, myself, Mel Loy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And we did it twice in a row, just to prove it wasn't a fluke. But yeah, Carl Hooper coming in. Great story about Hoops playing Durham, chasing down a total, and Cork's batting with Hoops at the time, and they're holding back Gareth Breeze because they know Hoops just murders off spin, and he gets to about 23 runs to win, and Corky's on strike, mid-wicket conference. Hoops says, "Give me a single." I finished the game. Cork got the single. Next 4 balls went for 6.
Fantastic.
And to have that guy in your dressing room, he was such a cool customer, even when he played international cricket.
Cool Carl.
But to have him around was just unbelievably good, and a real calming influence on the group, and high quality skill.
You were into your 30s by then, really, weren't you? And you decided that you wanted to become a UK citizen. And got that in 2005, was it?
I think, yeah,
it was
leading up to the 2005 series, yeah.
Yeah, and you were, I think, 36. And the question was then asked, because you were churning out all these runs, averaging way over 50 into the 70s, 80s, 90s in individual years. The question was asked, well, would you play for England? And you, whether you were joking or not, you said, well, I'm not going to discount it.
Yeah, I had a real hard think about it.
Yeah.
And I was growing up, you hear people talk, players talk, when they get to 30 plus, the game speeds up and you slow down.
Yeah.
And I reckon I was probably just past being able to be good at that level. I was okay down here, but to go to that level, I reckon I was probably, as you say, 36, that's probably a couple of years too old to be really successful. And to perform the way that England wanted you to perform. I remember getting a tap on the shoulder. Might have been a phone call. Can't remember.
Well, David Graveney was quoted.
Yep.
A few. Go on, I'll let you go.
Yeah. So Grav, and then Dusty Miller as well. He was the chairman of selectors. Grav was on the panel. Grav spoke to me and asked me the question flat out. Dusty called me and asked me the question flat out. And I said, look, give me time to think. So I did what all good Australian boys do, and he rang the old man, my father. And I said, what do you think? And he said, oh, mate, what a great opportunity that'd be, but I'll never be able to talk to you again. And I went, okay, well, fair enough. And then I sat down and I went, you know what? I've represented Australia. England have always been, the enemy. To then jump sides, I don't think I could wake up and look at myself in the mirror. And it wasn't nothing against England, nothing against the opportunity. I was flattered that they even considered asking me. And it just so happened to be before the 2005 Ashes. So silly me pulls out. Could have been one of the greatest stories of all time. But the flip side of that, if it wasn't me, for me not being there, Kevin Peterson came in and did what he did, and that was probably a far better choice.
And they dropped poor old Thorpe as well, hadn't they? Because Thorpe came out and Peterson came in. So.
Yeah. So it was flattering, but I never really committed to going there. I became English here.
Yeah.
So we could get another overseas player.
Good. I like that from Lancashire point of view. But what kept you so interested, so motivated to keep churning out these runs? I mean, you finished with over 27,000 runs, averaging 50, which is a phenomenal record in first-class cricket. But what kept you going till you were 38, 39 years of age? You captained Lancashire in your final season here as well.
Yeah, the one thing that kept me going, and it really triggered me from a young age, missing out on selection at a young age, missing out on selection throughout my Shield career, and then continuing to miss out on selection, it just had to prove people wrong. And every time, the season would start, someone from back home would say, oh, he's done, he won't do it, he won't do it again over there, and just to go, yes, I will. And that drove me. I always loved people putting me down, not level of disrespect, but I didn't mind that because it gave me fight. And most days, and some players around the counties, I apologise. If I was feeling flat, walking out to bat, if I felt I had to pick a fight. Yeah. And I always looked at someone, if they stared back and said, engage in conversation.
What are you looking at? Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, my juices started flowing, I was ready, I was back in. And then at the end of the day, I'd walk up to the player and I'd say, I'm sorry, mate, I just needed to pick on someone to get myself up. And he goes, oh, yeah, thanks. I did it to Mel Loy once when he was playing for Northampton. And Mel and I laugh about it. Well, we'd laugh about it now. But I had to pick a fight because, as I said earlier, county cricket, it's tough mentally because you're playing tired 90% of the time. And some days you just turn up and you're so flat, you just got nothing in the tank. You need something to spark you, and that was it. And then that triggered me to continue to do well, just to prove people wrong that I was good enough to play the game.
You said earlier that when you came here, you liked the feel of the place, the ground, the history, the legacy of this ground and Lancashire and the Test matches that have got. Did it disappoint in any way, or was it really fantastic?
No. I used to love at the end of a day's play, the old dressing rooms. You go into the members' bar, and you'd sit around. We had beers, so you're either talking to the umpires, you're either talking to fans or members, you're talking to the opposition, and then all of a sudden you get the guys on the board come down, and you got Jack Simmons, you got Clive Lloyd, and they're coming in, and I just went, wow, this is what a cricket family to me is all about. It's about the old with the new. It's about sharing ideas, mixing, listening to stories, because we were always told, respect your elders. The guys who've been before you have done it. They've been through exactly what you've been through, probably more. You can still learn from them. Just don't fob it off. Give them the time of day, and bring that in, and then use it to your advantage out there. And I found that everything here just gave that and more. It was steeped in tradition, the history of the ground. As an Aussie walking out, a place where Don Bradman, has come out and scored Test hundreds, to do the same as him, walk the same journey, something pretty special.
That's really good to hear you say that. I think times moved on. I don't think times are quite the same as they used to be.
No,
they should be. Yeah, but I don't think they are. Is that sort of that way of behaving and absorbing the interest of the game, has that followed you through into your coaching? Because you've been, ever since you stopped playing, you've been coaching for the last 12, 15 years or so. And all around the world, in the West Indies, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka and wherever else, the USA. So is that part of your philosophy as a coach?
It comes down to respect. And to go into another culture, if you're a white man going into an Asian culture or a West Indian culture, you've got to buy into that culture. You can't do anything else. So it's like me coming from Australia to play for a county over here, whether it be Essex or Lancashire. You've got to buy into that culture. And you've got to embrace that culture to make it work. You've got to become part of it. So everywhere I've gone, I've tried to do that. Bangladesh, you mentioned, people say it's one of the worst places to go. I disagree. I think right now it's one of the best. There's so much to do there now compared to what it was 10, 15 years ago. Yes, their culture is still very much, in your face, but you embrace it. You embrace it. And you get through
would expect that though if you're visiting another country, wouldn't you?
Well, you have to, yeah. And it's like Coach just recently coached the USA. We tried to bring in the American side of things, so make it more American. So we need to get interested in following baseball, following the NFL, following ice hockey, the NBA, etc. And that's what, because we want them to enjoy our game. Yeah,
you had a successful time with America in the T20 World Cup.
Yeah, we did. We demolished a few teams there, mate. It was great. To beat Pakistan in that second game in the Super Over was outstanding, and it was great. We didn't do elaborate plans because we thought under extreme pressure those plans are out the window and we're just going to be fighting against ourselves. So we came up with just a very basic, simple plan, and the boys followed it to a T. And when we followed it, when we believed it, it really worked. And you could see Pakistan, we just didn't shake. They couldn't shake us. and they were getting more and more agitated, sitting on the sidelines. We were sitting in the dugout, and there was no barrier between the teams. But we were sitting here, and they had to walk through our dugout to get to the dressing room. And every time they walked through, they were trying to chirp us. They were trying to. It was just brilliant the way that we went about it. And we were water off a duck's back because we're not supposed to be there.
No.
So we're rubbish. You're supposed to wipe the floor with us, and to go out and beat them, and then nearly beat India.
Yeah,
that would have been
amazing.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Is there a big future for the game in America, do you think?
Yeah, I think there is. I think there is. A few things need to change, but you know, the amount of talent that's coming through now, and yes, there are nations moving there to play cricket, but there's also the guys that have already been there for a long time. Players now coming through the ranks have been born and bred in the US. Okay, they might have been to Indian or Pakistani families, but they're born and bred in the US, so they've got US in their blood, and they're coming through and they're good. You know, they're going to be real good if they have the right. At the top, it's got to be pretty. They've got to work out a way how they can work with the whole association. Now, USA is a big place, and to get around to
difficult
identify all the talent, it is extremely hard. But once they can work that out, get an infrastructure. It might not be first class cricket. It might be these little tournaments that they play, and then come together for a national, once maybe twice a year. The talent comes through. The Major League over there is doing great things. The Major League Cricket T20 franchise system, that's promoting great cricket. Some great names playing it from overseas, bringing that knowledge and helping the youngsters get better.
What does the future hold then for Stuart Law?
Open to offers, mate.
I was going to say, I mean, Major League Cricket, or do you take an interest in the franchise system that's around the world, the T20 leagues that are springing up or have sprung up over the past 2 or 3, 4 years?
I've dipped my toes in that in the past. It's a matter of timing now. My departure from USA was probably not great timing for a coach, because the Southern Hemisphere, season's up and running, and Northern Hemisphere, it's down tools for a couple of months. So I'm hoping that things will pick up. I've expressed an interest that I'm still keen to, and I don't need to be a head coach. I've had enough headaches. I've had enough stress. I like getting my hands dirty when I coach. I like the one-on-one interaction with players. And hopefully there is something out there for me. But on the flip side, I'm going out to spend time in a cricket academy. An Aussie guy does a cricket academy out in India. I'm going to go and spend some time with him and find out how it all operates, and we might even look to join forces to develop one back in Queensland.
Good man. I can't let you go though just yet. Got to put you on the spot. You played for the best part of 20 years in Australia and here. You played a degree of one-day international cricket. Who, in all that time, was the best player you played with or against?
It's a common question. I've been lucky enough to play against some of the best, played with some of the best. But he's a mate of mine, and I can't go past him. There's just so many times that it looks like he's taken the mickey out of you. Darren Lehman.
Oh, right. Good shout.
Darren Lehman was probably a batsman in first-class cricket, which he stood head and shoulders above everybody. And not because of he wasn't pretty, but he just scored runs. And there was one day, can I tell the story? There was one day, Queensland playing South Australia. He was captain of South Australia. I was captain of Queensland. And he was batting. And we had Carl Rackerman, Craig McDermott, Michael Kasrovich in our bowling attack.
Three half decent.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
On a Gabba green top.
Yeah.
And he peeled off 180 in no time. And it got to a stage where every time there was a gap created, he hit the ball through it.
Taking the mickey, was it?
And then a player went somewhere else and he hit the ball where the player went.
Yeah.
And I remember stopping the game and I walked up to him and said, "Mate, are you doing this on purpose or are you just having a lucky day?" And he goes, "Well, move another one, we'll find out."
Oh, good boy.
So I thought, right, okay. So I took first slip out.
Yeah.
Had second slip, third slip, fourth slip. Put first slip somewhere else. Hit it straight through first slip for 4. I went, okay,
It's good enough for me.
Hands down, I went, that's
good.
A genius, absolute genius. And, you know, played the game in the right spirit. You know, always played to win. Always had a good time on the field and off the field. You know, and he's a good mate. So he was up there with one of the best I've ever played with and against.
Stewie, thanks for chatting to us. It's been a wonderful half hour or so, longer actually. I think we've been going on. Great to hear you, and all the best for the future.
Cheers, Walt. Thanks, mate. Thanks for having me.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
I know, yeah. Let's not wait too long.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
How are I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. You just got back from holiday, haven't you?
I've been training camp. That was turning into a rehab camp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12 weeks now since I. Well, they're talking. I can't interrupt them while they're talking.
Come on, you can come in the middle.
Hi, I'm here. you both?
Yeah, 2 rehabs. How are we?
2 rehabs, yeah.
It's age, isn't it?
I know.
Have I?
I've tried to avoid that word, but it is.
No.
I have more.
sure
I have
not.
more of that than you do. You have years ahead of you.
Okay, girls. So I've been taking some questions from Lancashire cricket, and are we good to chat about it? Ask
we
you
are.
some. Okay. So first question for the both of you: what's the moment in both of your careers where you went, "I've fully achieved my goals"?
Don't know. Because I think that's the point before you decide you're not going to go anymore.
I was going to say, I don't think I've got there yet.
I'm not sure I've decided I've got there yet. I think that's all part of what I've got to find out. Hopefully, well, I don't know if it's hopefully soon, because that means like, oh yeah, I've done everything now. I'm going to kick back and not do anything else. So no, I think, and I've spoken to other athletes, I don't know about you, they say you're a long time retired, and knowing that you could still do more or achieve more or be better in yourself. Personal best performance is always the thing that you focus on, or certainly I have. Being better than you were yesterday as an athlete, and achieving your own personal best, being the best version of yourself. So yeah, when you find that out, maybe that's the time you start thinking about the end.
I feel like there's definitely things I've wanted to achieve that I have achieved.
Like mini goals.
Yeah.
Would you say like you have mini goals as an athlete?
Yeah, I think you have to, because otherwise the picture's too big. I think you have to break things down. And especially I think for me, having a bit of a split career, like kind of with Lancashire and then also with England, then there's things that I still want to achieve with England. There's still things I want to achieve with Lancashire. So I think that motivation is what keeps you going as an athlete, and probably what makes it really difficult to retire, because there's always something around the corner. There's always something that you want to or think you can achieve. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't say that I've achieved probably half the things I want to, though.
That's exciting though. The dial can always keep on moving for the both of you.
Yeah, I think there's things I've achieved and never anticipated. Like I never imagined I'd ever be a cyclist when I was a little girl. So I think you go into different parts of your career and new opportunities, and you take them with, 2 hands, or in my case 1, and just try and do the very best that you can. What the other things in cycling, that every cycle race, every road race is on a different course. So knowing what the course is going to be, for example, like last year at the Worlds, it was a really hilly, it was the hilliest course we'd had with the longest climb in the road race. It was the longest time trial we'd had. And that was the sort of race I'd always waited for and was living for. And it makes you think, oh, well, if they're going to give us that sort of course, what might they do next time? And it makes you excited to see what the opportunities might be. So yeah, there's loads of things that I've achieved that I never anticipated or never dreamed of. I feel really fortunate for those. And then there are other things you're waiting to see. Oh, but where might we race next time?
It's like a loads of time left.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I love that the first question you've asked, we've both gone, I don't know. That's a good start.
That's all right. That's fine.
But
We've
I
got a lot
also
of time.
think a lot of people think that athletes have got it all worked out,
Yeah.
that they know exactly what they're doing. And we know what we're doing day to day. We know the foundations that you need to be a strong athlete, to look after yourself as best you can, or you have mishaps, as we've both had in the last winter. But you have a kind of a way of working, kind of a operational principles, if you like, of being the best athlete you can be, of getting enough sleep, eating the right things, planning your logistics around recovery training from travel days, and all the different things that you have to do. We have certain things worked out, but we don't have everything worked out, and I think that's okay.
What are the biggest changes that you've both found since being in women's sport?
Well, for me, it's definitely going from an analog age into a digital age. Like my first international call-up was in 1992. So, were you born?
Just, yeah.
Just.
I was 91.
I was like, hang on a minute, got to do the maths here.
I wasn't there yet, but that's okay.
No.
Come back. Only by a year. Only by a year.
And so, learning how to promote yourself twice, if you like, because when you were trying to promote yourself, get sponsorship, move up in the world outside of your sporting achievements, you had to write letters, like snail mail letters. The internet hadn't been invented. You had to put pen to paper. Not everyone had a computer at home. Not everyone had a printer at home. That might sound daft. You couldn't print something directly from your phone. There was no such thing as wireless. Everything was cabled. So having to learn how to promote yourself twice, and then learning how to utilize the digital age as an older athlete, those have been the biggest changes for me, apart from the sort of sporting things. But you have to be able to get that to be able to settle on the sports field, I think.
So do you feel like you've had to promote yourself? You really feel like you have to promote yourself twice?
Well, you've had to learn how to promote, learn how to do that, learn how to move forward with a career. Because in sport, you never know how long your career is going to last. So knowing that you've got something to fall back on is always really important. Doing something alongside your sporting career, I think Kate and I both do that and always have, so that you aren't just reliant on one thing, because if it gets taken away from you because you're injured or ill or something happens, you need to be able to continue to live and work. So for me, that's been the biggest difference, apart from obviously the crowds and the way that you can watch sport, obviously streaming platforms and those sorts of things. But as a personally, having to obviously very grateful that things like Facebook weren't around when I was at uni, but equally you've kind of like gone through that learning process twice.
I think on that, I think women's sport in particular in the last 10 years, or I've certainly been told that a lot of it is on us to promote ourselves, to have a following on social media so that we can promote games. I mean, this isn't now, obviously, this is where it has changed now, but certainly when I was early 20s, I was being told to make sure I had an Instagram page so that people could follow women's cricket, because the big bodies weren't necessarily doing it for us. So I feel like from a female athlete point of view, it was kind of on us to be the voice. And that's something that's changed massively now. The visibility is huge, and in my opinion, rightly so, because you see day to day what female athletes are going through and working hard at, and you want to put that on a stage so that people can watch it. But from my point of view, it's professionalisation. Like when I was a kid, you couldn't be a professional female cricketer. It wasn't an option. I would watch the Olympics and see women on the telly, and that would be the only time I'd see really women doing sport, other than maybe Wimbledon for 2 weeks of the year. So yeah, the professionalisation and the visibility of it has been what's changed drastically from my point of view. Even starting my career here a long time ago now. I actually debuted when I was 13, which is frightening. It was 20 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
But that was a amateur sport then, and I didn't know that I could have this as my job, and it changed whilst I was still having cricket as a hobby. So it all sort of shifted whilst I was on the journey, if you understand what I mean. So but yeah, they're probably the two things that have changed the most in my time.
Okay, so it's kind of similar, if you're kind of rolling off that question. So England are coming to Emirates Old Trafford for the first time in 13 years? Yeah, 13 years, okay. So we've just been speaking about this, but where were you in your career at that time? I suppose 13 years ago.
Some maths. Well, we're approaching the home games for me.
Yeah.
Right. London 2012. So that was just a huge moment, I think, for Olympic and Paralympic sport. And it started that opportunity for parasport to be better promoted.
Sure.
Still not a professional sport. I think tennis. So probably tennis was first, like it was for women. Tennis is the only professional sport you can do if you're a para-athlete. And so I feel really fortunate that home games gave me that chance to work in women's cycling as well, as part of the team pursuit squad. That helped me to sort of springboard, the qualification for the games helped me springboard my professional cycling career on the road. So yeah, London was just huge, and it's insane to think how much has happened in that time, and that we haven't had a women's international here, because I have an 11-year-old daughter who was born the year after that, and so yeah, it's mad. I'm so excited to see what comes, and the crowds, and that partisan crowd is what you live for as an athlete. So England are going to be goosebumps here, and that's similar to how we felt in London in 2012.
I'm excited. Kate Cross,
What was I doing? So it was around 2012. So I made my debut in 2013, the winter of 2013. So I would have been aspiring to be in that team. And I remember I was really close friends with Sarah Taylor when she was in the squad. And she was up in Manchester, so I came and met her for a coffee before they played the game the next day. And I remember thinking how cool it was that the England girls got to play at Old Trafford, because at that point I'd not even represented Lancashire at Old Trafford. So this was like the holy grail. I'd not even
dream.
Yeah, not been out on the grass. It was like a bit forbidden. And I just, in my head, I just thought that that's the norm, that you get to play at your home ground, your home county ground, when you're representing your country. And I've still not been able to do that. And realistically, probably still not going to be able to do that either, because I'm not aligned with T20 cricket. So it's probably unlikely that I'll be able to get to play in that game. But for the likes of Sophie, Lammy, Ellie, all the young girls aspiring to play for England. Obviously, Sophie's a dead set in that team, but you know, for all those young girls now, I hope that that kind of shifts the narrative and that we do get more cricket up here, and that this does become a hub for women's cricket, because I've had so many great memories here, and I'm reliant on Lancashire really for the career that I've had. So I want other girls to have that experience, but also be able to then almost take that into their England careers as well, and make sure that this is a place that England women come and play cricket and have success at.
It feels really exciting for women's sport. It's like proper exciting. It feels like it's now the focus has shifted onto women's sport finally.
Well,
and
really
it just feels
has.
this real big excitement and buzz around it.
And it's the depth of that is being felt. So my daughter plays in an under-13 side, and
What does your daughter do?
she's a cricketer.
Oh my God, I didn't
She's
realise.
playing-
That's amazing.
Well, she's a dancer, but she's cricket, and she's playing in an under-13 side where they've had to split the league into two because there's too many to do just one. And it was one league last year, and now it's two pools of teams with like Stockport Georgians and Woodford and Langley and all of the local clubs coming, Marple, I think, with Hayfield. So, and they've split it. I don't know who's in the other pool, but literally you're starting to feel that come all the way down. And you know, it gives me goosebumps to think that this is what wasn't possible when Kate started.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to come as a group, as a league even. They could all come together. I'm going to be making sure as a mum on the sideline, be like, we're not going to play that. You know, it's obviously not going to play that night. You're coming straight from school, you're coming to Old Trafford because, like you say, this is what they should be able to aspire to be able to do on a regular basis, regardless of who's touring.
Well, by comparison, when I was 11, I was the only girl playing at a boys' club, and my local team was in Sheffield, the closest women's team that I could play for. So even in that short, I mean, it is a long amount of time, but in the grand scheme of things, and yeah, it's a short amount of time, and things have changed so quickly. And that's just so exciting that those girls can come and watch female athletes. Because again, I was watching Andrew Flintoff down here and Jimmy Anderson and people bowl.
Yeah.
Like I was never able to watch females do what we do now. So I think it's going to be so great. And the tagline with women's sport is always that you can't be what you can't see. And if you're not exposing young girls to cricket or to netball or to whatever sport it might be, then they're never going to have the opportunity to know if they even want to give it a go. So, you know, this stadium is here to have people in it. It shouldn't matter whether it's men, women, disabilities, whoever should, you know, you should be able to get people watching sport here. And that's what, hopefully, when we break that record, come whatever date it is, I don't know, I should have probably checked that. But
what's the date?
July the 9th.
July the 9th. Come July the 9th. Then
10,000 people we want to get, right?
We want more than that.
We want more than 10,000.
Yeah, because we want to break the record. I think the record's just around 9,000-10,000. So, but this stadium holds 20,000 people, so we shouldn't just limit ourselves to 10,000 people because that's the record.
So
we want to sell it out. Yeah, completely sell it out.
Yeah, and set the standard for what women's sport should look like.
Exactly.
And this goes back to 13 years ago. We'd never had sold out crowds. Like I'd never competed in front of a sold out crowd at home until the games in London. So we do sport over here. Like we used to talk about the Australians, and I competed in front of 17,000 people in a swimming pool in the games in Sydney, and that was like a goosebump moment. I was really glad I'd gone to the pool the day before my first race because I needed to see it, because I could never have imagined it. I was 22 or 23, I think, and it was just like, wow, this many people in a swimming pool, that's insane. And that's what we need to become the norm, that those full houses are not seen as something that you might or you might not get. It's just something that's there because people enjoy watching great sport, enjoy watching great cricket.
I know we spoke about this a little bit earlier about women's sport finally getting the recognition it deserves. And with it getting the recognition it deserves, do you think there's still a long way to go with where we're at now?
Well, unfortunately, we still don't get the level of coverage. So globally, sport is worth X trillion, but the percentage of that that's allocated to women's sport is still the same percentage. So it's all grown, and women's sport's got more, but percentage-wise, it's not any different. And that's the problem. And some sports have moved on further than others, but when you put them all together, it's not increased sufficiently. So there's a lot of work to do. That's why we are promoting the way we are for the Lancashire team here now, the Tier 1 system that we have in England, now that we have the international game here on the 9th of July. That's why it's so important that in cricket we do what we do. That's why it's so important that we do what we do in an Olympic and Paralympic sport. That's what's happening over at the other side of Old Trafford with the women's team. That's why each of us who own a little part of it, it's our role to make sure that we continue to lift, because column inches still isn't there, and the amount of airtime still isn't there. And this is a pivotal moment, like every opportunity that we get to promote women's sport, especially in cricket, because it's going to be in the Olympics in 2028. That's so crucial. And I think Paris was the first time the Olympic Games had a 50-50 male-female split, which was crazy to think it got to 2024 before that was the case. But that's one of the measures that shows us that we're still not quite there. And also, there were no females in the top 100 earners in the world last year, which is another example of why we're not quite where we need to be. So it has improved and the opportunities are absolutely there. But when you zoom out and look at it from a global perspective, we still need to keep doing what we're doing and keep working really hard. And we need those male allies as well. And we know the names of them, and we need to have way more of them to be able to help bring our daughters and our nieces with us on this journey.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really add much more to that, to be fair, but I also think that it's people's perceptions of women's sport that's changing. So I think 20 years ago, you probably wouldn't have got people watching women's cricket or women's rugby or whatever it might have been. But now, I mean, I'm saying this on the back of actually just hearing what happened in Australia with the guy on the radio. I don't know if you heard it, but there was a really misogynistic comment about one of the guys on Triple M talking about the Matildas and saying that it was like watching year 10 girls play football and stuff like that. It was just, it almost felt like you'd gone back 30 years. And yeah,
you'll always get those one or two people.
Yeah, and you will, and it is thankfully now becoming the minority. But what happens is those comments are still getting people feeding them. So there's still perceptions there that, in my opinion, need to change quite drastically. But you're only going to get that by having the right visibility, having the right columns, having the right split at Olympics, etc. So there is still a long way to go. But if you look at how far it has shifted in the last 15 years, then it has shifted significantly. So it's almost knowing what fires to fight. And I think that's something that I've learned as well throughout my career, is knowing what you can change and what small part of your corner of the world you can change. But actually, some bigger pictures are really difficult to make.
It's a marginal gains approach,
yeah.
Isn't it? If we all do our little bit, when we add it together, it'll make that significant difference. And sometimes when you're at the coalface, as we are, you don't notice the changes year to year. But then, like Kate says, when you zoom out, you do notice that we have made significant strides. We just need to keep that momentum up. I think it's too easy for people to say, oh, haven't we done a great job? And we're doing a great job. I think that's the difference. We haven't done it yet. We're doing it, and we're all still committed to keep, pushing that dial and making it, more possible, so that more girls can be following in our footsteps and in an even easier way.
I think when we get to a point where we've got a women's game here and we don't have to have this conversation about how do we break a record, that's when you know you've nailed it. But we're still having those conversations, and things are happening for the first time, or for the first time in 13 years, or whatever it might be. So there's still, things that you kind of want to push it along and boot it down the road quicker. But like I said, you have to know which fires to fight and when to do it.
So both your careers, very successful women in sport. If you could relive one of your moments in your career again, one of the moments that you would deem to be like, that was just such a success, what moment would it be?
Can I pick it all?
All right, that's a great career. If you're picking it all, that's great.
I'd love to pick. So as a swimmer, I really enjoyed, I think back to being 14-year-old in Barcelona. I'd probably redo the jump onto the podium so I didn't nearly knock over the Queen of Spain. That would be a good day to redo, but kind of edit. I'd love to be able to do something before I had kids and relive like that opportunity in London in a home crowd. But then Paris, where Louisa and Charlie were both there together, and I beat a 19-year-old, that final sprint in the road race, I do relive that regularly, because I just still pinch myself to think that last year went the way it went. So I've chosen 3 because I'm greedy.
That's right, let's do 3. Go on.
Oh, I'm not
1 to 3. 1 to 3, Kate Cross.
I've not got kids, so I don't need to take any kids back or bring my age up or whatever. I think one of them would be my Test debut, which was back in 2014. And I only say that because it wasn't really covered. It was on a live stream, so it wasn't really televised. I don't really have much footage from it. There's a couple of photos, but I wish I could kind of relive those 4 days, because I at that time was pretty much an amateur athlete. We'd just gone into professionalisation, I think, a month or two after that series. So how I got through 4 days of cricket, having never played more than 1 day of cricket before, was quite interesting. My body was quite sore after it.
I can imagine.
But then I'm probably going to say the Ashes in 2023 as well, and when I batted at Bristol. So it's very, very, very rare that I get to win a game of cricket for my country with a bat in hand. And I wish I could just bottle up how I felt that day, because it was just unbelievable. I've had a lot of scars from Australian games in the past, and to be able to walk off that pitch triumphant with bat in hand was pretty cool. So I wish I could relive that.
Okay, so what would you say is, in sport, in women's sport, is a common misconception that you wish could be like dispelled?
There's a sense that women need to do less.
Yeah.
And so if it's based on time, so the reason the distance is less is because you're going to take about the same amount of time. But in the swimming pool, the women don't do 90 metres front crawl because it's roughly the same amount of time as when the men do 100. So I really struggle with why other races have to be different. And we've started to address this in cycling. They're still addressing this. So they've finally moved the time trial on the track up to 1 kilometre to be the same as the men. But up until I stopped racing the track 3 years ago, we were still doing a 500 metre time trial to the men's kilometre. At the Paralympics last year, my time trial was 14 kilometres, the men was 28 kilometres. So we still have that issue that the women need to be doing less. And it isn't based on time, because some of the men that were doing 28 kilometres were riding half as quickly as me. So that isn't a reason. That isn't the reason. So for me, it's that idea that women need to be doing less for some reason. We're not capable of doing the same.
Who's making those decisions there?
It's
just men.
It's archaic. It's just been there. That's what it's been like. If you think that women weren't allowed to do the marathon till, was it 1984? They weren't doing the steeplechase on the track and field track until 1992. There's other events. I mean, they still do the heptathlon instead of the decathlon. Don't know whether that needs to change. That's something for the track and field athletes to kind of dig into. I know the women in tennis attempted to increase their sets to 5. They play 3 sets. But it's a regular issue that the women's race or the women's event is less. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed, because it's not because we're not capable of racing at the same amount of time. And I was part of a campaign to bring back the Women's Tour de France. It's still at 8 days. The women used to race alongside the men for 3 weeks back until 1986, I think it was. So in lots of different sports, it's been dialed back at the convenience of men's sport, and we haven't quite shifted the dial to reclaim our space.
And the argument with that is now there's money in the women's side of sport that they can fully concentrate on being an athlete, can't they? I imagine 20, 30 years ago, you're juggling a job, you're juggling motherhood, you're juggling all sorts, and still trying to perform as an athlete. Whereas now, you can have a job that is a professional sports person. So I feel like we had a few arguments like that, you know, women were having to take time off work to go and do an Ashes series, so that's why it could never be a 5-test match series like the men's is. But now we're fully professional athletes all the time, so we have that time in the calendar to go and do that. So I think tradition often is a really wonderful thing, but you still need to move with the sport, and I think that's sometimes what doesn't happen, especially with how quickly the women's game has moved. I think sometimes you don't we're playing catch up, rather than actually being proactive with everything. And the other misconception that I think is spoken about a lot and used against us quite a lot is the whole they're asking for equal pay. I don't think I've ever met a female athlete who has ever asked for equal pay to a man, but all I've ever asked for is an equal opportunity to what a male counterpart would get. So if that is training here at Old Trafford the same amount of hours that the men get, then why shouldn't the women have that? And I think we are very lucky here that we've promoted that brilliantly, and you know, Lancashire worked really hard to make sure that women's cricket is at the forefront here. So that's just always been my argument, is that it's never been about equal pay, but it's all about the opportunity. And just because you're born male versus female shouldn't mean that you get more opportunities than who you sit next to in class who's a female. So that's always been one of my big arguments.
And I think part of that opportunity is the resource. So resource then takes care of all of the other parts, which salary is part of, prize money is another part, and then the other opportunities that come with the role of being a professional athlete. And it's not about one thing. And I think one of the dangers is that organisers of events have focused on, we've provided equal prize money, and therefore we're providing the same event or opportunity to the women as we are to the men. But that it's not just about the finance, it's about everything else behind it. So if the race is less safe, it's over fewer days, it's over a shorter distance, then the money side of it is just one small thing.
Absolutely.
And if you don't have the opportunity, you can't prove yourself to be, you shouldn't have to prove yourself, but you can't promote yourself in the same way because you're not getting that chance to, with eyeballs on you in the stadium like this.
It's not just one tick box. There's a lot of things you've got to do. It's not just the money. So what are some of the challenges that you faced as a woman in sport that might be surprising to people listening to this or watching this today?
I don't think mine would surprise anyone, but it's just the fact that I've had to wear male clothes for a lot of my career in cricket. Male
clothes?
Yeah, like everything was male fit kit. It's only probably been in the last 5 or 6 years that our sponsor brands have started making female fit kit. Even like cricket pads, gloves, they're small men's sizes.
Boots
like
as well, though,
boots,
as well.
yeah. There's not really any female specifically.
And some of them are not small enough.
Not small, yeah, because
There are
our
girls
feet are
sticking
naturally
tissues in cricket boots to make them smaller.
And it's 2025, and you think cricket is big enough and sports are big enough that you would think that we had our own. I know of a few companies that are in the market now, but yeah, for a lot of my career, I've worn men's clothes, and like I look back to some of my debut outfits and the training kit I wore, and I was like drowned, and I'm representing my country, and I was like, gosh, I look a shambles. So yeah, I don't know whether that would surprise anyone actually, but that's, I mean,
It is surprising. I
it's
didn't
kind of
realise.
still going on now.
Well, I think the other thing that kind of follows on from that is that we got women's fit in cycling, but I opted for men's fit because women's fit meant it was shorter shorts, it was a shorter jersey, it didn't account for what an athlete body was, like it was just one shape. So I wanted something that was narrower, that was longer in the leg because it's more aero, didn't need it to be super short. I wanted the jersey not to ride up to above my belly button because I have a long body. So for us in cycling, whilst it was an attempt to create a women's fit, for me just going for the extra small men's was the better way of doing it. And I think it goes to show that all shapes and sizes do sport. So what we need is to have that breadth of range. We don't need to have just this sort of fit. Like if jeans can do it, you can have different, you can go into a shop and be completely confused by the different styles of jeans. Yes. The short, the boyfriend, the this, the that, the skinny, the not skinny, the bell bottom, whatever they are. Why can't we do that in sports kit? And so I've tried to go female fit, but it's not for this female.
Yeah.
One of the things I didn't anticipate when I became a mum was just how often babies would need feeding.
Even I know that.
No, but like literally, you finish feeding them, you'll get one effort in, you'll need to feed them again. Like that effort was less than a minute. You're hungry again. So I basically had either of them in the other end of the track centre away from the GB pet area where Barney was with them playing, and then I'd go and breastfeed in between efforts to make sure that A, there was not anyone screaming the velodrome down, but B, to make sure that then I could concentrate on what I was going to do. So having a settled and fed baby, however frequent that feeding was the best way for me to handle that early few months of motherhood before they went on to solids and mixed feeding. But yeah, it's just like, okay, so we're going to have you in the track centre and I'm just going to feed you after every effort. That'll be the way we do it. And that surprised me. I didn't expect.
Yeah.
But I also didn't expect how it was possible to juggle. And obviously I was lucky that Barney was able to come with me and do everything, or my mum was able to come with me and help support that. And it certainly meant that I came back quicker from each of my pregnancies. But yeah, it was the lengths that you go to, and you can turn anything into a breastfeeding sports bra if you need to.
Absolutely.
One thing that's not necessarily been a challenge for myself personally, but I think something that still surprises me in 2025 is how little research is done around women and periods and athletes and sport and stuff like that. Because I feel like a lot of our blueprints are taken from the men's side of sport, and actually, it happens once a month to every single female around the world. So there should be so much more research and a lot more training that is tailored towards women, I think, then
there is
isn't.
actually a lot of opportunity, but the challenge we have, so I work with Manchester Met Uni, is that a lot of athletes don't want to contribute their data. And so we have a role as older athletes. I'm working with MMU on studies into perimenopause and menopause, so that athletes, as they get older, there's still opportunity. Because if you look at the female population in age group sport, then there's a huge field for the men, and then there's a very small number of women competing. If you look at triathlons or cycling, or even in running as well. Running's perhaps closer to being 50-50, but we still have a challenge. Ultra running is where female athletes seem to go really well, because they do get better with age, and the gap between male and female in ultra distance is actually a lot less. But they really struggle to get the cohorts together to be able to do the studies. And I think it's really important that if there are women out there who are struggling, the young athletes that are struggling, that they are willing to contribute their data and what they're finding, because there are a lot of myths as well around cycles and training to your cycle, but you've got to manage your symptoms and train like everyone else, because not everyone has those problems. So what we need to do is try and give them that confidence that it's not going to compromise them as an athlete. If they let out those secrets, it's not going to make them judged. Because I think a lot of women feel, or a lot of young athletes say, if I admit this feels like it's a weakness, and if I admit that I'm struggling with cramps or pain or debilitating symptoms, then I'll be judged, and that'll be part of my selection for something. And that's absolutely not the case, but I think that's one of the reasons why we have fewer athletes contributing to the studies that are out there. And most of the studies are done on sub-elite, and that obviously doesn't necessarily work when you've got athletes who are full-time. So amateurs. Right. So they're sort of regional and national aspiring athletes, or they are older in a sense that they are in their 30s, they're not in their teens and 20s. And there's lots of reasons for wanting to study at all ages of the menstrual age, sort of child rearing age, because you need to see where bone density usually peaks at around 19, 20, 21 years of age. And the menstrual cycle has an impact. So a healthy menstrual cycle and laying down good bone density will help mean that it tails off less as you get older. When you lose estrogen and progesterone, then in your 40s, that's where bone density can really plummet. So all of those things are kind of interlinked, and trying to make sure that we have enough for those younger athletes. But it goes back to that challenge, is if you can't see it, you can't be it. Yeah. They're not coming into the sport in the first place. There isn't enough of them to be able to study either. And then they have that, oh gosh, what if I'm judged kind of feeling. So there's lots of challenges.
Yeah, it's the taboo though, isn't it? It's still the taboo within the country of that periods are just things to be quiet about and not have to, talk about.
And if you're having trouble, there's absolutely lots of support that can be provided to make sure those symptoms don't impact your ability to train, because there's lots of people who have no symptoms at all and are being really successful, and that shouldn't be the case. And I've got friends in cycling who have, and also in canoeing, who have come back from really debilitating endometriosis and won gold medals, and they were told, oh, you'd never be able to do this, you'll never be able to do that. And I think there's a difference between kind of primary care medicine through the NHS route and then sports medicine, and the support that we can give people with more challenging conditions around the menstrual cycle to mean that that doesn't impact on their ability to perform as an athlete.
I never really considered playing anywhere else. And, I'm quite happy to go on camera now and say that the schedule for 2023 is unacceptable.
It would be fair to say that your career wasn't smooth.
I think I care about the club. The club's been very good to me.
Was that a conscious decision to go then, or was that in some way forced upon you?
It's a good question, isn't it? I thought that might come up.
Did it take you by surprise, the enormity of the role and the scope of it?
You feel like you can put your points across and it never gets listened to, and who are the chief decision makers around how we try and move forward?
Do you get frustrated the fact that your job here is to promote Lancashire cricket in spite of the ECB demands on you?
I think one of the things I battled my whole career was belief, really.
Welcome along to our studio high up in the Player and Media Centre at Emirates Old Trafford for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. I'm delighted to say that this time I've got alongside me Mark Chilton, who has been associated with the club now since the late 90s as a player, opening batsman, captain for 2 or 3 seasons through the early 2000s, and in various coaching capacities over his time at the club. And he's now Director of Cricket Performance. Welcome along, Mark. It's good to have you along.
Thanks, Paul.
You were born in Sheffield. I didn't realise that. You keep that one quiet. But your formative years were spent no more than 5 miles away down the road at Sale.
That's right. Yeah. Not my choice to be born over there, but yeah, Mum and Dad was working over there at the time, so. And came to Sale when I was 1, which is just down the road, as you say. So I've never been a million miles away from this place, and I suppose it all started at quite an early age, just down the road on the streets of Sale.
So closely tied to Emirates Old Trafford, or Old Trafford as it was in those days. You were educated at Manchester Grammar, and that probably formed the earliest link with Lancashire Cricket Club at that time.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you may or may not know that Manchester Grammar was part of the old Lancashire boundary. Well, this is always my understanding of it, and that gave us a route into Lancashire cricket. So, as much as Sale is a Cheshire postcode, and I did represent Cheshire at a couple of year groups because it went out of the school system. Obviously, back in the day, it was Lancashire schools, and therefore, if you were associated to a Lancashire school, even one that was within the old Lancashire boundary, we had ways of getting involved. And obviously, David Moss, who still works with us, to be fair, was my cricket master at Manchester Grammar, and he was the person who essentially really drove that process and got me into the trial system. I remember going to Bolton School for the trial for under 13s, I think it was. So quite quickly after I'd started at Manchester Grammar, and got into that team many years ago. You got into that age group system then. Who were your contemporaries? Yeah, so well, interestingly, I'm the same year in age as Phil Neville. So at that age group, Phil was already pretty well established. There'd been a Lancashire Schools under 11s team which I hadn't been part of. So Phil was comfortably the best player, and I ended up opening the batting with him during that season. Andrew Flintoff came on the scene quite quickly, really. He was involved at Lancashire under 11s as well, so he obviously was a very promising young player as well, and he would play a year up. So he was in that team a little bit as well. So yeah, no, it was interesting. I mean, Phil was an excellent cricketer.
Would he have made it, do you think?
Well, on the evidence,
I mean, we're getting that.
Yeah, I mean, on the evidence we had, comfortably, really. I mean, he was sort of streets ahead of a lot of us at that age, really. I mean, physically he was quite well developed, and he was strong and he was quick. I think he carried on playing for a couple of years, didn't he? But even by the time he finished at 15s, he was still a very, very good player. So he was outscoring me on a regular basis, and I suppose I was doing all right. He bowled quite quick at that age as well. I mean, I know he didn't. I don't know whether he'd have developed into an effective seamer, but he certainly had real potential with the bat. Yeah.
From a personal point of view, then, being fortunate enough and bright enough to go to Manchester Grammar, and to be good enough to represent Lancashire schools, there was a balance, presumably, between maintaining a sporting enthusiasm and your academic qualities and skills. Where did that sit? Were your parents very involved with that, making sure that you had a good grounding in education? Did that come from school as well?
I never felt any pressure from any of that, really. I just think I had very supportive parents, regardless of what I wanted to do. I played a lot of football when I was a kid as well, and really up to the age of about 16, football would have been my #1 sport. So, balancing football, cricket and academic in that day was fairly normal. Lots of people did it. Manchester Grammar was a fabulous place to do that, and you got such good quality teaching and great support around all of it that it never really, I never felt like I was picking and choosing. I never sacrificed any sport for my studies. You just learn probably from an early age that you had to be reasonably time efficient and make sure you didn't
waste too much time. But I got so much pleasure out of playing sport that I never saw that as a chore. I never saw training for sport as a chore. And you just try and do as well as you can at your academic stuff as you go along, really. So I just had a lot of people who were very supportive of that process. And I mean, David to this day was he was instrumental in helping that support sort of happen through those years, really.
It was good balanced grounding then. You took the university route out of school. Was there ever a thought that you were good enough or could come straight to Lancashire from school?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think at the time, no. I think one of the things I battled my whole career was belief. Really, is believing that you're good enough to actually be there. And certainly at that time at that age, 17 or 18, I knew I was good because you in comparison to your peers, you were performing well, but it certainly wasn't nailed on for me at all. And I think the two key instances really, the under-19 cricket festival in Cambridge, which you'll probably remember. You ran for many years, and all the counties would go down there. John Stanworth was the coach of that team. David was the manager. John Stanworth was the coach, and I had a really strong week down there on quite difficult pitches. And I suppose I felt like I played at a good level there. I knew who my contemporaries were nationwide, and I was competing with them, I suppose. And I think on the back of that, John certainly thought, right, we might have something here. And I think it sort of played out where John probably recommended me higher up then. But by that stage, I was already geared to go to Durham Uni, so really hadn't really given it much of a thought.
It's an interesting one because, of course, at that time there was no academy, so there was no. It was straight out of the school system.
Yeah.
And if you were good enough, and there were very few that were, you got a professional contract. So in a way, by going to university and playing at a really good cricketing university like Durham, that helped your cricketing development as well as everything else, of course.
Yeah, hugely. It was such an important part of my development, really, for the very reasons that you've just said. If I'd have come out of school at 18, I probably wasn't quite ready to mix it with the staff that was currently happening. It didn't happen very often that. You had to be an exceptional 18-year-old to really push yourself into that professional squad. And that's why, even to this day, I'm still a supporter of the university system, because it gave you the opportunity to carry on studying and learn other things. But it also gave you a bit of time. And the academy system, we try and get players ready a little bit earlier now, but you know as well as I do that 18, 19, 20 stage, you never quite sort of know when you're going to be ready for it. And my experience at Durham was the second sort of big catalyst to me generating enough belief in myself and probably improving my play to a point where I actually felt confident that I think I can do this. Graham Fowler, an old friend of yours, was hugely influential during that period, largely built around belief, really, just saying you're good enough to do this. And that sort of experience, I started to think, I think I can mix it with other professional cricketers.
So when did the light switch get flicked then? When was the time? I mean, you obviously performed well at Durham and enough to keep Lancashire interested.
Yeah.
Presumably playing second team cricket in the holidays, etc. So when was the moment that you thought, I'm going to give it a go?
Yeah, I don't.
Or when did they come and say, we'll give you the opportunity?
Yeah, well, I don't actually remember a specific moment. I mean, that's quite a funny story, really, because I had applied to do business economics at uni, so I was all set to sort of get my head around that. But the first weekend I went to college, so I'd been at college for a week at Grey College up in Durham. Bumble phoned my dad, so David Lloyd, who was the coach, phoned my dad and said we'd like to take him onto a summer contract. So the first weekend I was at university, I phoned home at the weekend and they said Lancashire have been on and they want to offer you a summer contract. So from that moment on, really, so that was my first year at Durham, I was very much, right, I've got a chance here. And, essentially I knew that I was going to carry on studying as a normal student, play for Durham, but then in the summer I had Lancashire to go back to. So, as much as I suppose my studies might have suffered a little bit, because really from that moment on I thought, right, I've got a chance now, I've got an opportunity, I think my majority of my focus sort of went into then trying to be a pro cricketer.
Well, if it's anything like me, and I was similarly at Durham, it's about the best time of your life, isn't it? Because from April onwards, you're supposedly at university, but you're playing cricket for uni and whatever else, and then after that, you're playing second team cricket for Lancashire. So you've got the best of all worlds at a very early age. Yeah,
and that's exactly how I see it. I had a wonderful experience there. I mean, again, you know, mixing it with lots of other players who went on and had great careers. And I suppose there were three things I did at university. They would try and be a professional cricketer was the first one, socialise, and then work, and in that order. And really, it was a great time, and we were blessed really there. We had good facilities. The professional coach came in, so Graham got the job in my second year. So all the funding that came from the MCCU went into the universities in my second year. So we then had a full-time coach who was available to us. So, you know, lots of things happened for me around that period that were pretty instrumental and gave me a really good chance, I suppose. And then once you've got that opportunity, you've got to then take it. And I suppose with regards to a light switch moment for me, I know I wasn't the greatest player of all time, but what I was always able to do was I was just able to step up each time. So every time, so when I came back into Lancashire 2s in the summer, I started to perform well quite quickly. I had success at Durham University against the counties. So I was always able to just go that level up. And when I got into the first team quite early, you know, I performed quite well early on. And I suppose you think, right, I can do this. And, you know, I suppose Test cricket was always out my reach a little bit. Or maybe I didn't ultimately believe I was good enough to play at that level, but I had enough belief to have a decent career with Lancs. And you did just that. You forged a very good career as a batsman for Lancashire over a number of years, averaging over 32, I think, through your career. But it would be fair to say that your career wasn't smooth. It wasn't as smooth. You weren't always inked into the first team. You had peaks and troughs, sorry, in your career. One year, I think 2008, you were in and out of the side quite a lot. So looking back, has that experience of the ups and downs and the experience that you've outlined going through school and university, has that put you in a good position, do you think, in your coaching and now your performance director roles? I suspect so, but you know, what do you compare that against? You know, well, it gives you an example of having good times and bad times, which everybody has to a degree. Yeah. I mean, certainly understanding what it feels like to be 12th man quite often, understanding to go to bed the night before a game and not know whether you're playing or not. You know, I was never an absolute shoe-in for periods of my career. Experiencing the challenges of professional cricket, which the majority of cricketers would experience, but when you're an opening batter, sometimes that sort of feels even worse. You field for however many overs and you go out and get a duck in the whatever, you know, you do ask yourself, what am I doing here? What am I doing this? Yeah. So, you know, as well as I do, you know as well as I do, it's an emotional roller coaster at times, what we did. And, you know, I don't regret any of it. There were some challenging times. I think it probably gives me a sense of balance, but to be honest, I probably think I've always had that anyway. So I think I've always had a balanced perspective on life and how to approach things. I've always been quite observing of any environments I've been in to pick up whatever skills I now have to help me with the roles I've done. And I'm still trying to learn that all the time, I suppose. So I'm sure it probably will have helped, but then it probably helps being a world-class player because they have experiences that I don't have. So, you know, look at what McCullum and Stokes are doing with the England team now. So it's all relative to your own context, I think, and you just got to understand your strengths and weaknesses and what your possible gaps are, I think. I think if anybody wants to understand the commitment and the belief and the feeling you have for Lancashire, they only have to trawl through the archives and look back to that 2007 county championship year when Lancashire went into the final game
leading the county championship, just got pipped at the post and couldn't quite beat Surrey. I remember I did the interview with you for Sky, and I remember you being in tears.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I was choking back the, well, I wasn't quite choking back the tears, but it was a hugely emotional moment for you. And I've not really interviewed many people in tears before, but that just told me exactly what it meant to you.
Yeah, and I suppose when you're in charge and you're the captain, you're also carrying it for the team as well, and everyone who was associated with the club at the time, all the members and everybody. It was Lancashire winning the championship was something that we just hadn't done for years and years and years. So you felt that responsibility, and I suppose, yeah. I mean, I think the thing I'm most proud of, Paul, above everything is, and this was the one. My dad was an average cricketer, but the one thing he used to say was you just got to do your best, and you never know when you're beaten, basically. So you just got to give your all. And the one thing I can sit here and comfortably say is that every time I walked onto the field, whether I was fielding or batting, I tried my best, and I'm very comfortable with that. And really, I suppose it does sometimes that manifests itself in those moments. I'm not a massively emotional person, but that I genuinely thought we were going to do it that day. I think that's what I found that interview very difficult, because for 90% of the day I thought we're going to do this, and then it was just taken away from us at the end.
But that drive, that ambition, that emotion, you carry that through, I think, in your roles now that I've seen when you've been coaching and you were performance manager and now director of cricket performance. I think it'd be fair to say you carry that philosophy with you.
Yeah, and I think I care at the end of the day. I think I care about the club. The club's been very good to me since I was 13 years old. From the moment I've started playing for the club, I've got such joy and reward out of being involved with Lancashire cricket that it's almost it's a non-negotiable for me to just have that attitude towards the club and the team. And I think when you're really invested in it, you just want to see everyone involved in it and get the rewards for a lot of the hard work. I think that's an element of it as well. Really, is you see, take now for example, you see the effort that goes in behind the scenes that a lot of people don't see. From either the coaches or even the players when they're not on the pitch, and everyone who's involved around it, all the people at the club who work hard to provide as much support and resource for us as possible. And that's why last year was a bit crushing, really, because all you want to do is get over the line and win, because that it just brings so many people a lot of satisfaction, and a lot of people, in my view, they deserve that feeling and success. So.
You finished your career on a team high after the 2011 County Championship win. And was that a conscious decision to go then, or was that in some way forced upon you? Was it the county that didn't re-engage you, or was it a conscious decision?
I'd probably made that decision a few weeks out, so there was probably a glimmer of hope that maybe either I would get offered new terms, or I never really considered playing anywhere else. I think that was. I remember walking off at Egbert against Warwickshire, and Dad used to work down in the docks at Runcorn, and he used to come to Egbert a bit. And I remember speaking to him after that game. I hadn't had a great game, and I just sort of said, "I'm done." I think I can remember it now, and that was about 6 weeks to go. And I remember sitting with Lee Richardson, our performance psychologist, who was desperately trying to look at the positives of where I was at, and I just said, "Look, there's nothing you can say now." And I think in my head now, I've been through that roller coaster, and it was quite important for me that it might have been a few weeks. It'd be interesting to see what the date was, because at that point, I just then decided that the club and the team was onto something a bit bigger than than me. And at the back end of your career, that's quite difficult to do as a player, because you want your career to carry on as long as possible. You're earning money, you've got a family to look after. But I remember sort of finding a bit of peace with that in a way, and just going, right, all that matters now is that I can give what I can give to the cause, and because I'd much rather just, if we can finish on that high, then I'll be able to walk away pretty comfortable or very happy from it all. And that's essentially, so I'd sort of got over it with about 2 months to go, I think. Okay. Yeah. So. You
were well educated, obviously you got a degree at Durham, you'd been to Manchester Grammar School. At what point did you start thinking about what am I going to do next? Was it always going to be coaching? Because you're a level 4 qualified coach now. Yeah. I'm not sure you were at the end of your career.
Yeah.
Your playing career.
That's right, yeah. Was it always going to be coaching? No, not really. No, I suppose I'd tried a few things. I'd always had a bit of an eye on other things. I worked in a bank for 6 months, and certainly I was able to scratch that one off. I didn't fancy doing that for the next 20 years. So Morsey was quite a big influence. Pete was quite a big influence. I suppose when Pete came, I really saw. I know I talked about there have been influences throughout my career, and Graham was one of them at Durham. But I suppose Pete was someone who I really saw the value in real expert elite coaching.
He took it to a different level. I mean, I remember when he came here, I was on the interview panel, and he just blew us all away in interview. It was just a completely different approach. And coaching's evolved very quickly, actually, rapidly over the last 20 years, certainly.
Well, certainly my experience of working with him for 3 years, after that difficult year in 2008, I then went on and became Player of the Year 2009, and that was, Pete was a hugely important part of that, really. So I suppose I really started to think and believe in the power of good elite coaching and what difference it could make. And obviously, but opportunities were becoming, I suppose, more available within the professional game. So ultimately, that's where I ended up going. Yeah, I ended up going down, doing my qualifications, but having some time out as well at Manchester Grammar, which was also a really useful period for me.
But I sense there are steps in the Mark Chilton progression here. That it isn't purely cricket, because you didn't go from school to cricket. You went to university, you got a degree. You played cricket, but you did other things. You then got a level 4 coaching qualification, but that wasn't enough. You went and did a master's in sports directorship, I think. So there's always been something behind the progression. It might be sport orientated, but it's not just purely cricket. Would that be right?
Yeah, it probably would be right, yeah. And part of that is just an appetite to learn and improve, really, I suppose. Certainly the Masters, again, was an opportunity that I thought, right, this looks quite interesting. And as much as I was enjoying the coaching and the practical side of coaching, I suppose I did look at myself and think, what strengths have I got? And, management and managing people and leadership to a degree was something that I was interested in learning more about. So again, that was the people you meet through that process, and I suppose you're right in some way that there was always part of me that I wasn't necessarily just sticking my flag to the mast of being a batting coach, and as much as I enjoy the practical side of coaching, I suppose there were other interests that I wanted to explore. I mean, what I've never done, Paul, which is, goes against the grain a lot of the time, is I've never really set goals for myself. So I don't sit here. I certainly didn't sit in 5 years ago and say I wanted your job. It's not how I viewed it. It wasn't the case, and I've never done that. I didn't do it with my cricket, and I don't do it now. I don't sit here now thinking what next. I'm more about just learning through the experience of what I'm doing, and seeing what opportunities might happen. And really, through your support, I got the chance to do a performance director role, which led me just branched me off batting coaching, and I started to have to think about structures and systems, and then I was lucky enough to get your role, which has opened a whole world of new challenges and learning experiences. And I suppose in some ways I find that quite what's the word I'm looking for? Stimulating, I suppose. I find that quite mentally stimulating. That I'm learning all the time, whether it's HR, whether it's jobs, whether it's contracts, whether it's budgets. You know, you're quite right that I don't necessarily see myself just a single point of skill set. I'm quite willing to sort of experience different things.
I think it's a good job that you don't plough a single furrow, especially in the role that you're in now, because let's talk a little bit about that now. It's essentially Director of Cricket in all but name Director of Cricket Performance, and that is a relatively modern role within the game. All these roles have suddenly appeared: head coach, different types of coaching, specialist coaching. They were never around 20, 30 years ago, nor was a Director of Cricket. So Director of Cricket Performance, you obviously went into that role knowing the broad brushstrokes of the job. But I would think that within 2 or 3 weeks of taking on the role, you'd be thinking, this is interesting. Not quite what I envisaged. Did it take you by surprise, the enormity of the role and the scope of it?
I suppose in some ways, yeah, it probably did. I mean, I try not to have too many judgments about anything, really. It's not how I'm very much a here and now person, but I suppose, you know, reflecting on it now, absolutely, there are elements of the job which you'll be well aware that you think, oh crikey, I didn't. But then, you know, I don't know why I didn't think that, because ultimately, when you're leading on a department, ultimately everything comes up to you. You know, you're in charge of a group of people, a number of people across different areas, and therefore, you know, it's going to throw up lots of different challenges. And in some ways, you know, you've done the role. You're a CEO of the cricket department. That's what you are. You know, we've obviously got a CEO of the business, and I sit on the executive of the club. But in the cricket department, it all ultimately funnels up to myself, and therefore you are operating and you're leading on that area. So all sorts comes your way. And you know, I suppose one thing I'm still wrestling with is just finding enough time to really drill down at the performance side of the cricket. But ultimately, we've got a very experienced, knowledgeable head coach who's able to. I'm able to offload that a lot of that responsibility onto. But I would like to be able to step away sometimes to do a bit more of that strategic thinking around, right, how can we keep driving the performance side of what we do better? Which, you know, at the minute, I just need to find a bit more time to do that.
There's a lot of talk in all sports about improvement through small margins and the minutiae of approach through coaching, psychology, performance, whatever you like to say. Have you had time in the last 12 months to have a look at that aspect of things and see which of the smaller aspects that may be very important but that need more attention to detail?
Yes and no, I suppose, and where I come to with a lot of that is that this is still about people, what we do. So as much as there are data and there are 1%ers, you know, getting the best out of the people that you've got is really important for me, I think, and to really think about, have we got the right people in the right roles? Do people know exactly what is expected of them? Have they got the support and resource that they need to do their jobs as well as they can? You know, essentially, I think that's a fundamental part of this role, is looking at the people we've got involved and ensuring that is working as efficiently and effectively as it can, because more often than not, that's pretty hard to do. And that in itself is a core part of this job, is getting the team you've got working as effectively and efficiently, because they'll find the 1%ers. I think if you give them some accountability and responsibility, and you give them the support and you give them some clarity, they'll be the people who will find the 1%, 2%, 3%ers. It won't just all be on me. It'll be on all of us to say, right, you know, let's look at what we're doing, and you only get to that point by being able to manage that group of people effectively. That's essentially how I see it. Yes, there'll be things out there that You know, even talking to Glenn this morning, you know, I had a meeting with Glenn this morning. His experience in Abu Dhabi in the last 2-3 weeks has just created new conversations for us to have. And that's really what you're looking for all the time, is to just tap into people's knowledge. And we've got so many great staff here, which you know, we're blessed with some brilliant staff across the cricket department and across the science and medical team, across the grounds team. And for me, it's almost trying to get the best out of that, and that's where you'll get your extra 1, 2, 5%, as much as my learning away from here. So
I think that, yeah, you sum that up very nicely. Do you get frustrated, or have you come to terms with the fact that your job here at Lancashire is to promote Lancashire cricket and to try and achieve the best you can for Lancashire cricket, but you are doing it in spite of the ECB demands on you in terms of players?
Well, the short answer would be yes. So there are times when there is a degree of frustration where no matter how well you do your role, or you perceive yourself you do you well, you know, you might think you're doing everything, you're covering all your bases, you are still at the mercy of some other decision makers and some other issues that might arise that really impact your environment. We are not a, you know, look at, gosh, name any other sports team really. You know, just go across the road to Man United. You know, Man United and the manager and the sporting directors and manager, they're not having to manage the Man United fitting into another system. They're just, Man United, how can we get the best out of this club? We as a club, we are, and understandably and rightly so, we have a responsibility towards English cricket as well. You know, we do. That's one of our roles as a county, and therefore, whereas, you know, Ten Hag's not that bothered about England's performance in this World Cup, is it? It doesn't make any difference to him. All he's bothered about is his players and trying to maximise. So he's in control of a lot of it. American football teams, you know, all the coaches, the great books you read from the American football. It's a very closed environment that they know what they've got. If they do this, this and this, they've got a great chance of succeeding this. I feel in cricket we can do a lot of that stuff, and we are doing a lot of that stuff, but you're still at the mercy of, well, if we do that stuff, we develop really good cricketers, and then they go and play for another team. And Lancashire sort of don't benefit from that in one way, but we benefit in other ways, and we have to sort of accept our position in it all. Seeing what England have done over the last 24 hours is brilliant. You know, anyone who likes cricket and anyone who's involved at a county club should be very proud of that and seeing that, and we all play our small part in that.
Is there an onus on counties to start playing red ball cricket like England are?
Well, that's a good question, isn't it? I thought that might come up. Is there an onus on it? I think I listen to a lot of how England are playing. And what I really love about it is I love their intention. So I love the fact that Stokes, he sees a responsibility to play entertaining cricket. And I think it's just, the debate comes, well, what is entertaining cricket? And it's not always necessarily, but, you know, changing round and hitting left-handed and scoring at 7 runs and over. You know, we've all been in the game long enough to know that entertaining cricket can take very different guises and forms. But I think that should be our intention. I think, you know, red ball cricket for me is the purest form of the game. It would be a travesty if that diminishes. So therefore, we all have a responsibility to make the red ball game appealing. And I agree with Stokes that really he's prepared to risk losing to ensure that the game, to give himself the best chance of winning, but also to try and create a product that is exciting for people to watch. And, you know, lots of people would have tuned into yesterday's game, and if it had been a boring draw, lots of people wouldn't. And I think that's brilliant what they're doing, and I think we all have a responsibility to do that. What it actually looks like with regards to how you play on the field, that's where the debate lies, because if everyone starts swinging, trying to score at 7, 8 and over when the ball's doing a bit in April, We don't quite know how that's going to play out, but the intent should be to play positive, exciting cricket that people will enjoy watching.
Would that have formed part of your discussion with Glenn that you've just had?
We didn't. We only had half an hour today, so no. Yeah, I mean.
Or will it then?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I certainly won't be making any suggestions on how I think we should be doing it. I think it's something we just need to be very aware of, because all the modern players will now be thinking, oh right, well there's one way of doing this and there's one way of getting in this team, and for me there's not necessarily that. You know, again, it's about, you know, how we're going to manage this process where you see an England team and all the players just waxing lyrical about what a great environment it is to have that freedom. Great, get all of that, and I'm on board with all of that. But how does that transfer into your environment when, you know, you've got a developing group of players, you've got some young players in that team who are still trying to develop. So I think, you know, we should have the intention that this is how we want to try and operate, but we also need to be smart, and we need to be, you know, we need to be able to manage, well, when can be really positive. And I think that's what Stokes sort of, I think that's what he's doing really well, is he's picking his moments to be properly gung-ho. When he needed to get over the line in the T20 and the 50 over World Cup, he did it another way, and he did it, you know, and that he's an absolute champion, to be fair. I think what he's achieved in the last 2 years is incredible. But I love the intent, Walt.
Yeah, he's certainly a phenomenal individual. Just shifting slightly, what input could you have in terms of formulating the schedule and structure of English county cricket? Do you have an input as a director of performance? How influential are the directors of cricket around the country in shaping the future form of the game, which is imminent, basically? We know what it's going to be for 2023, but it needs to be adjusted.
Yeah. Well, obviously not hugely. I mean, you know the answer to that
question,
which is
well,
why
it's banging your head against a brick wall, basically. But I wonder if that brick wall that I felt was there when I has become less brick-like, if you like. Maybe there's one or two holes in it, or there's a chance of getting in there.
Ultimately, I don't know what I know what you're alluding to around. You feel like you can put your points across and it never gets listened to, and who are the chief decision makers around how we try and move forward. There are just so many different views. I've very much got the support of the club. So the club have looked at me to drive our decisions around the schedule. I don't think every club is doing that, for one. You know, I think, you know, really it should, in my view, it should be a directors of cricket debate, really, to try and find the appropriate schedule for high performance. Obviously acknowledging that chief execs and chairmen have an important part of in that debate. But the fact that we didn't get the HPR even closely, we didn't even get it close to getting supported, is sort of an indication that actually are the cricket people the key drivers behind the decision making? Possibly not. And you know, I'm quite happy to go on camera now and say that the schedule for 2023 is unacceptable. It is. So we haven't been able to get the HPR through. There's been no change to 2023. There are elements of it that are improved. But if you look at our schedule through May and through into June, you know, no high-performing team can operate at 100% all through that period. If you're really talking about raising standards and really trying to drive high performance through that environment, it's not going to happen. There's no time. So there's no time to reflect and review and prepare. So it just depends where the compromise is, and I hope that, you know, there'll be more discussions prior to April 23, because we need to know what we're playing for next season. That's been talked about, and that's important. And I'd just like to see some compromise, and I hope that cricket's voice is taken very seriously, as opposed to just making sure we have 18 successful businesses.
Finally then, from a Lancashire perspective, are you happy where the cricket club is at the moment in terms of its age group performance levels, its academy, and its men's and women's professional setup? It's a bit of a long question, that, but you know, in less than 100 words.
Yeah, I mean, on the whole, yeah. I mean, you know, I know we worked closely on it when you were in the role as well. So I think this has been, you know, where we are now has been the build-up of 4, 5, 6 years work. I think we've both recognised that there are key areas where we've made quite a significant difference and impact. I think coming second in every competition, as much as it's disappointing, you know, that shows you're doing a lot of good things right. I think the women's game is just, that's growing all the time. I'm really excited by the new signings. I think that can be really healthy for a team sometimes, as much as, you know, we've got a lot of passion for developing our own cricketers. I think bringing people in from the outside at the appropriate time can just kickstart and really give a catalyst to an environment. So I'm quite keen to see how that progresses, and, you know, we'll always be expecting big things there. So on the whole, the short answer to that question is, yeah, I'm very happy. As much as I think there are areas that we just got to keep working on, I think we're in pretty good shape.
Mark, thanks very much. 1 year into your role, you've had a fundamental impact already. Long may that continue.
Cheers, thank you.
Welcome along to this edition of Beyond the Boundary. With me today is one of Lancashire's finest, Neil Harvey Fairbrother, who was a diminutive left-hand middle-order batsman for Lancashire and England through the 80s and 90s, played over 20 years cricket here at Emirates Old Trafford, and was fundamental to Lancashire's one-day successes in those years. Well, Neil, nice to see you. Good of you to come back to the old place. I said Neil Harvey Fairbrother. With those names and those Christian names that you were given by your mother, it was destiny that you would become a cricketer, surely.
Well, I don't know about that. Unbelievable that I ended up a left-hander as well, that's for sure. But I think I did all right, because our two favourite cricketers were Neil Harvey and Herbert Sutcliffe. So I think I did all right with my name in the end.
I've been called Herbert a few times. But how, I mean, your mother and your father were obviously hugely instrumental in your development, not only as a cricketer, but as a person as well. I mean, what's your earliest memory of sporting interest in the family home?
Well, my dad played club cricket. And as I was growing up, he played at Earlsdown, which is Newton-le-Willows. So I can remember as a 6, 7-year-old lad going down there on a Saturday and a Sunday, and my dad's teammates would throw me balls on the outfield and things like that. Mum did the tees, and that was how our summer weekends were. And that I guess is my first cricket memories. And then because we lived in the village of Grappenhall, so Grappenhall Cricket Club was clearly nearer than Earlsdown, and Grappenhall weren't taking youngsters at that time till they were 11 years old, and I think I was sort of 9 or 10, and Dad managed to sort of squeeze me in, and that's the junior section at Grappenhall.
You weren't just a good schoolboy cricketer, you were a pretty good schoolboy rugby player as well. You played for Cheshire schools in both sports. Which was your favourite growing up?
It was 50-50. You know, I loved rugby, like I obviously still love cricket. And the day that I signed here, Jack Bond offered me a 2-year contract, and he said one of the things is that rugby will have to stop. And actually, it was a sad moment and a sad day. And I played rugby at Lim Rugby Club. And enjoyed myself immensely up there. I still have good friends from all that time ago through the rugby connections, and you know, I used to go and watch. And
I think it was a good job it stopped. I remember coming to watch you once, and it must have been probably in '82. So you might have just played. You might have been the winter of '82. Yeah. Anyway, I got there 5 minutes after the start to see you being helped off the field. And that was the end of that.
Well, it happened a few times on the cricket pitch as well, didn't it?
Oh gosh, did it ever. I remember that. One of your best innings ever, in my opinion, was at Chesterfield.
Yeah.
when you got hit under the chin. Was it Michael Holding?
No, it was Ian Bishop.
Oh, Ian Bishop. Crikey, yeah.
I remember
he was fast.
He was, well, before his back went, he was rapid, wasn't he?
He was.
He was absolutely rapid. And that was a quick wicket that day.
Chesterfield, Queen's Park was one of the best pitches in the country, wasn't it, at the time?
Mm.
And I remember you got hit under the chin, and you had I think you probably had some stitches in the end. And I remember saying, well, what's the matter with you? Get out there now.
In fact, I think I can remember that as well.
Yeah. Purely.
So I batted with Foxy.
Yeah.
We were 10 or 20 for 2, and I batted with Foxy for 2 or 3 hours. And I remember we were both flailing it around everywhere, with our eyes shut most of the time, I think.
Yes, it was pretty fearsome. Anyway, back to your early years. So rugby had to stop. Yeah. You made your debut here in '82, but prior to that, you'd played for Cheshire Schools and club cricket at Grattan Hall.
Yeah.
Where was the leap between that and getting into Lancashire's?
So I played at Grattan Hall, which was Cheshire. Went to Lymm Grammar School, which was Cheshire, although the school didn't play much cricket at all. But that enabled me to play for Cheshire Schools. So that was 13, 15 and 19 back in those days. And I remember doing well as a 16-year-old playing in the under-19s. I did well against Lancashire under-19s. And I don't know if that was a bit of a catalyst for somebody at the club here to say, oh, there's a lad who plays for Cheshire that might be worth looking at.
It's interesting because there's always been a path. I mean, I was a Cheshire lad, played Cheshire Schools, and came here and played. I played in the nets at Easter and had a club and ground game or two. But that you were a contemporary of John Morris, weren't you? Didn't you play together for Cheshire Schools?
Yeah. So
and he didn't come here, did he?
No, but he was from. I guess he was from Crewe.
Crewe. Yeah.
Yeah, he was from the Crewe area. So we played all the way through together for Cheshire, and he clearly ended up at Derbyshire. So you know, it was, if you were minor county-ish, it was pot luck, wasn't it, to a degree. There was obviously a little bond between Cheshire and Lancs at the time, which I believe has got stronger as the years have gone on, thankfully. And now there's a bit of a pathway, hopefully, for lads from our area.
When did you become aware of your talent, and did you have the will and the belief that you could make it as a professional sportsman, either as a rugby player or as a cricketer?
I think it's something. I mean, I loved rugby. I loved playing football. I loved cricket. So it was just a hobby, and it was great fun to start with. It was around. We'd done the under-13s and the under-15s, and then I started playing for Cheshire under-19s early, and I immediately did well. So I think then you know you're 2 years young and you're doing well at under-19s, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, I might be all right at this. And then got invited down here, like you, played 2 or 3 club and ground games, and then played a second team game, and thought that I needed a new bat to play in the second team. So we went into Stockton Heath, which was a village next to Grattan Hall, and there was a sports shop called Buller's Sports. And Mum and Dad took me in there, and I bought a Gray Nichols bat for the second team game, and it was about £3 too heavy.
No.
So coming to Old Trafford, it was here, we played Glamorgan seconds, and I couldn't lift the bat up. The ball was hitting the pitch and was quicker than anything I'd ever seen, so I had no chance.
And the combination of the two, heavy bat and a quick pitch, no good.
Not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Oh dear. So that was a lesson very quickly and early learned. You used Gray Nichols in your early days, didn't you?
Yeah, very early.
Then you moved on. But,
yeah.
Interesting. What weight of bat did you use then?
So all the way through my career, it never moved from £2.8. So that was start to finish.
Yeah.
Clearly, through my period, there were people that used lighter and there were people that used heavier. Now, I think the generalisation is that the lads use £2.10, £2.11 bats, but they pick up they pick up so well now. The bats are so big and they pick up so well that you pick a bat up and you think it's 2.7, and there's actually that much wood in it that it's heavier.
Here's a speculative question. Do you think you'd have been a different type of player with a modern bat? Because you were very much a batsman who structured his innings around moving the ball around, placing it in gaps, etc., etc. Would you have been tempted to play differently?
Well, you never know, do you? You never know. I do think that when we played, if I didn't hit the ball in the middle, then there was no chance of it going over the boundary. These lads at the moment, they're fitter, bigger, stronger, and they have bigger bats. So if they get half of it, it's still clearing the ropes, isn't it? You know, I never had that feeling. If I didn't middle it, it wasn't going anywhere. That is for sure.
Probably made you the player you were then, actually, because you know, you had to be meticulous in the way that you chose your stroke.
Yeah, I mean, I think I look back at the way I played, and I think early on I tried to hit big balls a lot of the time, and you know, I hit my fair share of sixes on this ground, not like the boys today, obviously. And then I think realised that there was another way to play the game, in one-day cricket especially, and that was to hit gaps and run. And run hard, and that is how my game developed. And then I had a period where I mixed both very well, the hitting and the manoeuvring of a cricket ball, and then latterly I think probably went too far the other way towards the end of my career, where it was just nudging it around into gaps, whereas the game perhaps was going the other way, and that's when boundaries were needed.
Were you aware when you were playing, and you played 85 one-day internationals for England, were you aware that you were developing a style of play that was pioneering? I think you were the first, whether you were called it at the time, but certainly in retrospect, you were the first finisher in the international game.
I don't think at the time you realise that. The one thing that I enjoyed was the run chase. I enjoyed the run chase. I enjoyed being in at the end, and I enjoyed getting this team or the England team over the line if I could. And I got immense satisfaction out of that, and perhaps my game developed on the back of those feelings as well.
You were a great manipulator of the strike though, and also you were excellent at marshalling the lower middle order to chase down totals.
Well, it was great. The lower middle order here for many years was full of strikers of a cricket ball, which complemented often the way I was playing. And if I thought we needed a boundary or we needed the next over to go for a few, then we all had confidence in each other, and whatever the advice was, the lads were taking it. So, you know, for long periods of time, there was Wasim Akram here, Mike Watkinson here, Warren Hegg here, Phil De Freitas. So all these lads, lower middle order, could all hit the ball into the stand. So when the time came, they were up for the challenge. And we complemented each other well. We knew each other inside out, and we trusted each other.
Let's just go back a bit. 82 you made your debut, but you didn't do anything in your first game. You were called out of nowhere, basically.
Yeah, I was actually playing for Grappenhall on the Saturday afternoon. I heard the phone go at about 9:15, and Mum came running upstairs into the bedroom and said, "Jack Bond's on the phone, and they want you to go in and play for the first team." And I'd only played 2 or 3 second team games, not scored a run. So I turned around to my mum and said, "Somebody's having a joke with you." And she said, "No, it's Jack Bond." So literally jumped in the car, came here, and you were all in the nets at the back. So I came up into the changing room, was hurriedly getting changed, and it must have been 10:30 because you all came back in. And all of a sudden, I was surrounded by my heroes, people that were playing for England, people that had made the history of this club during the 70s and early 80s, and I was absolutely dumbstruck. Knew nobody. Clive Lloyd was captain that day, and he came over to where I was changing, introduced himself. He talked in this big, deep voice, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And I didn't understand
and
the word he
mumbled
was
a bit
saying.
as well.
I didn't know what he was saying. And he sat me down in the cinema seats that were in the changing room, and he put his arm round me. And I felt obviously ever so small when he was sat next to me. And the day just went from there, and we fielded all day. And on the way home, I had to stop the car, and I was physically sick on the way home, I think from the nerves of the day and everything that had gone on that day. And then Monday afternoon, when it rained, and then Monday afternoon we chased Kent's total, and I didn't bat, and David Lloyd got 150. And obviously Bumble at the time was at the end of his career,
Yeah.
and he opened the bat and got 150. I remember it being a wonderful knock. There were 2 knocks early that stood out to me. One was that day, and then the first year on the staff, we went down to Horsham, and again, it was only my 3rd or 4th game, and Frank Hayes was at the end of his career as well, and he got a huge 100 at Horsham.
140 odd, I think it was.
Yeah, against Imran,
Yeah.
Garth LaRue.
Yeah.
And that innings also stood out, and those 2 were almost something for me to aim at. And Frank didn't play much after that either.
No, he didn't. It's interesting you say that, because that innings of Frank Hayes came after your debut innings, which
Yes.
didn't occur until 1983. And you made 94 not out against Warwickshire.
I did.
John Abrams was captain.
He was.
And there was, well, tell us about the scenario there, because 94 not out was a hell of a total.
So obviously that was my first knock. My first 4 in first class cricket was a bouncer off a spinner. So the last over before lunch, Norman Gifford, remember Giff?
Yes.
And he had a penchant for bowling the odd bouncer. So he must have thought, well, let this young lad have it.
Yeah.
And he bowled me a bouncer, and I managed to get it away for 4. That was my first 4 in first class cricket. But later on that day, I think there was an agreement that we would come out at 250.
Bob Willis was captain of Warwickshire.
He was. And I ended up batting with Jack Simmons, and I was 94 not out, and I think we needed 4 to get to 250. And Jack said, we'll stay on now. It won't matter. We'll stay on till you get 100. And he hit a 6. And that was 250. And I looked round, and Bob Willis was just walking off. You know, he was the opposing captain. He was just walking off. And looked around again and could see John was in the doorway of our changing room. And nothing happened, and everybody just walked off. So I'm 94 not out, and I'm walking off thinking, well, that's a great... I've had a good day here, 94 not out. Got into the changing room, and I remember you and Graham Fowler shouting as I went in, and then Jack came in behind me, and Jack threw his bat across the changing room.
I've never seen Jack as mad.
And Jack threw his, and he said something along the lines, if that's the way you want to play your cricket, you can all go and do one.
Yeah.
And clearly people were having a go at John, saying, why didn't you keep him out there?
It was a strange scenario, because I remember that clearly, and Bob just walked off, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Because Bob, I came to know Bob very, very well, obviously, over the last 20 years or so. And that's exactly the sort of thing he'd do, you know. But there was a bit of mischief in him.
Yeah.
I think as he got older, he probably realised it wasn't the nicest thing to do.
No. Well,
but it affected you less than you probably didn't realise what was going on.
No, I remember that night, we were staying up Hagley Road somewhere, and we went in a Chinese, and there were about 6 of us round one of those big tables, and I can remember that. And I was just pleased that I'd got double figures.
You have got the best memory for games and occasions, instances, call it what you will, that I have ever come across in a cricketer. You and I played together for the best part of 10 years, and I have very little memory of these games. And you just come out and can, not only can you say who was bowling, you would remember hitting your first four, but I think inconsequential things. Where's all that come from?
I don't know, but I can't remember yesterday now. But I can still remember, you know, some of those things. And we got our own back on Bob Willis, didn't we? When we won the '84 Bensons. And,
oh yes, we did. And you were out there at the end of that, weren't you? That was a fantastic day. It was our only success, wasn't it, for a period of time?
Yeah, you'd just become a dad, hadn't you?
I had the night before. Yeah. Ben was born on the Friday night. Yeah. And Bondi, bless his cotton socks, you all went down on a bus, I think, and he waited behind for me and brought me down in the car. Yeah. I didn't get to Lord's till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it was late
in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, it was late.
That was a euphoric day. But we had some bad times in the 80s, didn't we? Really.
We weren't very good, were we?
No, we weren't. We kept losing games hand over fist.
You know, 80, 85.
85 was a bad year. Yeah. 86 was a bad year, apart from getting to the final at Lord's. Just before we go on with that, you've already mentioned Clive. Let's just talk a bit about overseas players at Lancashire. Clive was obviously an adopted Lancashire and played for the county for 16, 17 years, maybe a bit longer.
Did he play that long?
Yeah, right. 68 to the mid-80s. Missed a couple of years when he was captain with the West Indies, of course, or playing with the West Indies. But we've been fortunate enough to have two of the very, very best in Clive and Wasim Akram. How much influence did those two guys have on you and the way you played the game?
Clive was, you know, he was left-handed. He was one of my heroes. So to share a changing room with him for 2 or 3 years was fantastic. Clearly, we didn't play like each other because he hit the ball
thunderously hard.
Yeah. But it was just, for a young lad to be in the changing room with the West Indies captain, you know, a heroic figure, was fantastic. I mean, that game, the final at Lord's in '86, he got a duck, if you remember.
The first ball.
And he walked on and he walked off, and as he walked off, I was walking in. I remember having tears in my eyes as he was coming off, because, you know, it'd been built up into his final, hadn't it? It was his last games for us. And he got a massive ovation as he walked on. I think the only person in the ground that wasn't clapping him on was Imran Khan that day. And then I followed him in. So, you know, he was a massive idol.
But your demeanour was distinctly different, wasn't it? You were nervous as a kitten before you went into bat, and Clive would regularly be asleep on the floor in the dressing room.
Absolutely. But with Waz, I mean, Waz joined us 88, and, you know, he was a young lad. So we actually, in many respects, he played here to 98?
10 years, yeah.
So in many respects, we almost grew up playing cricket here together. And, you know, it was amazing watching him develop. He came over and he showed the group of bowlers straight away reverse swing, and that clearly helped. It helped us, I would say, immeasurably from an older pro down to the young lads like Ian Austin at the time, who all of a sudden began to understand what reverse swing was, and I think it set us apart from other teams for a little while.
Well, Wasim became fundamental in Lancashire's makeup, quite obviously. He was one of the finest cricketers that's ever walked. But you were fortunate, I think, in being able to play in two separate eras of Lancashire cricket. You played in that team that developed from 87 onwards, and we won a number of one-day trophies through 89, 90. We started in 88 with the Refuge Cup, didn't we? 88, 89, 90, 91, and then there was another incarnation of Lancashire which developed around the mid-90s.
Yeah, I mean, 86, I remember we didn't win a championship game till August because we weren't very good. And I remember Steve O'Shaughnessy grabbing a stump at Leicester and running off like we'd won the NatWest because we'd won a championship game. So that's where our standing was. Then in 87, David Hughes took over as captain, and then Alan Ormrod began to
manager stroke coach, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I was playing as well, but I've still to this day wonder what the difference was and what happened in 87 to make us. We were challenging for the championship. We came second. What was the difference there? What happened?
If you look at the stats, I would imagine that a third of the way through the season we were the same as 86, and then by hook or by crook we won a couple of games. Lads started getting a few runs and a few wickets, and then we got on a roll, and we won. I think we won the last 8 championship games to end up second, and I think Yozza and Alan started putting a bit of discipline into the changing room and a bit of structure on and off the field into the changing room, and then those lads that had played well in 87 carried on, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
And then
from a personal level, did you start feeling comfortable in 87? Did you ever feel comfortable as a batsman? We know you're nervous. We know you spent time sitting in the back room in the loo and all that sort of stuff. That's just the way you were. But as soon as you walk down the steps, all gone.
Yeah, it was. I don't know why.
I never understood it. To be honest.
No. But as soon as I crossed the white line, all the nerves and the worry went.
So did you start feeling comfortable there, or were you always uncomfortable during the build-up to a match or an innings?
Yeah, I mean, nervous disposition, whatever you want to call it, and that never went away. From the first day to the last here, that never went away. But you get more experienced as time goes on, and you learn to look after yourself, and your emotions, and you work from there, don't you?
I suppose so. Were the nerves worse, or was it just always the same, whether you were playing for England in a World Cup or whatever?
No, it was no different, whether it was Grattan Hall under 21s or the World Cup final in 92, it was just the same. And when I walked on the field, it was just the same the other way. So
you've got a phenomenal record in terms of performance and longevity, really. You played in 3 World Cups. That World Cup final in 92, you were playing against one of your best mates in the game, in Wasim, and you very nearly got England over the line.
I mean, it was
would that be one of the greatest and worst days of your cricketing?
Without doubt. Without doubt. At that point we played here for 5 years together, and we'd become great friends, as you say. And that day we actually before knock-ups was lunch, and we actually sat opposite each other at lunch, and then we did our training, we went out, had a net, etc., and then he threw me a few balls into the net, and then the game started. Obviously he came in and got 50 when they were struggling, got them up to a good score. We were doing all right, and then he came back onto bowl, and we talked about him, and I had to obviously talk about him and what do we do if it starts swinging, and all I could say was make sure you play with a full face. If you're trying to run anything down and it's swinging, it's
playing with half a bat at your peril.
Yeah. So it was full face, and Alan Lamb and I had got a partnership going. He came back on and he bowled 2 Jaffas in 2 balls, bowled around the wicket away swinger to Lammy, knocked his off pole over, and then he bowled a massive in swinger to Chris Lewis and bowled him. So his hat-trick ball was the first ball of the next over, and I was on strike. And he used to have different ways of presenting the ball, and he got to here, and I knew he was going to bowl me an in-swinger on the hat-trick ball. But it was that quick, and it swung that far that it basically hit me on the pad. It was just going down leg stump, and it hit me before I was ready to play it. And I looked up, and he was there, and we just smiled at each other. And that was his hat-trick ball in the World Cup final.
I mean, he was that performance alone sets him apart from most other cricketers. But he was phenomenal. You say he had different ways of presenting the ball. He had a bit of a bunch of flowers, didn't he? When he, and sort of reversed his wrist. Yeah. But it all happened so quickly that you couldn't. I fielded it slip all the time, really. But everything happened so quickly. It was just on. The ball was on you. You'd been batting for an hour, and you said the ball. Hit me. Why was that?
I don't know. I mean, that day when he ran in, you knew that people were in trouble. There were days when he not jogging, but he wouldn't be at full speed. But he had such a quick arm and shoulder action that he got it down and through rapidly. But that particular day, you watched footage of him running in during that little spell, and he was charging in. And I can, we played on some hard, fast wickets, didn't we?
We did.
And I can remember you and Warren standing miles away when he was bowling.
Oh yeah, we were a good pitch length back, probably more.
More, I would say.
Yeah, 25 yards back.
Yeah, which was great. But,
I was hoping that Warren would dive in front of me.
He did a few times.
He did.
So to play with him and to play with Clive was great for all of us. It was fantastic. But you say Clive became an adopted Lancastrian. Well, so did Waz.
He did,
without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
And every time he comes back here, it's a joy to see him. And he's so well loved.
I think we've been very fortunate in Lancashire that we've had Clive Farouk as well alongside Clive, who still lives down the road. Wazim, every one of the long-serving and some of the shorter-serving overseas players has always seemed to regard this as home.
Yeah. I mean, back early in my time, Stephen Jeffries.
Oh yeah, Jeff.
Jeff, he was a great man, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
And he only had a couple of years with us, didn't he?
He wasn't dissimilar to Waz when he got it right, was he? Left arm, swung it.
Yeah, he wasn't quite as wasn't quite as sharp, was he?
No.
And then I guess the other standout during my period, he wasn't here that long, was Murali.
Oh, true. Yeah.
And did Murali play 2 or 3 years? And he was another great man. Absolute cricket badger. Came to play for Lancashire and knew what all the county players were, how they played. Incredible the knowledge he had and what he was reading up on just county players. And his first 2 games, his first game for us was at Southport, and I think it was against Warwickshire. He got 16 wickets in the game and we lost. And then we had 2 days off, and the second game he got 14 wickets and we lost. So he got 30 wickets in 2 championship games, and the rest of us had done rock all.
It's interesting you say this. Lancashire was hugely successful from '88 till you finished 2002. Certainly in white ball or one-day cricket, as it was then. Why didn't we win the championship?
I don't know.
Because the size.
It wasn't. It actually wasn't for the lack of trying.
No.
It actually wasn't for the lack of trying. And we got close. I think we were runners up 3 or 4 times, and never quite got over the line.
Well, yeah, I mean, you and I have probably puzzled over this for years. Not much point puzzling over it. We didn't get there.
No, it didn't happen.
We got close, and that was it. You also hold a record, couple of records actually. You've scored more runs on Old Trafford than any other cricketer. Do you know that?
I do know that.
Not first class, but
Yeah.
because you've played so many one-day games.
No, I do know that. And it's a nice little...
Is it ever?
It's a nice
phenomenal.
little thing, yeah. We played on some good wickets. We had,
Well,
we had the best groundsman in the world.
You were
in Peter Marin.
And you had a very good relationship and friendship with Pete, didn't
Yeah,
you?
yeah, absolutely.
You encouraged him, obviously, to make good flat batting pitches. I was looking at Glenn Chappell's record here. He played 20 years, obviously, and he was a fantastic bowler. And he averages 32 here.
Does he?
With the ball, which is high.
Yeah.
Everywhere else he's in the low 20s.
Yeah.
But they were phenomenal pitches, weren't they?
Yeah, but I mean, when Chappie started, what, 92? You know, that was in the midst of really good wickets. I mean, there were quick wickets, bouncy wickets, but there was no sideways movement.
No.
And once you got in, then it was great to play your shots. And I think that period was when we had those two different one-day teams, or different teams, not one-day teams. So we had the team from, let's say, 88 when we won that Refuge Cup to 91.
Yeah.
And then we had a transition period, and then we came again in 95, 96, 97, 98. And then at the end of 98, Fred came along and was part of that 98 team, and then it went from there. So there were two distinct good periods during my time. And there was an overlap of one or two people.
Let's just move on slightly. And you've been involved in the game for 40 years, and you've just mentioned Fred, Andrew Flintoff, who you managed as well and played alongside. Who are the finest cricketers in that time, both when you were playing and subsequently? Because you're fortunate enough to...
What, here? Or...
no, I think generally. But we'll start with here. Who would you say, if you had to pick one player, and I'm not talking about an overseas player for here, a homegrown Lancashire player, who's the most influential, best player in that 40 years?
I think I have to mention two or three, I think. Yeah. I think Mike Atherton was a fantastic batsman. So was John Crawley. I thought John was an unbelievable player. So if there's two Lancastrian batsmen, I think they're the two that just stand out. Skill-wise, Glenn Chappell as a quick bowler, not just because you sat here, as somebody that got absolutely the most out of their ability, gave everything that they could every day for the club. So I think you two as bowlers stand out. For longevity, Mike Watkinson played for 20 years as an all-rounder, and then latterly bowled some spin as well. So, you know, those are five names, and then you can't not mention Warren Hegg as well, who kept wicket for probably, I don't know, 16, 17 years for the club, and was one of the great Lancastrians.
Never saw him drop a catch.
Ever?
No, I didn't. But you must have dropped the odd one, but I never saw him. And we still keep producing players. I mean, as we're both well aware, there is a huge amount of talent around the northwest of England, and that we still produce right up to the present day. We now have Liam Livingstone and Saqib Mahmood and Matthew Parkinson. George Balderson is another one off. I won't call it a production line, but they're all destined, hopefully, to be top quality Lancashire players.
It shows that the club is set up reasonably well, doesn't it? And you know, I love coming down here now and watching these lads play, and I love 2020 cricket as well.
Yeah, I think you'd have been quite good at that, to be honest.
So you know, I do love watching these lads play. 2020 cricket, just going back to that for a second, I remember there was an extraordinary AGM at Birmingham in, what year would that have been?
What, the the PCA?
Yeah, and there was a vote on 2020 cricket. And every county cricketer in the country was in the room, and it was unbelievably split on would 2020 cricket work.
Well, it was treated as a joke, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was early on.
It was just, nobody was really interested. Thought it'll be a bit of a passing fad, and now look at it, look where we are.
Well, it's brought the game on in many respects.
Yeah. Talking about bringing the game on, where do you see the game going? I mean, red ball cricket in terms of Test cricket seems to be becoming concentrated really between England, Australia, India, and that's about it. The other countries, New Zealand, obviously world Test champions, but they, you know, they're in the process of demolishing South Africa. But where do you see red ball and white ball cricket? Is white ball cricket preeminent now?
I would say white ball cricket has certainly drawn up level with Test cricket. And, you know, we now have young pros who are being brought up on one-day cricket, really, aren't we? You know, back in our day, one-day cricket was very much underneath Championship cricket. Now it's certainly, I would say, drawn alongside, and if the governors of the game are not careful, it's going to take over completely.
You say that, and yet I remember our successes in one-day cricket and that instant hit of adrenaline and joy when you seem to outweigh the success and feelings that you had for red ball cricket.
Yeah, I mean, because we won, I think.
Yeah,
we won, and you're right. You know, sat in the changing room after we'd won a close one-day game. It was fantastic, wasn't it? And we'd all be sharing a beer and whatever else. I think the satisfaction of getting I'm only talking from batsman's perspective, the satisfaction of getting 100 in Championship cricket was also immense. But so was the satisfaction of being in at the end to see your team home in a one-day game. And clearly, the grounds were full in those days for one-day cricket as well, weren't they? So, you know, we were playing to big crowds, which always gets the adrenaline going as well. And we certainly enjoyed our successes, didn't we?
We did. You've had a hugely successful career, both on and off the field. Do you have any regrets about your playing career? I would think you'd obviously want to have played more Test matches.
Yeah, you know, there's probably not many people that don't have the odd regret, is there?
No.
You know, there's not many. And clearly, I played, in my mind, only 10 Test matches, and would love to have done better, of course. But then you look at the whole thing and you think, when you were starting out, if you'd have played for 20 years and you'd have played 100 times for England, would you have been satisfied at the start? And of course the answer to that is yes. So I don't think there's much point regretting things. Much easier and happier to think back and look at the good things.
Neil, thanks very much for chatting to us, and wish you all the best in the coming years and your still long association with cricket.
Thank you.
If you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players.
Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
We can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought...
What do you mean as a youngster?
Did think, not that I didn't believe in coaching. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected.
Where did the spark come from and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
The concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. Not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than 4th place.
Does that rankle with you, that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England? If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably will be it. Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. I'm delighted to say that my guest today is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket since the early 90s. His connection has been unbreached since 1992. He is one of the county's best ever quick bowlers, taking 985 first-class wickets, captained the side to the county championship victory in 2011 and is now the head coach. It's a very warm welcome to Glen Chapel. Glen, I just get the feeling that with all your enthusiasm and having got to know you pretty well over the last 5 years or so, that you'd still be playing if you could.
Well, I was lucky enough to be able to play for a long time. The body didn't let me down. And I still have a bowl in the nets now and again. I don't think I'm up to standing out in the field and diving around, but yeah, I still enjoy the skill stuff.
But 24 years as a player is a phenomenal span, especially as an opening bowler. What fortified you through all that? Through obviously your early part of your career, it's all said and done, but through the latter part.
Yeah, well, I think in 24 years you change a lot in that time, and your outlook changes. From starting off being surprised that you're a professional cricketer and wondering what you're doing, to going through thinking halfway through I thought I've had a decent career now, but it's going to take a big effort to carry on. And as I played for longer, I seemed to get more and more resolved to carry on and sort of do something that I could be proud of at the end of it.
Jimmy Anderson, no less, said a couple of years ago, he said, "I've never played with anybody who works harder at his game." That's a fantastic testament to your time in the game and the attitude that you put into it.
Yeah, again, I think I realised as I moved through my career that you had to put the right kind of work in. I'm not sure about working harder, but I did work as hard as I deemed necessary. But it became, you know, the work that you do is important. So if it's 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes. But if it's an hour, it's an hour. You need to prepare to play the next game you're going to play and to be able to get through a full season. And there's a lot of things around the edges of being a bowler that you need to pay attention to if you want to stay on the park. And that's just not the normal stuff. It's all the modern stuff that we do to prevent injury, to make certain areas of your body stronger.
Where did all this come from then? Because for a Lancastrian, which you're not because you were born in Skipton, and somebody who's grown up on the border of Lancashire and Yorkshire at Earby, what was your early influence in all this? Were your parents very instrumental in instilling in you a work ethic?
Yeah, well, work ethic, I think so, certainly. Certainly grounded people, but you know, they were both involved in the cricket club down at Earby. Dad was a pro in the leagues, played for many years for Earby, Nelson, Darwin. And we were a family who just spent time at the club, really. I had a lot of friends there, so we were always there playing cricket, whether it be tennis ball, in the nets at night with the men. And in those days you would progress quite early, so I was playing at 6 in the under-12s, I was playing at 11 in the 3rd team, and there were no restrictions on anything, so it was just a life spent playing cricket, basically.
Did you play at school?
No, only a couple of games. I think no, my school was more football. Played 2 games, I think, at school. Won one against another team who didn't play, and then we played against Queggs in Blackburn and got beat by about 200 runs.
So you're very much a product of family, club, and the Lancashire age group setup.
Yeah, absolutely. My school were very helpful. They were always keen to let me go to every representative fixture and training thing going. The representative stuff, because I lived on the border of Lancs and Yorkshire, I went to school in Lancashire, which made me qualified for Lancashire schools. But the first instance I remember was our club having winter nets at Burnley, and there was a coach called Jim Kenyon.
Oh yeah.
Who was connected down here. So he brought me down, and that was my first connection to the club.
Jim Kenyon was one of the stalwarts of the coaching setup in Lancashire in the 80s and way before that as well. And he must have brought quite a few young cricketers into Lancashire's books, I would say. Yeah, there's a lot of players of certainly my era, older and younger, who have good things to say about Jim. So I remember him coaching me in a similar way to what my dad would do, you know, challenging you, can you do this? You know, what about the in-swinger? I want to see 3 out-swingers, all that stuff. So that's good coaching. You know, back in the day when coaching wasn't really a learned thing, it was just experienced cricketers helping lads along the way. Well, it wasn't an occupation then, was it,
No.
coaching? I mean, I think coaching has only really come into its own as a profession, if you like, probably during your time in the game. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. When I started, we basically had a manager, didn't we? We'd call him coach or manager. And again, he would help us become better at cricket. But a lot of the learnings were from your teammates as well in those days.
So you teammates, who were the biggest influences early in your career, apart from your dad, obviously?
Well, all the fellas I played with at the club. I mean, that was an enjoyable and tough school. You know, a lot of what you call sledging and grown-up stuff in the leagues, people falling out with each other. But that, you know, that sort of made you appreciate what playing cricket against adults is like. And then as you move through, I was lucky enough to play above age in age group cricket. So you look at, I played with people like John Crawley, 2 years older, Ronnie Irani, people like that. So you're constantly learning from people who are more advanced, if you like, with more experience. And then coming into Lancashire's team, that was pretty daunting in a way, because certainly early on in my career, I think we had everybody else in the first team had played for England. So we had a whole host of quality cricketers from overseas, as well as, you know, homegrown players, others, Neil Fairbrother. When I started, I think Neil Fairbrother was captain. Then we had Mike Watkinson, others, Graham
Gallian, Crawley.
Gallian, Crawley, De Freitas, Wasim Akram, obviously a key influence, Peter Martin, Warren Haig. I mean, the list goes on and on.
So how influential were your peers then? Because you didn't play, I hesitate to say this, but like any player who goes on and has a really substantial career, you didn't play many second team games. No, a handful. So you're learning on the job, basically.
Yeah, you are. I'd played second team from 16, briefly at 16, then more at 17. Joined the staff on a summer contract in '92, and I think the team was struggling with illness and injury and
old age.
And old age.
Me.
You were still around,
yes,
telling us what to do at Crosby one day.
I remember. Yeah, God.
But I'd done well in the second team, and I was whisked off down to Hove to make my debut down there.
And when you came into the first team, it was predominantly as a bowler.
Yeah.
And obviously you were raw, but you would have had some thoughts and ideas about what your main strengths were. What were they?
I think my bowling was quite developed from a young age. I think at 13, 14, I had the skills and the accuracy required, probably better than most at that age. So I was always confident of those areas of my game. The bit I always remember, and it's probably completely different to lads nowadays, is that I didn't have any contact with professional cricket as a youngster, because we lived quite a long way from Old Trafford. There was no thought to come and watch a game here. I think my first game that I watched, I was probably 16. Maybe watched a couple at Headingley when I was 9 or 10. But the concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. So that was the thing. Different to now, we've got the academy, we've got lads coming through who believe they've a chance to play professional cricket. Didn't really dawn on me till maybe when I went on the under-19s tour with England, and then getting the contract. So it was all pretty quick, and it's like, oh my word,
There's already an element and a theme of being self-taught and self-reliant in your development. Would you say that has carried through now into your coaching mantra, if you like, and your philosophy on coaching?
Well, I keep trying to learn and become more aware of certain things. Certainly as a young player, not that I didn't believe in coaching, we didn't know what it was to that degree. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected, rightly or wrongly. People I thought knew what they were talking about. But at the same time, I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought
What do you mean as a youngster?
I did think I knew best quite a lot of the time. That's something I try my best not to let enter into my coaching theory. And as a coach now, I think where I'm at is that try and constantly make it about the player and the team rather than about yourself. Obviously, we still make mistakes, but I think that's the key. The players know a lot more than you think sometimes. So try and get the knowledge they have out into the open.
Yeah, it's an interesting progression, really, for you as a bowler, coming from where you came from, not having an awful lot of what you would call formal coaching, that you decided that that's where you would go once you were coming towards the end of your playing career. What actually prompted that? Where did the spark come from, and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
Oh, I think as I got older as a player, probably around 28, at the kind of age, I began to see what good people running teams could do and what they could do for a team. And it's not always about technical coaching. There is a big element of that at certain parts of the year. But it's how a team performs as a unit, and there's a whole load of things that go into that. And I think one thing that teams do now, probably in some ways better than we used to because with more resources, is they perform day in, day out with energy, and that comes down to all sorts of different things. You know, I think the players I played with early on, given the facilities and the training today, would be superb players. You know, absolutely. But I think if you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players. So more players come through into the system. The best are still going to be the best, but there are ways you can help, and sometimes that might just be to help them think about their game. And there's a load of other things that impact on players negatively nowadays. Distractions, more distractions than ever. You know, we spoke about the game constantly because there wasn't the elements of professionalism that there are now. So we were in the bar talking about the game, learning from each other, inadvertently, if you like.
You're the last of a whole long line, I think, of players who used to do that, spend time after the game talking about cricket. And you were very much an individual, a player who led by example. Bowling fast, opening the bowling plenty of overs a day is tough work. It really is hard work. You have to go through all sorts of strifes and stresses to be able to perform. So you led by example as a bowler and then as a captain. How does that transfer into coaching now? Because it's much harder to do that.
You can't do it. You can lead by example in the way that you do your job as well as you possibly can, and I think that's the overriding concept, that as a captain and as a bowler, you wanted to be seen as someone who could do the hard yards. However tough it got, you always wanted to set that example. And you had to enjoy it. You know, at the end of the day, I enjoyed that. The only way that I can think right now that transfers into coaching is do your job as well as you can. And that, you know, that's not me bowling 20 overs in the nets to show them I can do that. It's do the right things as a coach.
Do you get frustrated as a coach? Whether it be about tactics, players, attitude, what is the thing that does frustrate you, or do you put those frustrations to one side and concentrate on the good things, if you like?
Well, it's not a perfect world, so you can't walk around saying I don't get frustrated about anything. Players have massive challenges nowadays. The county clubs have huge challenges. The schedule of world cricket has changed massively over the last few years. They're challenges we've got to overcome. We've got to understand what our job is, because we can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. We're going to be pulled around a bit by different players' schedules, be that international cricket, franchise cricket, tour games during the season. all sorts of things. So we've got to plan accordingly and try and be as strong as we can, day in, day out, all year long. In terms of players' attitude, I try not to get frustrated, because what we do is a lot of work to make sure we've got good people, good lads here, and we have, absolutely. So there's not much frustration there. If there is, you pick it up and you try and get better. But over the course of time, especially when a team's being pulled around, you need people who come into the environment and out of it and come back with energy and enthusiasm, respect for their teammates, and want to do well for the club. And if you've got those, then things tend to run a bit better.
Let's come to that, back to that in a minute. I just want to wind the clock back a little. It's over 10 years now since Lancashire won the county championship. You were captain at the time. There were all sorts of constraints placed upon you then. You didn't have Old Trafford as a base because it was being transformed. The square was being turned round. You'd already been playing the best part of 20 years. And that win, that county championship win, just came out of the blue to those that weren't really associated with Lancashire. How did you formulate that season's plan? Was it down to you? There must have been elements from outside as well. But that was a phenomenal effort to win the county championship then.
So Peter Moores came to the club in 2009. I think we'd finished fourth in both of those years leading up to 2011. But at that moment, the team had theoretically weakened a little bit. We lost some senior players, Stuart Law, people like that. And I think there was an area of naivety. I mean, I was a senior player, but I wasn't a coach yet. But
you had much captaincy experience?
Yes, I'd done the previous 2 years.
Yeah, okay.
So I was into the role then, and I was not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than fourth place. And I think there was an attitude around, we just said, right, we're going to win the championship this year. And that's not always the best thing to say, because that can create early issues. If you start losing games, you can go from thinking you're going to do that to being nowhere. But we had a group of young players who were hungry, and I think we just decided to let's challenge ourselves, because there's nothing lost with that. We just said we're going to win the championship. That's our aim, simple as that, and that's what we said. We needed a good start to do that, but fortunately that's what we got.
The final game of the year was down at Taunton, obviously. You were suffering from all the strains and stresses that bowlers suffer from as they go through a season. You'd got a slightly, I don't know whether it was pulled or torn, or it certainly wasn't torn, ripped, but it wasn't clever, your hamstring. And you just powered on through. I think that sums you up, to be perfectly honest. If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably would be it. Would that be fair?
I hope so. I still can't work that game out in terms of my personal injury. I've torn a lot of muscles in my time, and I know what a torn muscle feels like. And I think into about the fourth over on day one, I tore a hamstring to the point where I couldn't walk. So I'm thinking, all right, so I had to go off, get some ice on it, get some strapping on it. And for the rest of the next two sessions, it was just behaving like a properly torn hamstring. So I thought I was done. I think back end of the day, might be remembering this wrong, but back end of the day, we had a point where, there was nothing to lose. So I went back out there, and you can always bowl a little bit, hobble around, but it wasn't much better. I had some incredibly tight strapping on it by Sam, the physio. But as I went on, it sort of eased a bit. It was still tugging, but it eased a bit. But bizarrely, by the end of the game, it was probably 70% right. And
talk about bowling through injuries. Well, we talk about that a lot as bowlers.
I don't. Who knows? Because I never got it scanned. Maybe it was me inventing something. Maybe there was nothing there. Maybe it was a weird cramp. Didn't feel
Tension.
Like that.
Could have been something like that.
No, I mean, who knows? But I don't. I can't say that. Yeah, I can play with a torn hamstring, because that's obviously not true. But for whatever reason, fortunately, it got better and allowed me to play a part in the game.
You've been, well, would you say that's the pinnacle of your career, winning the county championship in 2011?
In terms of a long-term achievement, because it's, just look at the history around Old Trafford. It's hard to win a championship here for whatever reason. We haven't managed it. Maybe that's a load of different reasons in different years. But to do it with a young team, you know, 16 games I think it was in those days, it takes a collective effort for a long period of time. So I think, yeah, in terms of effort-wise and focus, because it's an achievement over 6 months, it's not just a final.
You've been fortunate enough to play with a number of top class, maybe the best in the world, cricketers in your time at Lancashire. Two would be Wasim Akram and Murali. There are others as well. Who would you say was not necessarily most influential, but the best you've played alongside?
Well, those two are obviously right up there. I mean, watching Waz bowl was just, it made fielding enjoyable when we didn't enjoy fielding so much. But, you know, I'd stand at fine leg watching Warren flying around behind the stumps and the batters, you know, basically
Clueless.
either petrified or amazed at what's coming down.
Did he teach you much?
Yeah.
Did you ever get to master reverse swing, which he was the well, I suppose he was one of the pioneers of.
Yeah, I think I was decent at it. I wouldn't say master it because he mastered it, so I didn't do what he did. But I learnt from him, and you know, early on, yeah, it was going against the way it should go as reverse swing. But learning what length to bowl with it is quite important sometimes on different surfaces. And he was very influential. He used to be standing at mid-off and say, you know, he used to say, drop your shoulder, hit back of a length, because people used to think you put it up there when it's reversing. Well, he said if you hit back of a length, it tends to look like it does more. Obviously, there's a reverse swing Yorker that demolishes the stumps, but you don't always have the pace for that, or the batter might be up to that. But, you know, a few subtle tactical things he was great with. The other players, well, there's a load of them. I bowled at Stuart Low for a few years. And then
when he was playing for Essex.
So he played for Essex. And in the crazy days when we had a Sunday League game in the middle of a championship game, I'm pretty sure he got 100 first innings, 100 on Sunday and 100 second innings. So we were pretty pleased when he came and signed for us. And
yeah, he was a phenomenal batter.
What did he average for Lancs? 60 odd, 70?
Yeah.
So class-wise, in the brilliant Aussie team of that era, in my mind, he was as good.
Only played one test.
One test, 50 odd, not out.
Does that rankle with you that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England?
I always say no, and I can see the reasons why I didn't at certain times. I also think they made a mistake quite a few times, if I'm honest, because I look at the people who've played, and I've no problems with the good players who played a lot of tests. That's absolutely fine. And if I'm honest, I'm quite clear that I wanted to play. If I want to look back on an England career, it wants to be 50 tests. So 2 or 3 wouldn't bother me. That doesn't bother me at all. So way over it now. Not a problem. It's just cricket at the end of the day.
Exactly. Nothing you can do about it now. Suffice to say that you can take great joy from the career you've had at Lancashire, which isn't over yet, quite clearly. Let's just move it forward now, because your playing days are obviously gone, even though you'd quite like to carry on. They've gone, but you've been head coach for a number of years now, and you must still enjoy that challenge. What is it that really sustains you and keeps you going as a head coach?
I think the big thing is I want to see a team go out there and play together and be strong together and win. Obviously, I want to help put together a team full of quality. But it's that idea of building a team to win something and to know that you've earned it over a period of time. So then every season's quite demanding, but by the time you've had 4 or 5 weeks off, you start to be constantly thinking about what you need to do January, February, March to get ready for the new season. But I think with the club I've been at for so long, I just want to help us bring some success back, because we've now been through a period where if you put our collective results together, I think we'd be the most successful team in the country. We just haven't won. But we need to keep putting ourselves in those positions, playing good cricket all year to give ourselves that chance. But just keep believing that when we keep getting there, we'll be successful. But the overriding thing is to get a squad together who enjoy playing together, and we'll go out there and give 100%.
How does the head coach role differ from being, say, just a bowling coach?
Less time with individual players, and that's the big challenge, is to make sure you spend enough time with the individuals who want that time. You can still coach, and we do, so currently we don't have a specialist full-time batting coach, but as experienced coaches I think we're all feel that we can help in those areas, and obviously last season our batters had an incredible year. But less time spent with individuals, because you're always thinking about what the whole needs.
Yeah. During your time in the game, 30 years, I think we've already touched on this. Coaching has become, it's developed away from the periphery, and I think it probably was on the periphery when you started, to becoming a mainstream function now, where teams they don't just have one coach, they'll have specialist coaches for bowling, batting, spin bowling, fielding, wicket keeping, etc., etc. And the skills within those different coaching elements have become greater and greater. Let's just take bowling, for instance, fast bowling. When you played, started playing, variety and variation wasn't really on the agenda. It was about consistency of performance. Now we're looking at variety in all forms of the game becoming predominant, aren't we? We're looking at bowling, wobble seam. I mean, wobble seam's become a standard ball. I don't know, it used to be, I've missed the seam this time, but reverse swing has come through all sorts of different adaptations have come into the game in your time. So you are constantly adapting from the old school type of player and coach into very much a modern phenomenon. Has that been difficult?
It's enjoyable, to be honest. So as a player I grew up, as a bowler I grew up certainly with in-swing and out-swing and holding length. They're the key principles to fast bowling in England. And you'd have bowlers who weren't swing bowlers, they were called seam bowlers, and that might be because they bowled a wobble seam or a very straight seam, but that's a skill in itself. As soon as you tilt the seam in swinging conditions, it will swing. But there's a whole raft of different things now. So, for instance, the skill of a bowler in white ball cricket at the highest level, they have to bowl everything. They have to be able to bowl the old-fashioned Yorker, but they have to be better at it than they used to, because the ball's harder now, and the batters have practiced hitting the full half volley or the low full toss. You have to cramp for room, you can't give any width. When the batter moves, you have to know whether to follow or to go wide. When you go wide, you have to be able to hold length if that's what the ground dimensions of the pitch need. Slow ball, if you bowl a wide slow ball, you need to be able to bowl, the best will be able to bowl a full one, a length ball, a slow ball. And people watching on TV from the old school will be saying, he's just bowling a load of rubbish. He's all over the place. Slow ball bounces, all these things. But that's in coaching, it's in players' minds now. So when they're prepared to play against good players, powerful players who can hit it 15 rows back, when you're running into bowl with the right field, which who knows what that is unless you've planned properly, and even then the good players can deal with that sometimes. But you're not just thinking, I'm going to take him one side. What's his body shape when he's trying to hit the ball? Will a length ball be better than a short ball? Will a full ball deceive him more? it's unending, never ending. And that's really exciting as a coach, learning these new tactics as you go along.
It's a classic topic, and it's very relevant at the current time, because essentially what we're talking about here is one-day white ball cricket and variation and being able to adapt. But you and I well know that over the last 6 months, with the way England are starting to play red ball cricket under the influence of McCullum and Stokes and Key, that those sort of elements are coming into red ball cricket, nowhere better served than that test in Rawalpindi that England have won on the flattest pitch you would ever wish to see. So my point being, the game continues to evolve, and all for the better in my view. So let's just concentrate on red ball cricket for a minute. Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
Without question. Already has. I think it's been documented that Brendan doesn't like the term Bazball, so he's not suggesting there's any element to that. But the principles they're playing by is their willingness to lose in order to win. Shake off the fear of losing red ball games, which is inherent in all of us, because a draw was always seen as valuable. When you play in a relegation system, a draw will always be valuable. But how can we get ourselves to think win above all else? And if we lose, fine. So I think that mantra, that idea, is going to influence everybody in the game. Even more importantly, it makes red ball cricket enjoyable, because they're watching, and hopefully the supporters are thinking, yeah, we can take a loss because they're playing such enjoyable cricket, and they will win more than they lose because they're a good team. So without doubt, it's already inspired players. It's made coaches think about the best way forward for their team. You still have to do the best thing for your team. You can't copy someone else's methods. But I think the idea that winning is more important than potentially losing is something we can all learn from.
Are players, batters in particular, going to come to you, do you think, over time and say, red ball cricket, Glenn, I want to play the way that England are playing? It's my way to success, it's my way to better myself? Two
things spring to mind there. Is continuity of selection gives a player a chance to do that. So England are showing openly that they're backing players. That also gives players less chance to get in the team. But if you're going to ask players to take risks, they have to be sported. We want to win games of cricket, so how can we find ways to create space in a game to give yourself a chance to bowl a team out if the pitch is hard work? That's what England did in Rawalpindi. They scored at such a ridiculous rate, they had the time, and eventually they won out. So they're the sort of things that you need to think about. English conditions change drastically, so in the summer England were playing aggressive cricket on pitches that were doing a little bit, and they were sailing even closer to the wind there because, you know, a couple of pieces of bad luck early on and all of a sudden you've lost wickets. But they were saying, no, we're going to keep going.
Quite a relevant point, this. Can you see, and would you advocate Lancashire playing their red ball cricket in that way?
Well, if you look at the run rates from last season, we scored at quite a bit quicker than we had done previously. And we have players who are erring towards that style of cricket. Luke Wells, for instance, his early career was a traditional opening batter. His strike rate is now one of those along with the England players. He's going out there and trying to boss the game from ball one, taking it on. Keaton had an amazing season. His strike rate as he gets in is going through the roof. So he's taking his game to another level. The captain, Dane, has always been an aggressive player, but even more so this year. So, absolutely, but we're going to play how Lancashire want to play. And we're going to decide that. But absolutely, we're looking to win games of cricket, so we'll be trying.
Okay, we're coming towards the final part of this, beyond the boundary. Are you happy with where Lancashire cricket are at the moment, and how do you foresee the short-term short-term future, medium-term future of Lancashire cricket?
Well, if you look at the squad that we have, without any players being away, then we've got a terrific set of players at Lancs, all through the age ranges. We've just taken on 3 new players, one early on in the season, 2 new players, Josh Boyd and Tom Aspinwall, Matthew Hurst. So, and then I'm doing a little bit of work with the academy, and you see what's coming up. So we'll always have potential pros in our pathway. So absolutely, in terms of resources, player-wise, we're in a good position. And you look at the results over the last couple of seasons: second in the Championship twice, 2 more seconds in one-day trophies. We're right up there in terms of challenging for everything, whilst we've got young players coming through. So it puts a bit of pressure on because there's expectation there, but that's where we want to be, and we want to keep getting better. But we've got the players coming through to do that.
There's no miracle switch that you can click to get to number 1, but that's obviously your ultimate aim, to win trophies.
Yeah, I think one thing you can look at and say, right, unless the weather takes you out of it, to win a championship, if you're the best team, you've got a very good chance. So if you play the best cricket over the course of a season, you've got a very good chance. At the end of the day, in one-day competitions, you've got to win the last one. And you can't always control that, because when it comes down to 1 or 2 runs, you've got to just say, OK, we'll still look at the minute detail, and we'll do what we could have done better. But at the end of the day, you've got to win on the day.
Glenn, many thanks for talking to us, and many future successes for you and for Lancashire.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Well, we've got some news from Emirates Old Trafford. We've got a start time where the play's going to get underway at 4:30, which has taken us all a little bit by surprise. But we did say when we were in the studio, for viewers on Lancashire TV, and a warm welcome to our online listeners on the BBC Sport website and app as well. This morning, Richard, you and I are in the studio chatting about the possibility of play, and we said, well, maybe potentially something after 3 o'clock, but I don't think either of us were massively convinced. We're going to start at 4:30 and we're going to have 24 overs.
I'm very impressed by the groundsman's optimism as well, that he can have it clear in an hour basically. So yeah, great stuff on the part of the Old Trafford ground staff. 24 overs isn't a lot for Leicestershire to pick up the 7 wickets that they need, but it won't be fun for Josh Bannon to start with, obviously, and Marcus Harris. And if they pick up one of those too early, well, you just never know. But Lancashire will, let us emphasise that, expect to save this game.
Absolutely, but the fact that that it's just tantalisingly there, isn't it, for Leicestershire, and the way that it was unfolding last night, and that is clearly fresh in their mind, though the Leicestershire dressing room will be eager to have a go.
For sure. You know, does momentum dissipate overnight? You know, if they'd had another 4 or 5 overs last night. I had a chat to Peter Hanscom, the Leicestershire skipper, and he said they'd have been happy with 1 wicket last night. He said 3 was just amazing, really. But you know, there were some joyous scenes in the Leicestershire dressing room in terms of the sort of feeling among the players. So if they can harness that momentum and harness that confidence and really attack Lancashire, will the pitch have been affected slightly by having been under the covers for as long as it has been? They seem to get something out of it that the Lancashire bowlers didn't yesterday, so who knows? An early wicket, and it could be exciting.
For all the wrong reasons for Lancashire and all the right reasons for Leicestershire, it could yet still be exciting with 24 overs to go. So we're going to start at 4:30. So tea's been taken at 3:40 for the formalities of this. Tea at 3:40 with the start time at 4:30. So it gives the ground staff that extra half an hour with the scheduled tea interval to finish at 4 p.m. An extra half an hour to get everything ready, and then 24 overs for Lancashire to, well, a maximum of, or minimum 24 overs. I get confused in these final days, but 24 overs for Lancashire to try and bat to save the match, and Leicestershire to try and cause some chaos on the 4th and final day. The ground staff are working hard, and the cover's slowly being peeled back, and yeah, within the next hour we'll be underway on the 4th and final day. Lancashire 16 for 3, still trailing by 220 runs. 24 overs from 4:30. We'll catch you for that.
My guest on this edition of Beyond the Boundary is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket for over 60 years. Started as a player in the 60s, went on to captain the side, play for England, then became an umpire, first-class umpire, coached Lancashire, coached England, and became one of the 21st century's fantastic and best broadcasters. It is David Lloyd. David, it's great to see you. Where did it all begin then?
Well, back in 1965, and it began on the ground, and it's obvious is that, but when you played for Lancashire boys, you played here. which is a great place when you've got the committee and the coaches or whoever who can see the young talent coming on. We played right at the corner, right at the end, next to the pavilion, the old pavilion. And I did all right. So it was North v South, did okay. And then Lancashire versus Yorkshire and Cheshire, and did okay.
It was a fair trek in then when you when you used to start as a junior professional. Felt like it was a fair trek in from Accrington in the 60s.
It were 3 buses for a start. You know, when buses, upstairs it were for smokers. Now, I've never smoked in my life. I had the filthy habit. But you always wanted to go upstairs to sniff these blokes smoking these senior service and Capstan full strength. And you put your kit bag, if you remember, when you got on the bus, there was like a well. So you put your kit bag in, there was no chance of anybody nicking it. It was always there when you got to Moseley Street. I got to Moseley Street. And then I think I caught the 48 bus up to close by the football ground and then had to walk. But I wasn't the only one. There were lots of us came in that same sort of journey.
And you came into a Lancashire environment, and I think, let's be fair, in the early mid-60s, Lancashire weren't in a period of success, but they had some fantastic players. One of the finest bowlers of all time in Brian Statham, for one. Jeff Puller, Ken Higgs, Jack Bond was around.
Do you know, it's an absolute mystery. When you look at the calibre of players, you think there's some wonderful players, but you're dead right, we couldn't bat. We couldn't get runs. And Statham and Higgs got 100 wickets each, and I think we finished second bottom. And it was always... The laws of the game, or the structure of the competition was really odd. They kept chopping and changing, and I recall that you had to come out at 65 overs, you had to come out at 100 overs and declare 3-day matches, uncovered pitches. So you were always sort of manufacturing games to fit the 3 days, because inevitably, particularly here, we were losing so much to the weather. You look at Old Trafford now and the drainage, which is state of the art. Back in the 60s, no, it was just natural soil. And if it rained, you'd deluge and puddles everywhere. You just didn't play. And so we were always constantly manufacturing games over a 3-day period on uncovered pitches.
Mm. What about your first impressions then of Brian Statham and Jeff Puller? Brian was captain in the 60s, fantastic bowler, but not perhaps the best captain.
Well, we used to, Tommy Greenuff and I, and sometimes we'd play together. And Tommy used to say, we'll be coming on any time now. I said, how do you know that? He says, because the 48 bus has just gone past. He says, at 5 to 1, we usually come on when that goes past. So, and it's uncanny. That's a number of times that you get that last over before lunch, if the seamers had bowled first up in the morning. But Statham was a wonderful man. He was a fantastic man. And he just led by example, really. Jeff Puller was brilliant, absolutely magnificent. He's a left-handed opening batter. Here's this kid from Accrington coming in, batting at number 8, showing a bit of promise. And he would know that he's going to elevate, this young kid's going to elevate, and eventually he'd open the batting, which is what I did. But Jeff helped me all the way. He looked after me.
Was cricket your first love? Because you were a good footballer?
No, it still isn't my first love. I like horse racing, golf and football. I'm an absolute football fanatic. I love football, particularly lower league football. And I still go and watch whenever I can. York City, I live over York Way now, so we go and watch York City. I'm a season ticket holder there. They're in National League North. And even now, I take my boots with me, thinking I might get a do, because they're not very good. And of course, Accrington Stanley is my club.
But you were synonymous with the resurrection of Accrington Stanley, weren't you?
Yeah, I was the director for a while, and then my mate bought the club. And he pulled me on one side and he said, I've got some bad news. He said, I know you're a director, he said, but I'm sacking all the directors. I don't want any of them. I'm running the show. I said, thank you. Thank you. It's costing me a fortune, this. Because if one of the players, and this is in the bad old days, if he got subbed and wanted a shower and went and put the shower on, the floodlights went off. So we had to have a new electric system and so on. But we've now got a cracking club.
It's a bit different now. I've read in the papers this week that there's going to be a new champagne bar.
Yeah, it
Not
is
something
brilliant.
that is synonymous with Accrington.
No,
champagne.
I think that'll struggle really. We've got it's a conference centre, which is, I think it's 400 or 450. Hospitality and conference centre, which is bang on. And now we've never had it tarmac. We've got tarmac up there now, which is great when you drive your car in. But your cracking club now, Andy Holt is the owner, the chairman, and he's done a brilliant job.
Let's just come back to Lancashire and the late 60s. There was a sea change in Lancashire's performances. It was the start of a fantastic era of one-day success. What triggered that?
I think the club had in the 60s, there was this unrest. And then we got a great chairman. I mean, gregarious, right up front, a bloke called Cedric Rhodes. And he shook the place. He absolutely shook it up. And you know, a lot of things you'd say, I didn't like that about Cedric, and I didn't like that about Cedric, but he was here every day, fully hands-on. And he gave the club a real shake. And then Jack Bond took over as captain. When they were scratching their heads, thinking, who should we make captain? Jack
to
was
replace,
in the twos.
Replace Statham?
It'd be to replace Brian Statham.
Yeah.
And I think they advertised in the Telegraph for a captain. That might have been before Brian Statham. But Bondy was playing in the twos. And they give him the job. And I would think that would be short term at the time. But it coincided and corresponded with a lot of young lads coming from club cricket. And you were playing Saturday, Sunday club cricket, league cricket, knockout cricket. We all came together from different areas. Lads from down St Helens, Ken Shuttleworth, lads from up Mosley Way, Staley Bridge, John Sullivan, Harry Pilling, lads from down Lancashire League, myself, latterly Jack Simmons. And it clicked. And suddenly we got a one-day team playing one-day cricket to full houses. And they were glory days, real glory days. When you consider Sunday League, I think it started at 2 o'clock. You've got to finish your first innings at 4:10. Be 16, 20,000 on here. And again, when you do interviews like this, you can recall there were no advertising boards. They didn't have any. They weren't that sort of. It wasn't that sort of club. There'd be half a dozen people would work in the offices. That's it. And so the crowd used to spill onto the pitch with a boundary rope, and the crowd behind the boundary rope, and you could have 4,000 or 5,000 people sat on the ground. And so it was a great atmosphere. I mean, a fortress right on top of you, the crowd.
What was Jack Bond's secret then? Because
man management.
And undoubtedly, he had some good players, or some good players who were starting to come to the fore. I'm thinking of Lever and Shuttleworth and Lloyd and Wood. And the overseas players, Clive Lloyd and Farouk Engineer.
Yeah.
But Bondy's big secret, man management.
He got the great name, Bond. That was what he did. He bonded a team together. He was totally unselfish. And if we were in a jam, he'd go in and sort of stick it out, grind it out. If we were flying, he'd drop down and send John Sullivan or anybody else to give it a whack, Simo and David Hughes. So he was honest, unselfish, and great man management. I mean, he managed me. I could get a bit volatile, and he could manage me, no problem.
You say you were volatile, David, and that stuck with you probably through your career and probably still a little bit in your life now. But you've obviously learned to temper yourself. How much did of an influence was Jack Bond on you in your future, not only as a cricketer, but when you became captain and then coach, then an umpire? How much did Jack Bond influence you?
He was a massive influence, and two others at the club were massive influences, Edward Slinger and Bob Bennett. They were great influences, and they knew how to calm me down, how to sort of shut me up a little bit, as did Jack. But Jack must have seen something to push me as captain, because he was going to retire, and he told me that, follow me, watch what I do. And we went on holiday together, actually. And he said that, you know, you'll probably be captain, and you've got to pick things up, and you've got to learn how to step back a bit. I'm a lot better than I used to be. I think I'm all right now. You know, Jack believed in me for a start, but I've got to tell you a funny story. We went, at the end, when he was retiring, he was finishing, and I'm getting wind that I'm going to be captain. We go to Germany on an end-of-season jolly to, I think I'm in Frankfurt or somewhere. And this is an end-of-season jolly to end all end-of-season jollies. And we sort of celebrated every night well into the night. He's made me captain for this next game. So at night time, I thought I've got to get to bed, got to go to bed early. And I start mapping out on bits of paper where fielders should stand and so on. The morning after, we turn up and I'm like, captain, here we go, get yourself sorted out. There's only two turned up. So we tossed up, well, we'll have a bat. And we batted like, it's a 35 over game, batted like, and kept looking, is there anybody else going? And then Harry Pilling and John Sullivan staggered out of a room. Keith Goodwin, he spent all, it's like an army camp. He spent all day saluting all the soldiers, because he used to be in the army, and waving aeroplanes off, so I couldn't get him to the ground. And we shored up, I think it was me and Edward Slinger, either me and Edward or me and Bob Bennett, who opened the batting and just had to shore things up. And I've got all these bits of paper in my pocket as to where I could put my fielders. I've only got two.
I don't know. It's not quite like that now. I'll tell you. So that was basically after a very successful period. Lancashire had won the Gillette Cup 3 years on the trot, John Player League twice, and you then became captain in '73, following on from Jack, and were captain relatively young, weren't you?
Yeah,
what were you, 25, 26?
I might have been 26, 27. And we were just on the wane, you know, just on the cusp, right, you know, just on our sell-by date, if you will. And, you know, you're missing Clive. Clive, if West Indies were here, that's it, gone. And you didn't replace. You didn't say, oh, we'll get somebody else in for 3 or 4 weeks. And so, you know, we lost the kingpin player, lost the number one. Farouk, God bless him, what a wonderful character within the team, belligerent batsman, brilliant wicket keeper, just coming to the end. And so we did all right, and we continued Gillette Cup success, getting to finals. I think you've done great if you get to finals, particularly at that time in the 70s. If you keep getting to finals, you're doing something right. And during my time, we got to 3.
You won it again in 75.
Won it in 75. In 74, 76, we were just on the wrong end. We played Kent. And I think Alan Knott was man of the match. He got 15. And it was one of them dismal, nasty, horrible days and horrible pitch. And the game didn't happen, really. And we got beat by Northants as well. Although Northants at that time had a really good side. They had a good team.
But Lancashire, let's say since '68, have had various 11s, teams that have been hugely successful in one-day cricket and have only ever won the county championship once. Yeah. Why is that? Why? Is it the glamour of one-day cricket, do you think?
Yeah, partly. In the early days, with uncovered pitches, particularly on this side, and I know you can say, well, Yorkshire were very successful on the east side. The rain comes up here and it drops buckets on Old Trafford. And that definitely hampered us from the players that we had. But I mentioned Cedric Rhodes, and from the club perspective, he would make us fully aware that one-day cricket pays the rent. You know, we're filling the ground every time we play a one-day game, and you're winning. And spectators are clamouring for tickets, sold out every time. So we were under no illusions that one-day cricket was priority at the club. And if you did okay in Championship cricket, good. You know, you did all right. Yeah, you're doing all right. We had, I know we had one year where we were second and pushing to be champions. And we had a rain-curtailed game, final match down at Sussex. And it didn't just happen. And Tony Gregg, I think, were captain at Sussex at the time. And we just didn't push on and finished up 4th. But we had a really good season then. But one-day cricket was the king.
On a personal level, your cricket playing, it's a long time ago now, but it tends to get pushed back into the periphery because you've done so much in the game. But you had an England career which was perhaps too short, just less than 10 games, but you averaged 42 as an opener. Were you frustrated that you didn't play more for England and do better as an individual?
No, I thought I'd run my race, my time were up really. I'd only get into that team if Geoffrey Boycott wasn't around. Dennis Amis was a fantastic player. John Edrich had opened and just dropped down. So, you know, these are stellar players. And Boykes, for whatever reason, got injured when I got into the team. So I'm in form. They're looking for an opener. I got in, did all right. And of course I averaged 42, which helps when you got 214 not out in one knock. that done half help, get the average up. And so I went to Australia. I'd never really been out of England. Had a ball. We had a great time, great tour, great opponents, and they beat us 4-1 because they were far better. But I knew at the end of that, you know, once, and I come back with an injury, with a neck injury, which has reared its head like you wouldn't believe in this last 12 months. And I knew that if I wasn't fit and I wasn't in form, they'd look somewhere else, which they did.
Did you think to yourself then that the step up to international level was perhaps, unless you were playing at your very, very best, was just a bit beyond you?
Yeah, I did. You know, when I played here in England against India and Pakistan, I felt, yeah, well at home. Yeah, I'm good enough for this. But when we went to Australia, you come up against Rodney Marsh, who's recently passed away, the Chappells, Thompson and Lilly, Max Walker, and Ashley Mallett. You know, that were tough. And they were better than us, which is how it is. If they win 4-1, and we had good players, but they were better than us.
I'm just thinking that you know, your formative experiences, coming from Accrington, playing for Lancashire, your time under Jack Bond, your time as a leader for Lancashire, and then your time playing as an opening bat for England, probably set you in really good stead for what you were going to do in future. You went to be an umpire, and then you went to be a coach. Did you have a career path planned?
Definite.
And you really wanted to be, I mean, you were on the verge of becoming an international umpire when you went back into coaching.
Yeah. In my latter stages, so in my early 30s, early to mid 30s, I finished when I was 36. And I always said I wish I'd have finished when I was 32. And I'd gone in to see Chris Hassel when I was 32 and said, look, I'm thinking of calling a day because I want to do this. And he said, we'd like you to carry on. I carried on to 36, which was a mistake. I could have done 2 years, could have done to 34. But there were two things, that coming back from England and realising I'm just going to be a county player, I changed my game. I started being a bit of a dasher, where I was careful, building innings, you know, leave the ball. I started going after it, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. And the other thing that when I was 30s, I took all my coaching badges, which is the best thing I did, whilst I was playing. I did all this whilst I was playing. And you know what I'm like. I'm coming back from these coaching winters, which are tough, down at Lillishall.
Yeah.
Real tough. And I'm wanting to put all these ideas into play. And Bondi and Sav, just shut up. You just look, you just sit. Well, just sit down. We're not interested. We're not interested. But I got all these badges and
you were always a great thinker about the game, a great theorist. And you developed into a wonderful innovator, didn't you? Through your time as Lancashire coach initially.
Love that. First up, I came with David Hughes. Yozza and Alan Ormrod had parted company. I think Alan had gone. Hughesy was here, and I came in and looked after the twos. And that was a great time. I enjoyed that. Then Yozza left, and I was elevated to do the job. And so I was in cahoots with the groundsman, a bloke called Peter Marron. Pete Marron, me and him, and we had a dressing room attendant, called Ron Spriggs. So I used to get in here. So we're in the pavilion, all this side. And I wanted an office. I wanted to be away, but, if I want to pull a player, I want to come in here, I want to sit down. Pete Marron made me an office in the defunct urinals. And so he boarded these urinals up and proper lavish, but blocked them all off, and that was my office. It was brilliant. Right at the back of the pavilion, overlooking the police station and the town hall. And so every morning I'd get in here at 7:30, and Pete Marron and Ron Spriggs would come up and sit with me, with three of us round a table. And it sort of reminds me of like Bill Shankly and the boot room at Liverpool. And Spriggs would make the tea, big pint pots of tea, put them down. And Spriggs would sit down. He said, "Have you seen that lad in the twos?" He said, "He should be in the first team. I don't know how you're not picking him." And so Ron Spriggs thought he was picking the team. But it was, round the dressing room, I think I hit them hard, the players at that time, because I had all these slogans round the dressing room, all, commitment, character, charisma, all over there. And they're coming in and what that. I said, that's what we are. That's what we are. I had a sign also, "This is Old Trafford."
You were ahead of your time in that, though, really, I think, in terms of coaching. I think you innovated that sort of approach. I remember you playing music to the players as well.
Yeah,
to
little bit.
Stir them up or calm them down, whichever.
Yeah, stir them up. But when you say you play music, there were little clips, like a minute and a half, nothing more than that. And then I got them all to choose their own clip and play that. And so I wanted them to go out. I wanted to run down the steps at Old Trafford and flipping charge onto the field and let everybody know, particularly the Oppo, that we're here for business. That's what we do. And the one thing I said to the lads, I didn't say a lot. I said, we might not be the best batters, we might not be the best bowlers, but we will be the best fielders. We work like stink on fielding and fitness, so that we're just swarming all over them in the field. And that, I always, particularly one-day cricket, I had lads like Gary Yates, Peter Martin, young Glenn Chappell, Ian Austin, my lad Graham, Neil Fairbrother, Crawley, Atherton, Gallion, name them all.
Fantastic team, that.
Brilliant team. I said, in one-day game, you switched on. I said, there'll be one moment that we have to win. It's that moment of magic, that when somebody picks the ball up and runs him out. And I'll never forget, played Yorkshire on here, big game, Darren Lehman. He's probably the best overseas player they've had. And I said, we run him out. He's got a bit of weight, look at him, tubby. He's a bit tubby. I said, we run him out. I said, he'll want to get to the other end. We run him out. I said, if he's on strike, ball 5-6, tighten up, infield, tighten it up. We're running him out. Forget the other geezer, run him out. And it was our Graham. It was rapid. Graham was right. You wouldn't think
low
so.
To the ground as well.
He was low to the ground, and he picked. And I'm on that balcony there, across the other side. And as soon as he's pushed, his sort of back foot, which he's got another yard to make up
Yeah.
because he's on the back. He's pushed it, and Graham's moved round at cover like slow motion. And I've got hold of the edge of the and run him out, and he hit the stumps full on. And he would get no DR, none of that business. And we'll go to the umpire upstairs, and the square leg umpire give him out. And I'm jumping about on the balcony.
You had a very talented team. I don't think there's ever been a good coach of a bad side, has there?
No.
But
no.
let's forget that.
Yeah.
You were a good coach of a good team.
We forgot a bloke called Akram.
Oh, yeah, he was quite good. Yeah, well, there you go. If you have him, you've got two players in one, and one of the best ever, haven't you?
Well, I get asked every time, I get asked, what's your best world 11 that you've seen? So I start at number 8, I'll just put Akram, and at number 9, I put Warren, and then build the rest of it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's just break off. Shane Warne recently died in tragic circumstances. For me, he was the best spin bowler I've ever seen, and one of the top 3 cricketers I've ever seen.
And a great bloke.
Top bloke.
Fantastic bloke.
Kind.
Yeah, very, very generous.
Yeah.
Great mate. I'll tell you how good a mate he is from the other end of the world. If you're in adversity, he'll ring you. He'll just give you a call. And so that was a tragedy, but he lived life to the full. Sleeping was a damn nuisance. And so the whole cricket world will miss him. And there's been some great players. There's been some of the greatest players haven't been the nicest people. This bloke was top drawer.
And you were always a great admirer of spin bowling as well, and spin bowlers. Would he be the best you've seen?
Yeah, he is. Murali.
Yeah, well,
he's right up there.
Yeah.
And when you talk about spin ball, he's talking spin. Rip it, make it go both ways, which both of them lads could do. And so he championed the game, did Shane Warne. Not just resting back and, you know, I'm a great bowler, look at me, I'm brilliant. He championed the game of cricket, he cared.
He'd control the game as well, wouldn't he?
Oh, aye.
He would come under his spell, whether you were on his side or more importantly, if you were against it.
He'd make damn sure that him at the other end is playing me, not the ball. He used to, I mean, when I was in England, when we'd play against him, I'd say, don't play him, play the ball. He'll be right into you, which he was. He loved that aspect of it. Just a stare and a chip and a bit of something.
And a hugely perceptive commentator in
brilliant.
Later
Absolutely brilliant. Well. Big regret that he didn't become Australia captain. He couldn't become Australia captain, but you know, he had a very colourful life, and he will be sorely missed.
Okay, back to you. Back to your coaching, which you did with considerable success for Lancashire. It wasn't long before you were recognised by the England hierarchy and appointed England coach. That must have been a fantastic time of your life.
It was, with Atherton as captain. You know, that was a good combo. And Raymond Illingworth was doing the whole job, if you remember. He was Supremo. But Illy was great. You know, when I came in and took over that side of things, of sort of preparing the team. So let's look at that time in the late 90s, the coach, I would expect him
sorry to interrupt, but it's not a bad blueprint for where we are now with English cricket, the way it was then. Because we're basically rudderless at the moment, I think.
Yeah.
But anyway, go back to you.
Yeah, so Illy was doing everything. I came in to prepare the team. That's how it was. I always looked at, if I have to tell this bloke who's opening the batting for England how to hold the bat, there's something wrong. But you prepare them to play, and you're giving them knowledge, strengths and weaknesses of the opposition. We had monitors and VHS videos, all that sort of thing of this is how he plays, these are his vulnerable points, this is you doing brilliantly, by the way. Put little clips on, and that worked, and that was different. Nobody else was doing it. Nobody was doing that sort of thing. But the main thing for me would be to prepare the team and then hand it over to Michael Atherton or Alex Stewart.
The captain.
Because he's running the show then. There's nothing you can do over 5 days.
Were you not helped tremendously by the fact there was a influential, stable individual who was in charge of the ECB at the time, and that was Ian McLaurin?
Yeah, McLaurin was good, and he came in, and you could tell from his big business and Tesco's and chairman that he was a bit taken aback, and he had to.
What, by the?
Yeah.
Was there an amateurish nature?
Yeah. That's exactly.
Without being unkind.
Yeah, it needed to.
But you tried to bring it into the professional area. You've already said we did video analysis.
Yeah.
We prepared the play. We didn't coach them. We weren't technical with them.
No, but we had technical people, like as they do now. We had a bowling coach, batting coach, wicket-keeping coach who would work with the players. So if I'm head coach, I'm sort of preparing everything and organising everything, and then it's over to the captain who's not had to do anything with that. That's your job now, the team. You work the team tactically. You can't start, as I did with Winkers, start shouting, move him round there. Atherton, Stewart, or whoever, captain's the side. No, if you don't like the captain, change him. But that's the way that it was.
But weren't you, in conjunction with Ian McLaurin, instrumental in bringing in central contracts?
No, I wanted to.
You wanted
behind the scenes, it were always central contracts, but there was no money. They didn't have the money. And then there became a big sea change in the year 2000 when broadcast deals started up. And that's when England got on a level footing with the rest of the world with central contracts. Whereas players were, it's not just to play for England is an icing on the cake. Playing for England is your job. That's what you do for a living. And that's where you get your money. And now, fabulously, they're well paid. Cricketers are pretty well paid.
Who do you have, Anderson or Statham?
Oh,
Two Lancashire.
jeez. Well, number one, I'd say I want both of them for a kick-off. Anderson or Statham. Uncovered pitches. Anderson or Statham.
You can't pick, can
You
you?
can't.
Really,
You
between
can't.
them? I mean,
Do you know?
I know
think
Jimmy's career in numbers is far superior to Brian's.
Yeah.
But
in Test match numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, not in career numbers. Brian got 2,500 wickets.
Yeah. But about the same pace. About 85, lively enough, deadly accurate. Statham, in uncovered pitches, used to knock a little channel out. We're not talking about pitches with loam and clay, just the soil of the area. He'd knock a little strip out because of the accuracy.
It'd be the size of a dinner mat, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah, and Jim's the same. Yeah, just it's that God-given talent that they bowl that length that is so awkward for any batter. There's a magic length. It's a span of about that.
It's the length that says to the batsman, do you play forward
or do I play back? And by the time you've made your mind up, you've nicked it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's simple, but so hard to do.
Yeah.
Don't mind you not being definitive on that, that's fine. You've been in the game, as I said earlier, and we'll come to the end of this shortly, in best part of 60 years, in all your guises. And your broadcasting and your speaking has sort of sat in the background for a lot of it, and obviously not in the last 20 years, but you'll have seen an inordinate number of cricketers. And I'll put you on the spot now. I want you to tell me who you think is the best player you've seen who played for England for a start.
Kevin Peterson.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, number one, Kevin Peterson.
Because he could just bend everybody to his will and
do extraordinary things. And from the job that we did, he got you on the edge of your seat. You know, powerful, big, tall, commanding. Reminded me a lot of Ted Dexter. Same sort of build and had a presence. And I don't know Peterson. I don't know Kevin Peterson at all, really. Just say hello to him. But as an England player, he was my number one. Graham Gooch, brave, thorough, dedicated. Jeffrey Boycott, get past that. Get past that flipping lot. And I've had that many up and downers with him. Oof. Oh, with Lancashire, Yorkshire like that.
Yeah.
But I still class him as one of my best mates. Yeah. You're talking nonsense. I don't talk as much nonsense as you.
He's an awkward zone. So,
oh, dear me.
But fanatical about the game, and does he ever talk sense about it?
Yeah. Yeah, well, he doesn't now because he's gone.
Yeah.
Must be crackers.
Anyway. OK. Peterson, the best played for England, in general. Any country. Mm-hmm. Give me a player.
Batter?
Yeah, whatever.
Me three. I could qualify this and say the three favourite players are all West Indians.
Good.
Gary Sobers, Viv Richards, Brian Lara. Them three.
All left-handed batters as well.
Great players. Ricky Ponting. And there's the big debate that we can do it here in Lancashire's dressing room. You try and have this debate in Mumbai. Who's the best player, Sachin Tendulkar or Virat Kohli? Now, I've seen them both, I've worked on them both. Both unbelievably talented. And I've only got one place in my team. I've got one place at number 4, number 5, wherever. Who am I going to pick? Virat Kohli. Now, I've just alienated a country. They've got... But I'd have Virat Kohli, a real battler. I like that type of player. Another of my favourite players, Javed Miandad. Just a real battler. I get stuck in. Another of my favourite players. Now, I wanted to tell you.
No.
I wanted to tell you.
Tell me.
So my favourite and all time, we've all talked batters there. Yes. Wasim Akram.
I was going to say,
Akram.
You've left Akram out.
Well, Akram, every time.
Yeah, I think
and his mate, Wakar.
He was
great
phenomenal,
man.
Akram.
Wakar, brilliant man. The pair of them together.
Yeah.
Wasim and Wakar.
Yeah. OK, just before we say ta-ra, you've done everything in the game. I don't think there's anything you haven't done. Probably professionally scored the game, but that's by the by. Notching, yeah. So playing, captaining, coaching, umpiring, broadcasting, which element of your varied career have you enjoyed the most?
Well, at 75 years of age, broadcasting, although at the minute I'm out of work worldwide.
Won't be for long.
But, well, there's no better than playing, is there? Yeah. I loved umpiring. My lad umpires, my eldest lad, and I just said to him, don't take it too seriously. I said, because we've all been players and we're never out. Batters are never out, never. In this changing room, Livy comes up to me.
Well, he's never out, Livy.
Well, he comes up to me, and he's a flipping handy lad. Yeah. He can look after himself, Livingston. Yeah. He said, can you tell that lad of yours that you can't be out LBW if you hit on the pad playing a shot and you're outside the line of the stumps. And how quick as I didn't miss a beat, I was straight back at him. I said, you mean to tell me you've been hit on the leg out there? It's the flattest thing I've ever... You've been hit on the leg? I said, you should be able to bat out there without pads. I said, no excuse for getting... I'd have given you out just for getting hit on the leg, and walked off, and he looked at me.
David, thank you very much indeed. 75 now and still going strong. Keep going forever.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it. To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is so wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
I wanna fly
So here we go into the final throes of the game. 24 overs to be bowled in the final session of the match. We will be starting in around about 4 minutes. And a very warm welcome to our listeners across the BBC Sport website and app, and our viewers joining us live on Lancs TV as well. 4:30 start time, and we're going to, in theory, play 24 overs. We'll see how many we get of them. I don't think there's going to be any issues with the weather. It just depends whether Lancashire lose some wickets and keep Leicestershire interested in doing something, which Richard Ray would be, well, a pretty remarkable feat.
It would, I think, be the greatest victory that I have seen Leicestershire achieve. They've achieved a fair few when I've been watching, but none that would be quite so extraordinary, I don't think. Lancashire obviously clear favourites to save the game, but well, we're very much looking forward to seeing what Ian Holland and Logan van Beek can find on this pitch that has been, they sort of describe it as sweating under the covers, don't they, for, well, I suppose the best part of sort of 22 hours anyway. I don't know whether it's going to have any impact on it, but they got a little bit out of it yesterday. Can they do so again?
Yes, the 3 wickets that Leicestershire got late last night after Lancashire had a pretty long day in the field and then lost 3 quick wickets, and in truth we're on the ropes. Grateful that it was just 8 overs last night, because that was felt like that was potentially unfolding pretty quickly. In the end, Bohannon and Harris got Lancashire to the close, but still trailing by 212 runs. So runs are irrelevant really here. Leicestershire and the Leicestershire players just gathering at the edge of the boundary, and they've all a lot seem to be carrying little white and green towels. I'm not surprised with the amount of drizzly rain we've had for most of the day, but for Leicestershire, runs not an issue. It's about attacking and trying to take wickets.
Oh, absolutely. Confidently expecting 4 slips, 2 gullies, a short leg.
The whole lot.
Shortish, mid-on, mid-off. Yeah, well, why not?
Absolutely.
As you say, runs are pretty much, total, complete irrelevance. The Leicestershire team are wearing black armbands, and I am not sure why that information, whatever it is, has not been passed to the media. So we will try and find out what that's all about.
So Marcus Harris and Josh Bohannon, the 2 batters, heading out with the task of trying to make sure nothing untoward happens here from Lancashire's point of view. Ian Holland, who's peeling off his jumper to start things off from the James Anderson end, is very much determined to try and make something extraordinary happen in this final session of the game. Harris on 0 and Bohannon on 9, the 2 not out Lancashire batters. They lost the 2 opening batters last night, Keaton Jennings and Michael Jones, and the night watchman Anderson Phillip as well. And it was Holland and Van Beek that did, well, all the damage, caused all the issues for Lancashire late on. Both bowled 4 overs each. 2 wickets for Ian Holland, 1 for Van Beek.
Holland then in from the Anderson end, round the wicket bowls. A little bit of bounce, but plenty of time there for Marcus Harris just to lean forward and block it back down the pitch. 4 slips as we expected. No short leg, no leg slip. Holland is in and bowls outside off stump, pushed away by Marcus Harris to the extra cover boundary for 4. A little flock of pigeons flutters away as the ball passes reasonably close to them. Pitched it up on that occasion, Holland, and Harris just leant into it. I mean, he's the right person for Lancashire to have at the crease. Likewise, Bohannon, obviously a man in form, but Harris, been there, done that, and he will not be flustered in any way. Holland turns, runs in, bowls. Good line. No great movement though, and Harris can move forward. Nice head over the ball forward defensive. Out it goes to Lewis Hill. Fielding for once tolerably close to the bat at mid-off.
Yes, perfect person to have there for Lancashire. Well, both these two are Josh Bohannon and Marcus Harris. Of course, Lancashire this time last week were battling on to save a draw against Northamptonshire.
In goes Holland and produces an absolute beauty that just swings in a touch, hits the seam, straightens and squares Harris up, beats him to the wide. That was an absolute jaffer. In it goes, away it goes. Wow. Play that.
Well, it's those types of deliveries last night that got us all sitting up, because it was just nothing like that for the day.
In goes Holland, and somewhat more cautious perhaps Harris just manages to defend that one out into the offside.
Yeah, it's Holland that got things going late last night. Van Beek got a couple to really spit and jump at Bohannon, actually, on a couple of occasions. Two came back into Bohannon really sharply at the back end of the play last night. I mean, not seen anything like that all day.
Holland is in, bowls Fuller. Harris is carefully forward, pushing it out into the offside, and one over has been survived. More than survived, really. One absolute beauty in it, but also one lovely cover drive for Marcus Harris. 20 for 3. I'm told that Leicestershire are wearing the black armbands, or it is believed, because it's a little tribute to Jeff Evans, the former umpire who passed away, which I didn't know, and I'm very sad about.
Both umpires actually as well, aren't they? They've got black armbands as well. Two umpires here.
I remember seeing, I mean, obviously saw him when he was umpiring and eating with him at Grace Road and so on and so forth, but also I remember running into him at Scarborough, where he just turned up as a spectator. Just couldn't stay away.
Yeah, I saw that news yesterday.
Sad news.
Here's Van Beek from the Statham end. Oh, that's turned away by Bohannon. They do have a fielder close in, short leg. And Bohannon happy just to nudge that away for a single. That didn't get up as much as it did do on two occasions last night, but that type of delivery just jagging back into Bohannon is why that short leg fielder is in position there. 21 for 3. Harris on strike now. So you have 4 slips, short leg, fine leg, cover mid-off and mid-on for Leicestershire. It's Logan Van Beek from the Brian Statham end is around the wicket to the left-hander Harris, who just calmly plays the ball away to Roman Walker, who comes up from cover to field. There's no run, so Roman Walker on, do we?
I would guess Ben Mike might be off then on that basis.
Right.
He's unfortunately picked up a back injury of some kind. He didn't take part in the warm-up, and he is not on the field.
So the task falling to Van Beek and to Holland, and of course to Scriven, who got 5 wickets in the first inning. Left alone by Harris. And through to Ben Cox. So 21 for 3. It's a fantastic effort by, well, it shows firstly just how good the drainage is here at Emirates Old Trafford. I mean, we could have probably been playing within 45 minutes, but the ground staff got the outfield ready so quickly, and the water just, the surface water that was standing after it got moved off the covers just kind of melted away pretty quickly. Van Beek to Harris, again that's left, and taken by Cox, and there's no run, so everything was spick and span and ready for the 4:30 start.
He was only 70, Jeff. Officiated in 258 first-class games and more than 400 limited over matches.
The most wonderful Welsh accent.
Ah, it's a real pleasure to be in his company.
Van Beek brings Harris on the front foot and defends, and pushed away towards mid-off, and there's no run. He'll quite happily have a good conversation, but then explain things to you as well, wouldn't he? I mean, I'm not so sure that you'd ever tell him that he was wrong. But he was great in terms of I've been able to walk up and have a chat and just get him to explain whether it's decisions or whether it's just things that happen in the game. Final ball of the over. Calmly defended by Harris. And there's no run. It's a 21-4-3. Harris 4, Bohannon on 10. So 22 overs left in the day. And first and foremost, Leicestershire have absolutely earned the right to be in a position where we're right at the back end of the day and wanting to make sure that they have a little go here at Lancashire, even though as unlikely as it seems, it's still a position that they've fought to be in and deserve the chance.
Yes, had they just, we were talking about it, weren't we? Had they just picked up as 1 wicket, or obviously none last night, then I think we might have called this game. But enough happened last night to make it well worth hanging on. Holland to be bowling at Bohannon for the first time. Over the wicket he comes from the Anderson end, bowls. Bohannon is carefully forward, I think you could say. Bat runs, ball runs out on the onside, out towards mid-wicket. 4 slips, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, and a cover. And a long leg. Well, I suppose he could top edge up, maybe pull, yeah. But unlikely, you would have thought. Holland in, bowls, goes past the edge. Did it carry? Did it carry? Was it an edge? Either way, it wasn't taken by Cox diving in front of Kimber at first slip, but the reaction is such that it was a chance and Cox couldn't quite get his glove underneath it. It carried just, I think, did it?
He definitely did. Yeah, it did. Low to his right, one glove on it, but it did carry to Cox.
Outswinger took the edge. Leicestershire need to take absolutely everything. In goes Holland and bowls, and Bohannon leaves the outswinger on that occasion.
Yeah, I mean, it is a sharp chance, isn't it? Because it's low and it's one-handed, and it was dropping, wasn't it? It wasn't going quickly to Cox. It didn't have the pace to go at a good height. It was always heading down, but the glove cleanly on it, and you could tell from the reaction as well from Cox.
Holland in, bowls, very straight, but Bohannon everything behind it. Back up the pitch goes the ball.
Yeah, a chance early on, but
yeah, there'll be a few who you know, if Leicester do pick up a wicket or two, saying, well, they should have declared earlier last night, but hindsight's a wonderful thing. In goes Holland and bowls, thick inside edge of a defensive bat from Bohannon, squeezes the ball behind square on the onside. There is no square leg, so it's a comfortable single. But Josh Bohannon, he moves on to 11, 22 for 3.
Yeah, it's always, I mean, I always say it's easy making a declaration judgment when you're sat up here, isn't it? When you're kind of out there and you're in the middle of it as to what is the right thing to do. I mean, with so much rain around today, I think that may well have influenced the decision to, well, there's not much point really.
Holland is in to Harris, who's advancing down the pitch. In defence, hasten to add, not aggressively. It swings in a bit, but he just deflects it around the corner down to long leg for 1. End of the over, another one survived. 23 for 3 is the score. The 23 is an irrelevance. The 11, as in overs, isn't. 21 remain.
But there's always a prospect, isn't there, that these things don't materialise weather forecast like that, and you might even, you know, we might even get a session on the last day. Might just get a session. So try and give yourselves a little bit extra time last night to put Lancashire in. Maybe another 7 or 8 overs last night. Anyway, that's where we're at. There's Van Beek from around the wicket to Harris. Let's run away down towards wide third, and it will be 4 runs for Harris. And the score moves on to 27 for 3. The start of the 12th over of the Lancashire second innings. Quite a few results have happened over the course of the last couple of hours. A couple of draws and a win for Essex beating Worcestershire in an exciting finish actually at Chelmsford. Van Beek to Harris, 4 in defence, and there's no run. So Essex bowling Worcestershire out for 266. They've won by 28 runs, so they were within sight of victory, Worcestershire, with the last pair together.
Yeah, watched the last wicket a few times.
Yeah, it's a slightly controversial catch. Well,
extremely controversial.
It's Jamie Porter who took the catch off his own bowling. Van Beek into Harris is a good shot. It's 4 towards deep backward point. It takes him into double figures as well. It's 31 for 3. Yeah, he claimed the catch off his own bowling, but I think the Worcestershire batter Ethan Brooks was suggesting that it hit the ground first.
So too did the replays. However,
so Essex beating Worcestershire. Durham Yorkshire's finished in a draw in Division 1, as a Sussex against Surrey. Van Beek to Harris from around the wicket. That just deflects down towards the boundary, but he's going to call that a dead ball because he's not played a shot at that. So it doesn't count as runs. 31 for 3. And it's also finished in a draw at Derbyshire, so Derbyshire Northamptonshire. Draw in that game, so they're still playing in Kent against Gloucestershire in Division 2. There's rain for Middlesex Glamorgan.
Oh, they only need a few, don't they, Middlesex?
And they need 43 more. Forward goes Harris, and defends to mid-on, there's no run. Yeah, Middlesex 16 for 1, require 43 to win.
Hamish is calling for Tom Scriven to be introduced ASAP. And I'm kind of inclined to agree with him, really.
Well, he was the main man in the first innings, picking up his maiden 5-wicket haul. Van Beek in, forward goes Harris. That's steered away safely enough to mid-on. There's no addition to the score, so 8 coming off that over. Not that I keep saying this, not that it really matters. It's the wickets remaining and the overs left that's the key things here. But still, some runs for Harris. He's on to 13 now, 31 for 3, and 20 overs left, and the conditions couldn't be any more contrast to what we had
beautiful
this morning. Yeah,
bit more cloud building up where the weather's been coming from, but I think by the time it arrives, the result of the game will be known. Holland over the wicket to Josh Bohannon. Bowls. Bohannon clips it away through mid-wicket for 4. Over pitched on Midland leg. Survived one chance, but still very much ready to take advantage of a delivery like that. Leicester have posted their sort of support staff at various places around the outfield just to save the fielders a long chase back. So Josh Hull is at deep mid-wicket now, sitting on the steps.
So that's what he's there for?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Terrific.
I can see as in goes Holland and bowls straight, and again, just slightly playing across the line. With bat in front of pad, Bohannon defends successfully. I can see fielding coach Dave Whitmore over there at deep extra cover.
Oh, so he's underneath the hotel, yeah, I see, on the front row.
Yeah. I would imagine there's probably a couple below us at, well, there is a long leg, so maybe not at long leg. Logan Van Beek's down there, but might be at third man. Holland is in and bowls, and plunging forward rather Bohannon there. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but solidly behind it, solidly enough. Pushes it out into the offside. There are a few people in the ground, genuine spectators, handful, 20, 30 perhaps.
There's someone in the seats underneath the point that's been sat there all day.
Has anyone actually checked his alive. In goes Holland and bowls, and again on off stump. That's a difficult one to deal with. May have stayed a touch low because Bohannon examines the bottom of his bat, having managed to keep it out, examines it again. And Marcus Harris indeed comes down to the approximate spot where the ball landed. I'm not convinced that from all the way up there he's going to go to the exact spot. Holland is in and bowls. Bohannon plays that one well. Again, it was very straight on off stump. Weight, if anything, was probably more on the back foot than the front, but blocked it out. Back down the pitch. In comes the field. Not entirely sure why. So we've got a short mid-wicket now, and Van Beek has come up to shortest square leg. So they are both sort of in catching positions. Holland is in and bowls. Bohannon is forward, guiding it with an angle bat through the gully area. Ben Green chases it down. Ben Mike's ready to retrieve it for him, but Green picks it up inside the ropes, throws it back. Bohannon takes a couple. He moves on to 17:37 for 3:13 gone, which means 19 potentially remain, but I have a feeling once it gets to about 6, something like that, they might say that'll do. If no more wickets
Indeed.
have fallen.
Yeah. If our viewers on Lax TV, the seats underneath the point there's a spectator sat, and has been sat there for most of the day.
Steward's going to see if he's okay.
For that reason, just for this person alone, I'm pleased we're playing, because the patience has been rewarded.
Yeah,
some live cricket. There's Van Beek in and bowling with a leg slip in place. It's defended by Harris towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
Very good Logie boy.
Well, he bowled beautifully, didn't he, last night?
He did. He found a little bit of something, didn't he? But not really so far today. 3 slips, a gully and a leg slip now.
There is Van Beek in bowls. Just dropped out towards gully, where Ben Green fields, low down to his left. And it's no run, 37-4-3. Yeah, Lancashire this time last week had this tougher task of trying to bat through the final day to make sure they didn't lose the game against Northamptonshire. They're the full day to bat last week. Quite a sterner test in terms of time this week. Speared away down the leg side where Cox does well. The only chance so far has come off the bowling of Ian Holland. Ball that took the outside edge of Josh Bohannon's bat, and wicketkeeper Ben Cox got a glove low down to his right on that. Couldn't snaffle the chance. Harris on 13. Van Beek is back of a length to Harris, and that's tapped away down to gully where Ben Green fields, and there's no run. 37-4-3. And there's a little pocket of supporters underneath the pavilion, maybe 10 or so sat in the seats below the pavilion.
They were sitting around a big table in the long room, or to one side of the long room, when I went across this morning. The steward said, if you've got a pack of cards, you'd be very popular. I didn't.
A Beek around the wicket to Harris, left and through to Cox. And there's no run. 37-4-3. He's on 13, so the final ball for the over for Van Beek. Just one that threatened to produce the effect that he managed to get late on yesterday. It's quite a sharp bounce and movement off the pitch. It's a nice shot. It's going to be 4 for Harris. Little half shuffle forward and then a beautiful square drive towards the point boundary. 4 runs for Harris, and Lancashire 41 for 3.
That was a good shot in another way as well, because it ran across the sort of blue covers over there, and Dev Watmore picked it up on the other side somewhat gingerly and then shook it off. So I'm guessing there's a few puddles on those covers, and the ball might have got a bit of moisture on it. Certainly there's a certain amount of drying going on out there, so that wouldn't have done it any good at all from the bowling side's point of view. Right, Cox is going to stand up to Holland, which is a biggish ask, because he gets it through at a reasonable lick. More to the point, he moves it. This could be a big ask of Ben Cox. Let's see how he gets on. Holland in from the Anderson end, bowls, Bohannon defends. Again, just closes the bat face on it, pushes it out to mid-wicket, short-ish mid-wicket.
It's an interesting decision to stand up, isn't it? Because he has got a little movement away from Bohannon so far in this very early part of this short session.
It does suggest he's going to bowl straight at him, try and get him that way. Holland is in and bowls. That one's down the leg side, help down to fine leg, long leg for 4. There is neither, both having been, well, the long leg Van Beek having been brought up to a sort of catching position in front of square. So an easy 4, cheap 4 for Bohannon. Walker's the man at shortish mid-wicket now. Where they're going to send Van Beek from that position in front of square to leg gully, sort of. Yeah, gets a bit closer there as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 close catches plus the wicket-keeper. As Holland is in and bowls. Bohannon is dropped again. Is he? Roman Walker's got his hands on his head at mid-wicket. Did he get a little edge on that? Cox standing up. 1 or 2 hands started to go up in the air in the slips. I don't know whether he got an edge on that. He has his back to us. Let's have a look. It did plenty, didn't it?
He did.
But I'm not sure he did get an edge on it.
Did, no.
It's not easy for Cox standing up to that. That rose and left Bohannon. That's a more straightforward delivery with which to deal, and he does deal with it. He leans forward and defends it, but that previous delivery sort of climbed on him a bit as well, didn't it? He'd have done well to get an edge on it, that is for sure. Holland is in. 2 balls left in his 8th over. Bowls. Bohannon is waiting on off stump, just playing it out carefully into the offside, where Travaskis is on the field as well.
Oh, okay.
So Travaskis and Walker. Well, Van Beek is still there. Trying to work out who. Is Budinger gone off? I think he has.
He was at short leg, wasn't he?
Yeah, can't see him. Don't think he got one on the hand or anything. In goes Holland. Bowls outside off stump. Out swinger. Nicely taken by Cox. End of the over. Another survived. Just 17 now remaining. Harris has 17 and Budinger jogs back on. Travaskis jogs back off. And Bohannon 21. 17 overs to survive.
Yeah.
Or less. Or fewer.
Oh.
Fewer.
Lancashire have been in their dressing room looking out at the lunchtime thinking, well, this is it. Not much chance today. But, having just to negotiate this little spell before you would think that players will shake hands on a draw, but not yet. There's 17 to go. Still work to do yet for Lancashire. Just think, look, 1 chance so far. Ooh, that's reared up on Harris from around the wicket by Van Beek. He's trying to get right on top of it. Does well just to play the ball away, signalling towards the dressing room as well.
What's he want? Not sure. I mean, it was the blade of the bat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Whether it's new bat or something. Well, you know, the gloves weren't hit or anything.
No. Got a bit of lift, didn't he, Van Beek again? So, yeah, well, whatever it is. I don't think that came off his glove, did it? It came off the bat.
Came off the bat.
Unless it's kind of just reverberated up the bat and just... He's looking at his finger. Needs a... Something...
Could have jarred it a bit.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Pretty sure that didn't.
I don't think he enjoyed that, did he?
Something hurt, didn't it?
It did. Maybe a bit of an issue coming in. Something they picked up in the field, maybe that's just flared up with the vibrations of the bat, maybe. Looks like it's nothing too sinister for Marcus Harris. And should be underway soon enough. Or maybe not. Oh, I think you might want another pair of gloves being carried out, perhaps. Tom, that's Tom Bailey. Yeah, it is Tom Bailey with a fresh pair of gloves.
Maybe with a reinforced bottom thumb or something if it's going to start lifting a bit.
Some new gloves for Marcus Harris and drink for the players. Leicestershire did have a short leg in place early on for Van Beek, but they've gone for the leg gully now for the last previous over, and they're sticking with that theory as well. So 3 slips and a gully. It's actually more a leg slip. He's just got a little bit tighter towards the keeper, I think. That's turned away off the front pad by Harris behind square for a single. Takes him to 18, 46 4-3 now. Brings Bohannon on strike. So changing round, left hand, right hand combination batting here for Lancashire. Bohannon is on strike. And I think Leicestershire fancy the leg slip in again. Oh, and maybe a short leg. Yeah, there is. So they've got the forward short leg and a leg gully and 4 slips for Josh Bohannon. And Van Beek will ball over the wicket to Bohannon. It was this type of setup last night where he's got a couple to come back in sharply to Bohannon. And balls speared away down the leg side and helped on its way by Bohannon. Flashed away off the pads out towards deep backward square leg. And 4 more runs.
Under a bit of pressure to have as the fielding coach, isn't he? Can't make any mistakes down there.
And a bit soft under the foot as well, beyond the boundary rope.
I once fielded the ball at Scarborough when I was I've never been so terrified in my life.
Van Beek in, it's wide with a little bit of movement as it just wobbles away as it goes past the bat and taken by Cox, who's just leaning away to his left.
I was walking down the boundary on the far side of the ground, obviously. It was full as well, the best part of 5,000 in there. And the championship game, and the ball came racing across towards me. It's 5,000 Yorkshire folk looking at me.
That's pressure. God. Yeah. You don't need that, do you? No. That's the wrong place at the wrong time, that, isn't it? Van Beek pushing it forward to Bohannon. No rump.
Hopefully the rope sort of slowed it down a bit, so even I couldn't make a complete Horlicks of it.
1 ball remaining for Logan Van Beek. This over, 16th of Lancashire's second innings. A couple of twirls of the bat for Josh Bohannon. Plenty of catchers crouching down nearby, in and bowling. And Pushed away by Van Beek. But again, both bowlers are getting... still, the ball's only 16 overs old here, isn't it? So, and they're both getting some nice movement. A little bit of shape away from Bohannon. He's steered it safely away, though. End of the over.
That might be that for Van Beek. Yeah, go give the spinner a try. Why not?
Oh, yeah, Riyad's coming out. Yeah.
Well, that'd be nice for you. He didn't bowl in the first innings.
We watched him warming up, didn't we? And he was bowling a little bit when the players were warming up before. Yeah, Kimber bowled a bit, didn't he, in the first?
He did.
5 overs in the first innings, but Ahmed didn't bowl.
Well, they went to him first against Derby as well. He bowled more than Rahane against Derbyshire, so probably did nettle Rahane a little bit. He is the frontline spinner, in theory. If he turns it square, there'll be 2 questions asked.
Where have you been?
What sort of field has he got? From the Anderson end, he has got 4 close fielders: slip leg, slip short leg, and silly mid-off. Everybody else, well, not on the boundary, because mid-on is sort of halfway back, mid-off about 2/3 of the way back. Why? There's a man on the cover boundary, I'm not entirely sure. Ahmed is in, bowls, and that man on the cover boundary has to come running in, and does. Quite a long way to run for Ian Holland. Bohannon takes 1. That's an odd field, not the close fielders, but the man on the cover boundary. That's highly unlikely to get a catch, you would have thought. Anyway, he's in now at mid-wicket, Holland. Same field, essentially, for the left-hander Harris, but obviously Ahmed is going to go around the wicket. In he goes and bowls, and Harris just waits calmly for it and nudges it down onto the ground in front of him.
There's a leg spinner here last week for Northamptonshire, picked up 7 wickets in the second innings.
A lot of overs, didn't they? 57, I think. In goes Ahmed, bowls. I think that was may have been the googly. May have straightened a touch, but again Harris, with a lot of time, just waited and dabbed it down towards point. There isn't a silly point. Budinger very close to the bat is more silly mid off. That one is the leg spinner. Again, Harris just waits for it and dabs it square on the onside. No great bounce or turn. A suggestion of turn for Ahmed, who is in and bowls, and it's Fuller, and Harris just turns his wrists on it and clips it out to Holland at mid-wicket. Beginning to darken up again here in Manchester, as Ahmed is in and bowls. Harris waits for it, because it's very full, almost a sort of Yorker length, and just, again, closes the bat face on it and kills it down into the ground. Played without the slightest suggestion of alarm there by Marcus Harris. As I say, he's very much the right man to have at the crease in these sort of situations. And if Lancashire followers are looking for positives, Harris is most definitely one.
Yeah, definitely. Very good start to the season. He's gone past 54 times in the first 5 innings, or in his first 5 innings for Lancashire. Van Beek, firing in the Yorker to Bohannon, and he digs it out well, jams the bat down, and the ball flashes away through mid-wicket for 4 for Josh Bohannon. Moves on to 31, 56 for 3.
Not quite sure why Van Beek's still bowling, really. I think would have given Scrivener a chance by now, but
still with the short leg and the leg slip, and 4 slips awaiting. He's over the wicket to Bohannon. Yeah, they do take a single. Just to guide the ball through point for 1. Ball's still moving a little here for Van Beek.
Yeah, there was more ball, wasn't there?
57 for 3. So the early introduction of the leg spinner from the Anderson end after a short burst from Holland first up, who did find the edge of Bohannon's bat. Van Beek still running in from the Statham end. It's wide and left by Harris. Through to Ben Cox, and there's no addition to the score. Harris certainly a real positive for Lancashire at the start of the season. Josh Bohannon's century last week against Northamptonshire, another one. Looked a lot like Josh of a season or so ago. Van Beek to Harris. It's full, angled in towards his off stump, and he just leans into it and drops it away into the offside, and there's no run. 57 for 3. Have a round off Lancashire, so if they do get through this game without losing, which they should, then they will be 3 games into the new season. They will not have lost. Weekend away, or weekend off. Short and wide and cut out towards point by Harris for a single. And then back here for the Gloucestershire game. Dale Benkenstein last night on interview made the point. I think the point was a really good one, that last season, perhaps this week and last week against Northamptonshire, assuming that Lancashire don't lose this game, helped potentially a little bit by the weather today, mind you, but still, if they don't, probably games that they may well have lost last year. So maybe just signs that Lancashire are becoming a tougher nut to crack, which wasn't the case last year. It's in the air, flashed over short leg by Bohannon, way above Sol Budinger, up towards the square leg boundary. And Bohannon comes back for 2, so 34 to him, 60 for 3, 18 overs into this Lancashire second innings, but crucially, in terms of what's left in the day, 14 overs remaining in today's play.
I want to do comment to the effect that Paul Middlesex must be tearing their hair out.
Is he still ready?
Apparently.
Oh dear. Well, they were in a position to beat Lancashire at the first game of the season, and then they somehow managed to conspire to lose against Kent, and that ridiculous run chase that Kent put in last week, and almost there this time round for Middlesex, but being frustrated by the weather.
Ahmed is going to continue from the Anderson end. You can see Kimber just rolling his shoulder over a couple of times there. He goes in and bowls a bit of a long hop, but Harris doesn't seem inclined to try and clatter them away from Ahmed. Just turns his wrist on it, plays it firmly to Ben Green at a backward square. Ahmed bowls, fuller delivery, but again Harris just waits for it and clips it without aggressive intent to mid-wicket, where Holland fields. Again, Kimber bowls a few, I suppose, looseners would be the right word. Ahmed in, bowls, that's a better delivery, possibly a little bit too full. Harris gets forward and just pushes it back past Budinger, who's got his sort of sporran on. There's going to be a change. Hill and Budinger simply swap positions. No idea why. Short leg and silly mid-off. As Ahmed is in, Harris just waits on off stump. I think they got on pretty well, Harris and Hill, so probably thinks he won't hit it hard at me. It's me mate. Yeah. I think he's a sort of teammate. You sort of, you know, wherever he plays, he'll make friends. Marcus Harris.
Yeah, I've spoken to him a couple of times now. He seems like a pretty easygoing guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Ahmed bowls to him. He just, again, waits and plays it out to wide-ish, mid-on. All the time in the world. And looks completely unflustered out there. He's on 19 as Ahmed comes in and bowls. He does sort of look to drive that one. Hill hops out of the way just in case and then flexes his hamstring. He's 34 now, really. He didn't get hold of it though, Harris. It rather jammed it into the ground and no runs resulted. 13 overs remain still. Leicestershire need another 7 wickets. It's not going to happen.
I see spin from both ends here as well. It's Kimber, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
5 overs in the first innings, Kimber. A bit surprised me not since Griffin, but
me too. He did warm up. He bowled a few overs in the warm up. Perhaps they feel the conditions have changed a little.
Maybe. Can't imagine it being an issue with the light, you know, in terms of having to play your seamers, because we could put the floodlights on and we're not at that stage. So it can be Kimber with Bohannon. And strike goes back and it's turned away through mid-wicket for 1 run. 35 to Josh Bohannon, 61 for 3. Brings Harris on strike. There'll be 2 catches behind Harris, the left-hander, 2 slips. In fact, there might be another catcher close in here. Yeah, leg slip as well. Silly point and a short leg.
50 partnership.
Which started last night. Got to the close of play and here again tonight. It's just dropped into the offside by Harris. There's a little bit of gentle turn there away from the left-hander for Kimber, but nothing too troubling for Harris on that occasion. Kimber into Harris. That's a nice shot off the back foot. Racing away through point for 4. Sat up nicely for him from Kimber. But he's onto it beautifully, Harris. 4 more for the Australian. 65 for 3. Moves to 23 not out. Kimber twirls in again. Whipped to the leg side for 4 more by Harris. And whatever optimism Leicestershire had going into this little 24-over session, Harris is doing his best to drill it out of them.
What's that little announcement?
That is Marcus Harris reaching 12,000 first-class runs.
Congratulations to him.
That 4 take him to 12,000 first-class runs. Turn to the onside by Harris. And there's no run. Hill's under the helmet at short leg.
Mentioned yesterday that Hanscom had gone to 12,000 this season.
Kimber to complete the over. Again, just dabbed into the leg side. And there's no run. 69 for 3. So Harris with that 4, taking him to 27. And he's reached 12,000 first-class runs. Umpires are having a look here.
Getting a bit dark, telling them to switch the floodlights on or take them off. If they take them off, then
that would be it.
That's it, sure.
I would have thought.
Mr. Blackwell, Mr. Ashraf.
Well, a little brief chat, but
the bowling spin, so
that's true. So the footlights on, so save some pennies. Wouldn't be putting them on for a situation like this.
It's superfluous, doesn't it? It really does. Thinking of the climate and all that. I was thinking of county coffers.
Some counties have decided not to use them, haven't they?
They have,
for championship games.
Yeah. Sussex ridiculously expensive. It costs Leicestershire a fortune to switch the things on or leave them on. Ahmed is in and bowls to Bohannon, and that one might just have spun enough to beat the outside edge, or perhaps he just played down the wrong line. It's sort of a mix. It didn't. Scott's shaking his head. He played down the wrong line, I think. In goes Ahmed and bowls back goes Bohannon and manoeuvres the ball out to short mid-wicket where Walker runs in and picks it up. Ahmed bowls. Ooh, that was the googly, and he thought it had gone through, or the sort of top spinner, the flipper, whatever. But he distinct change there, and he sort of fell away slightly in the action. It pushed it through, and it did skid on and stay a bit low. Dug out by Bohannon. Ahmed is in. Bohannon plays it down into the ground. Puts up his right arm at short leg and knocks it down. General amusement. Lewis Hill. Ahmed is in. Back goes Bohannon, defends, and Budinger reaches across at silly mid-off. Silly, very silly mid-off to field. Ahmed in. Bowls a little bit short, pulled, but on the bounce to mid-on, so Feely missed out a little bit there. Van Beek fielded. Ahmed takes his sweater. He's cross with himself, Rahan, for that last delivery. 3 overs, 2 maidens. None for 1 for him. 21 overs, though, is the figure you need to note, have been bowled, which means at the most 11 remain. We suspect it'll be nearer 4 or 5, if that.
Kimber to continue. On to the final throws of the game. See with these blonde highlights, but I said to you, they're not.
No.
It's all natural. Kimber's in. It's nudged away by Harris. It's in the air. It's in between short leg and leg slip. And, that's worth a run for Harris. 28 now, 70 for 3.
He insists they were bleached by Australian sun and sea salt.
Well, that sounds perfect way to bleach your hair, yeah. If you're going to have some little highlights in, just do it natural with the Australian sun. And
they haven't faded.
Because they're being assisted by some products.
Absolutely not.
70 for 3. So Bohannon's on strike for Kimber. And he's into Bohannon. He goes back and defends, and that turns back in towards Josh Bohannon. Just a fraction. But it pushed it through a little quicker, that by Kimber.
We are due a shower.
Oh. Kimber to Bohannon. Again, turning back in towards him, but again, Bohannon with time just to work that ball up towards mid-on. Looks like Tom Scriven, 5 wickets in the first innings. He's not going to have a chance to bowl in the second innings. Kimber to Bohannon.
Oh my word.
That's gone past the keeper and down towards the boundary for 4. Not quite sure what part of the bat that came off, inside edge, bottom edge, but 4 for Bohannon.
Wasn't entirely convincing, was it? Sort of nurdled off the bottom edge.
Yep, right in between the legs of the keeper. 74 for 3. I think that's going to get Leicestershire wanting another catcher around the bat by the looks of things. We've got someone going on underneath the helmet here. So we've got the slip, short, silly point, short leg, and then the leg slip and a leg gully close in. So there's 5 close catches, and that ball spinning its way back in towards Bohannon. Defends neatly into the onside, and there is no run. It does feel a bit gloomy, doesn't it? I feel like it's not too far away from raining again.
Well, look, yeah, we are very much due shower.
Kimber into Bohannon. Tapped away off the back foot. And Van Beek is at cover to field. It's the end of the over. So we're down to 10. So we've shaved off 14 of them so far.
Umpires again peer gloomily up into the sky. Look at that. You think if you're in that stand under the point, there's an England Test player sitting there, all on his lonesome. If you want an autograph.
He's still there, isn't he, Josh?
He is. Oh, yes.
Oh dear. He's got a book to read,
fulfilling his duties to the very last. Might see him at Bristol next week. That's where Leicestershire head on Friday. Ahmed round the wicket, bowls to Harris, who again is just waiting and dropping it at his feet and then pushing it with the back of his bat towards Lewis Hill. He too now surrounded by 5 close catchers. Ahmed bowls to him. He just turns that one off the back foot towards Budinger, who sort of knocks it up and slows it down en route to mid-wicket, where Holland is the fielder.
We are putting the floodlights on. They are going on.
Ahmed bowls. Back goes Harris, and it's a little bit short, so he can work it around the corner. It's a bit of a chase for Holland. He picks it up a yard inside the ropes as Ben Mike, who's also on deep outside the boundary fielding duties, moved towards the ball. Holland got there inside the rope, so Harris just jogs a couple. Bowls! It skids through at more or less daisy height. Harris can't get anything on it. Cox can't stop it. It absolutely scuttled through outside off stump and missed everything. Was missed by everyone. Harris just sort of look. Even there's no great sort of theatrics from him. He just sort of looks back down the pitch and metaphorically shrugs. Gets on with it. Ahmed bowls and Harris goes back, turns it around the corner and takes probably just the single. Yeah, he's walking now. 31 to him, 39 to Bohannon, 81 for 3 Lancashire. 9.1 overs at the most remain. We are going through the motions, I believe, at this stage. In goes Ahmed, bowls to Bohannon, who goes back, plays it down into the ground. It bounces past Budinger and it comes to a stop about 3 pitches away. Picked up by Holland, and that is the end of the over. 23rd of the innings, 81 for 3 the score. 9, as I say, remain. Middlesex still.
Yeah, still off a bad light at Lords.
Chewing there.
So it's not raining, it's just not, the light's just not good enough.
Leicestershire had a game a bit like that there. Championship game a couple of years ago. I remember we were bad light when Colin Ackerman had steered Leicestershire to fairly close to a victory. So what goes around, etc., etc.
Around the wicket, fizzed in towards Harris, but down the leg side. We're just going with the one floodlight, I think. I'm going to fire them all up, just the one. There's Kimber's bowling. Forward goes Harris, defends, and there's no run.
Yes, it's amazing. That'll do.
Yeah, just
they are powerful here.
But it's like putting the little Kona lighter in your room, isn't it, in the front room? Don't put the big light on. Just put the little side light on.
Mellow.
Yeah.
It's a mellowy.
Exactly, yeah. It's lovely lighting, lovely soft lighting.
Bit of jazz.
Absolutely. Kimber to Harris, left and through to the
That's what the PA ought to do now. Put a bit of jazz on. Bit of jazz, bit of gentle Bing Crosby or something.
Got some nice soft lighting on, so a few candles around.
Send out a bottle of wine.
Sounds lovely. Kimber into Harris. And as he runs down to towards fine leg, I don't think it's going to reach the boundary rope. It doesn't. Well, they've run 3, I think, haven't they?
Wasn't that far short of Ben Green, that? Sort of that short leg slip position, but it was short.
84 for 3. So I like the idea of Lancashire saying you can have one floodlight and no more. That's what you've got. You're not putting them all on.
No.
One will do.
We're not wasting money.
And be happy with that.
We're not made of money.
Kimber in balls. Oh, it's a big hit by Bohannon. Swatted away high over long on out towards the boundary. Did it reach the rope?
It did.
Did it? 6.
Yeah. And then it plugged. Absolutely almost dead. Ben White's picking up about a foot outside the ropes, 2 feet perhaps, where it landed more or less. Umpires are getting together and saying, I think it's a bit too. They're going to say, switch the other lights on. Switch them all on or don't. Yeah.
One's enough. That's all you're having. Count yourself lucky you're having that.
Now they are
approaching
the players and they are shaking hands. Well, that makes sense. 8 overs would have been left to bowl, but no prospect of Leicestershire taking the remaining 7 wickets. The game ends, Scott, in an honourable draw.
It does. Lancashire have done what they've been asked to do, which was to try and face some overs at the back end of the day. They might be feeling a little grateful that the rain has wiped away the vast majority of this final day. A full day's play would have been very, very difficult for Lancashire, but job done from Lancashire's point of view. They draw a game in which Leicestershire have dominated, and take nothing away from Leicestershire. Should not distract from their performance across this match. They've been excellent, and they've been the better team.
Foxes take 15 points, 8 for the draw, 7 bonus points. Lancashire take 11, 8 and 3, and that's a decent return from the game in the circumstances. They won't be entirely displeased with that. Very early stages in the championship, and everybody's still very much in it.
Absolutely, it is a marathon, not a sprint, isn't it? This championship campaign. The bowlers used, well, the wickets last night, Holland and Van Beek. That's when all the trouble started, but it needed more time. It needed another 10 overs or so last night, and that would have been quite interesting. But Van Beek and Holland did ever so well. But Bohannon and Harris last night, and then through this session tonight, have made sure that there's nothing untoward happening from Lancashire point of view, and it's a draw for between Lancashire and Leicestershire here at Emirates Old Trafford. Thank you for your company, Richard.
Yeah, no, my thanks to yourself, Scott, and to the Lancashire County Cricket Club for their unstinting, as ever, hospitality. It's been a pleasure to come back and cover a championship game here. We look forward to welcoming you to Leicester in the not too distant future, actually.
No, it's about a month away, I think, isn't it? Yeah, we'll see you at Grace Road for that. Viewers on Lancs TV and our listeners across the BBC Sport website and app, Lancashire men next in action a week on Friday. So weekend rest for the men's side. The women's side are underway this week, actually, on Wednesday. Lancashire women take on the Blaze at Trent Bridge in the Metrobank One Day Cup. So good luck to Chris Reed and Ellie Threlkeld and the team heading to Trent Bridge for the opening One Day Cup fixture. And as soon as Lancashire women's side are at home, the first game is at Southport at the back end of April. That will be live for you both on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. But from the whole team here, well done everybody. It's finished in a draw.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.